Expert climber Matt Briggs is exploring the New Zealand Alps when disaster strikes. A deadly fall leaves him crippled and alone in a hostile wilderness.
I almost want to vomit from the force of that pain.
With only his dog for company. His very survival depends on battling nature, his body,
You know it's going to hurt.
and sheer terror.
I'm losing a lot of blood. I'm going to have to do this the hard way.
But the mountain won't let him go.
Give me a break!
33-year-old Englishman Matt Briggs has started a new life on the other side of the world, in New Zealand. Recently divorced, he's ended up running the store he bought with his ex-wife.
A year of separation and divorce process behind me at this stage, and much more ahead. So it was a tough time, yes.
But in his heart, Matt is no shopkeeper. Trapped with a business he can't sell, hiking in the wilderness is a welcome relief from the daily grind.
I was stressing over the sale of the business. I had a lot on my mind, and a trip into the mountains was just what I needed to actually relax and enjoy life for a week.
Matt's arranged staff cover for a few days, while he heads off to his beloved mountains.
A long trip like that, you can forget the rest of the world's there for a week. It's great.
As an experienced hiker, Matt is meticulous in assembling his kit. He even leaves his new manager a note, detailing his route and when to panic if he fails to return.
That's enough of that, little dog.
Since Matt's divorce, his constant companion has been Little Dog, or LD.
Always close to Little Dog, or LD. We spend every day together.
Ready for a walk? Good boy. Come on. Come, little dog. Stay here.
She was a very, very timid dog when I got her. She was scared of me, she was scared of everything. But over the years, she's slowly got the confidence.
All right, come on. Off we go.
She is great company.
Matt's expedition will take him through remote mountain passes to the high-altitude ice plateaus of Mount Cook, New Zealand's highest peak.
It's just sheer rock walls, glaciers and water, and that's all that's there. And then that country was what I really wanted to see.
It's the kind of ambitious route that has earned Matt a reputation with the locals.
Many of my friends here call me the Mad Pom. Pom is an Englishman who's come over to Australia or New Zealand, and for my love of the mountains, I put the mad bit on the beginning.
On this hike, Matt will totally rely on his own resources and the supplies he can carry.
Away.
I always take food for the time that I'm planning on, and also throw in another kilo or so of rice, which I know will last me 6 days. I like to push myself and get into country that pushes my limits. This was going to be one of the most challenging trips that I'd been on.
In this pristine wilderness, there are no trails to follow, and Matt is in his element as he forges a path through the tough terrain.
That's a boy. Ready? Here we go. Come on.
There's a lot of very thick undergrowth in there, so a couple of days of what we call bush bashing, just forcing your way through the undergrowth. And then up into some high country, another couple of days up on rock and scree. I enjoy the solitude, I enjoy the space. I was in my element and I was loving it. It was great.
But after 3 days of battling to get above the tree line, Matt now finds himself in even tougher and more hazardous terrain.
It's a very steep and hard to find sort of place where you are taken care with every single step you take. You do not want to put a single foot out of place.
Up. Up.
Finally, at 1,600 meters up, Matt gets his first glimpse of his goal. The distant ice plateaus of Mount Cook.
I was elated, and I just got up a pass that I didn't know even if it was going to be possible. No people, no plants, no animals. Amazing country. It was just amazing. It just takes your breath away to look at that sort of country.
Nightfall is only a couple of hours away, and temperatures at this altitude can fall dramatically. Matt knows he must start heading for the valley below and find shelter.
And past, what felt like the most dangerous part of the trip.
Heading downhill is a relief, though not without hazards, and Matt picks his route carefully.
There's a rocky gully down below where I'm walking, with just sheer cliff walls and solid upturned rocks along its base.
Flushed with success, Matt feels he deserves a treat and decides to head for a hunter's cabin nearly 4 kilometers away in the valley below. These simple huts are scattered across the wilderness, available for anyone to use.
I'm thinking, yeah, it'd be quite nice to have a night in a hut rather than another night under canvas. I was looking down at the valley floor and really, not thinking too hard about where I was going.
But these mountains don't forgive the careless.
Found myself sliding down the hillside on my back, trying to dig my feet in, trying to dig my arms in, and think, yeah, we'll stop soon. Realisation dawns that I'm not slowing down, but I'm actually picking up speed. And then I realise that there's a cliff coming up. I'm not going to stop before I go over that.
With nothing to grab onto and no one to help him, Matt's momentum is about to plunge him into the void.
I did not expect to be alive when I hit the bottom.
As Matt plummets through the air, he's certain his life is over.
It felt like a very long time in the air between the top of that cliff and the bottom. In that time, an amazing amount of thoughts go through your head. It felt like an eternity. I don't remember the sensation of the impact. What I do remember most clearly is the thought, I'm still alive. It really was absolute surprise. Nothing felt too bad.
Matt experiences a wave of relief. It seems he's had a miraculous escape. But his adrenaline-soaked body is deceiving him. His wrist is smashed.
Where there used to be a straight wrist, there's now an inch dog's leg, and it doesn't look good at all.
And Matt's moment of horror doesn't end there. His ankle joint is pulverized. His tibia appears to be disconnected from his foot.
I'll do.
You can see the main bone from my leg trying to come out through the skin on the side of my ankle. It is pretty excruciating pain, the sort that gets into your gut and you actually feel physically sick.
But Matt's broken bones are suddenly the least of his worries. He realizes that he's lying in a fast-growing pool of blood.
There was obviously another serious injury somewhere, and I'm losing a lot of blood. I might not have very long left here.
Matt needs to find out where all the blood is coming from before he loses consciousness.
I start looking around. I find a gash across the back of my thigh. My finger's going up to the knuckle. It's that deep. It's gone straight through the muscle, and it looks like a piece of butchered meat.
Matt has no medical kit capable of sealing a massive wound like this, and has to improvise, using a thermal t-shirt.
Grabbed a thermal and jammed it into this hole I'd found in the back of my leg. Took about 10 minutes to stop the bleeding, and it was a terrifying 10 minutes.
Matt has just averted almost certain death, but he has a smashed wrist and ankle, and is in excruciating pain. He knows he needs medical help, and fast. Then he suddenly remembers. He has a distress beacon. When activated, it uses satellites to alert rescue services and pinpoint his location.
I'm thinking, well, all I've got to do here is get that beacon activated, and there'll be people here within a couple of hours. The weather's clear, the choppers can fly, so I'm going to get out of here.
But Matt's search through his rucksack yields nothing. And he can't see the beacon anywhere around him.
And it slowly begins to dawn on me that this locator beacon isn't here. I haven't got it with me. I'm in big trouble.
He's left it on a shelf back at the shop. Matt's usually meticulous preparation has deserted him in his hour of need. Any hope of raising the alarm is now gone. And then an even more terrible thought hits him. No one back at his shop is due to raise the alarm for another week. He and little dog are on their own.
It's not going to be a case for an hour and a half. I'm actually going to have to keep myself alive for well over a week up on this exposed mountainside.
Matt's mountain experience tells him he has no chance without water and shelter. And he has neither.
I've got to get myself some shelter where I can get at water, where I can keep myself warm, where I can keep myself dry. We could have snow, we could have any sort of weather. I've got to start looking after myself.
But there's nothing in sight that could give him protection. His only option is to head downhill until he finds anywhere he can pitch his tent. As each tiny movement triggers daggers of pain, Matt faces up to the prospect of what lies ahead of him.
It's not a case of gritting your teeth and overcoming it. You know it's going to hurt, you know it's going to be hard.
As Matt begins to drag his open wound and smashed limbs across rock and dirt, he knows he's beginning a journey through hell. But even the slightest contact with his broken bones is agonizing.
It'd be nice to scramble on my hands and knees, but I can't even use my hands because my wrist is broken. If I kept the weight off the broken bits, I was fine, but as soon as I tried to put the weight on my wrist or on my ankle, I get a wave of pain going up through my whole body.
Nightfall is just hours away, and temperatures are already falling. Matt knows he must find shelter for him and little dog, but when he tries to press on, the pain overwhelms him.
Every time I try and put any weight on my left leg, I can see my calf bone trying to exit through the skin on the side of my ankle.
Matt's tibia is no longer supported by his ankle, so there's nothing to stop it pushing directly through his skin and out of his leg. Finally, after an agonizing crawl over razor-sharp rocks, Matt's shocked body has had enough. He knows he must try and pitch a tent as soon as he can, or risk freezing to death. He has no idea whether he can manage it. He just knows he has to try.
And just the basics like getting tent pegs in, or even getting the tent flattened out onto the ground into the right shape, I've just rendered 10, 20-fold more difficult when you've only got one hand to work with. I think the adrenaline does the hard work for you. It keeps you going, it doesn't let you stop.
Matt knows if he doesn't build a tent, there's no way he'll cope with the night's freezing temperatures.
Generally holding tent pegs with that broken right hand and then bashing them in with whatever rocks I could find using my left hand. I almost want to vomit from the force of that pain.
Matt's desperate and gritty determination finally results in a shelter. But the 20-meter crawl, followed by the tortuous struggle to pitch his tent, have taken their toll.
I'm asleep almost instantly. I'm exhausted, absolutely exhausted.
But Matt's exhausted sleep is suddenly disturbed. A familiar sound drags him back into consciousness.
It was a great moment. Obviously, an aircraft means possible rescue. As I saw it heading up the valley, I thought, this is my chance.
Over here!
And I'm waving it frantically, you know, over here, over here. It was a small dot, and I would have been an even smaller dot to them.
Come on!
Chances of me being seen, in hindsight, are very small. But at the time, it was a great belief. Are they going to see me over here? No, no.
The plane's disappearance makes Matt realize that he's just a tiny needle in a giant haystack. He can only hope that tomorrow brings better luck. In his struggle to find a spot to camp, he was forced to crawl through everything in his path, including water. Matt now discovers that his sleeping bag is totally drenched. He realizes he will have to find another way of fighting the cold.
For that first night, one of my big worries was hypothermia. There'd been frosts every night so far on the trip, so it was going to be a very cold night. Probably 3 or 4 degrees below freezing.
Wearing all his clothes is the only solution. But even just trying to get them on is a nightmare, as his bones grind against each other. As Matt prepares to face the bitter hours ahead of him, he knows just clothes won't be enough. He'll need to use anything he can to stay warm. He suddenly has an idea.
Howdy.
2 years before, Matt saved Little Dog from being abandoned. And tonight, LD repays the debt with her body heat. It might make a critical difference.
I got the dog curled up in the middle of a tent, and I used her as a canine hot water bottle. And we lay there and shivered through the night.
It's you and me, boy.
It would have been very, very uncomfortable without the warmth of that dog there. It was cold, it was a bitter night. My body was doing a lot of work repairing itself anyway, and I felt I was shivering all night. I was cold, I was uncomfortable.
Unable to sleep because of cold and constant pain, Matt's thoughts turn to his family and how his young daughter will cope without him. Matt knows that survival depends on staying positive. Self-pity has never been his style.
I was sad that they were going to be concerned. What's everyone going to do if I don't make it out? What's going to happen? I just didn't go there.
Despite a night of freezing temperatures, somehow Matt and Little Dog make it to the morning. But his relief is temporary. He quickly realizes that although he's got enough food for just over a week, it's mostly dried. And Matt has no water left to boil it in.
One of the things I'd actually lost in the fall was my water bottle, so all I had to keep water in was my billy, my cooking pot.
Matt's managed to pitch his tent close to water. Simple for Little Dog to get to, but for him, it will mean enduring unspeakable pain.
It took a long time of lying there thinking about it to get myself up and to go and actually do it. No, yeah, we need water. Let's go and do it. Come on.
But it's not just water for cooking and drinking that Matt needs. Unless he cleans his deep leg wound, he risks serious infection.
It was harder going down, a lot harder, just because it's very hard to slow yourself down and to control your descent with all the broken bones.
Matt's entire concentration is focused on avoiding pain and not losing his cooking pot.
I can't just throw it down to the bottom and then go and find it, because what if it rolls away? What if it gets washed away in the river? I cannot afford to lose this pan.
Matt's had nothing to drink for 24 hours and is seriously dehydrated. His leg dressing has prevented further blood loss, but the wound is now full of cotton fibre and grit from the fall. He must clean it out, or risk infection.
It was a very real risk if I didn't do everything I could to avoid it.
Matt doesn't have any antiseptic available to clean his wound, but he has got table salt, which he knows has antibacterial properties. It'll be excruciating, but he has no choice. With a broken wrist and ankle, plus a real risk of gangrene, Matt must somehow endure 6 more days before rescue is likely, or risk dying alone on this mountain. With his wounds treated as best he can, Matt spends an agonizing hour inching back to camp, trying not to spill the water he's just collected.
I had to keep my broken ankle and broken wrist up in the air, because if they hit the ground, then there was agony as a result.
The trip down to the creek is such an ordeal. Matt decides to ration water so that he can avoid the whole agonizing process as much as possible.
I generally got about 2/3 of the pan full. I decided at that stage that no, I was going to try and make water last for 2 days, so I didn't have to go down to this river every day and put myself through that, because all this movement is exacerbating all the injuries.
By eking out his rations of dried food and gritting his teeth through gut-wrenching pain, astonishingly, Matt makes it through the week. And miraculously, the deadline when Matt expects the alarm to be raised has finally arrived.
Cheers, LD. Cheers. We made it.
The note he's left back at work will trigger an emergency response, and the rescue helicopter should arrive within hours. For the first time in a week, Matt's spirits soar.
Absolute elation to be there. You know, I've done it. That's the hardest bit over. I really, really believed I'd done it.
Matt keeps a weather eye out for choppers. He reckons they'll be in the area any time now. But as the hours pass, Matt's elation begins to dampen. After a week of good weather, conditions and visibility start to worsen.
By about 9 o'clock, I was just in solid cloud.
Go, dog. Come on. It's...
Probably by 10 o'clock, it was absolutely thundering down on the tent.
Matt knows that rescue helicopters will not fly in a storm. He will have to wait. But the longer he waits, the worse the storm gets. Matt's thoughts of rescue are fast giving way to a new and chilling fear.
The creeks on the west coast of New Zealand can rise very, very quickly with that sort of amount of water falling out of the sky.
Within the hour, Matt's worst fears are realized. His tent is pitched just feet from a growing torrent.
The creek next to me had gone from a chuckle, a gurgle, to an absolute roar. The river was rising so fast. It had already come up probably 2 or 3 metres in the previous hour. If it got to where I was, I would have been in trouble.
The swollen creek is now threatening to engulf his tent.
If the force of that water started hitting the tent, I was going to have to get out of there.
And when a deadly rumble pierces the storm, Matt's life is in real danger.
You could hear rocks being washed down this creek. The sound and feeling of the shocks as those boulders hit each other was a terrifying experience.
Gotta get out of here, Alfie.
Matt is desperate to get to higher ground. But he knows that if he crawls outside, his crippled body won't make it.
There was no way I could keep my footing with one good leg in there. It was just no way. I'd have been swept away.
He's trapped, and the stream that was his lifeline could now be his executioner.
Knowing there was nowhere I could go was frightening.
All Matt and Little Dog can do is hold on and pray.
The sun came out, and the river started to drop.
Matt is certain that rescue is now only hours away.
I spent the evening just lying there at the door of my tent, ready to jump out and start waving things if anything started flying up the valley.
But back at his shop, Matt's note to raise the alarm has not been read by anyone.
And it was beginning to dawn on me that something's gone wrong here. They should have been out here by now, and they haven't come.
By 6 p.m., the growing horror of his situation becomes clearer. With his provisions running low, and only a question of time before infection sets in somewhere, he knows he must move, or face almost certain death.
If I waited any longer and made that decision later, the whole thing was going to be very, very difficult to do. Whereas if I did it now, I could do it. I believed I could do it.
Matt calculates that his only chance is to try and reach a hunter's hut he spotted before his accident. It might have fuel, food, medical supplies, and maybe even people. But it's nearly 1,000 meters below him in the valley. For a man who can barely move, Matt faces the biggest decision of his life.
I'm going to have to do this the hard way.
Reaching the hunter's hut in the valley below is Matt's only chance of rescue. But to get there, he knows he cannot crawl. He must try and walk. But with a smashed wrist, deeply cut leg, and worst of all, a fractured tibia, just standing up will push him to the limits of his endurance.
So I stood there for about 10 seconds. Sort of started to come over a bit dizzy. I sort of collapsed into a heap on the floor. It's like, well, now or never.
But Matt refuses to give up. Somehow he must dig deep.
The dog throughout all this was running ahead and loving it. She was so keen to get out there, probably as keen as I was.
Matt knows his terrible wounds will fight him all the way. The only help he's going to get is from the walking stick he's made from tent poles.
And I was counting paces. I was saying every number I count is one less pace I've got to take.
Another 10. Another 10.
It took a lot to keep going. It really did. Each time I put the weight on the ankle, you'd feel that bone trying to come out through the skin, and it was just a shot of pain right through my body.
Every step is blinding agony, while the morning's heat saps his strength further. His only plan is to stay close to water and keep moving down.
I was very cautious to stay right next to this creek. That was my lifeline.
Matt knows he's heading in the right direction for the hut, but by deciding to follow the creek, he soon hits a problem. He's faced with a choice between two possible routes. LD seems to be immediately keen on going right, but that path is steep and challenging. Matt decides to follow the much gentler, downward slope.
Little dog! Oh, come on! Get in here! Trying to get me killed? Come on! Get out of it! Yeah. Howdy. Out of it.
Somehow, Matt keeps his body going, dragging his smashed ankle over uneven terrain for 2 hours. But just as he starts thinking he might get out, the mountain springs another surprise.
The mountainside got steeper and steeper until I found myself standing at the top of cliffs dropping off into nothing several hundred meters below. There was no way sideways, there was no way down. The only choice was back the way I'd come. And all the effort I'd put in to get down to where I was, it was going to be spent tenfold getting back up.
By ignoring Little Dog's choice of route, Matt has wasted hours, exacted a terrible toll on his body, and seriously depleted his energy supplies.
I physically could not walk with the injuries I had, so it was back onto elbows and knees. It was probably one of the lowest points. Just the frustration.
Give me a break!
Matt realizes he's past the point of no return, but his route is perilous. The deep infected gash in his leg has taken another brutal hit. If the bleeding starts again, he may not be able to stop it. Matt pushes himself to breaking point, but he knows he must keep going at all costs. Knowing it will take all his energy just to pitch his tent again, Matt decides to rest up for the night and regain his strength. For a 9th night, temperatures plunge below freezing. Little Dog's food ran out 2 days ago, and she's finding it harder to fight off the cold, yet she stays with her master.
We spent the night curled up, both of us at the bottom of the tent. Just knowing that there's this animal there, with you, sticking with me, is a reassuring thing. Kept me going emotionally, just the company of that dog there with me. The worst thing about waking up was those few moments of feeling that actually nothing was wrong. You wake up and your body feels normal. And then finding out that it's as bad as you remember it.
As another day dawns, Matt knows that he must reach the hunter's hut today, with hardly any food left and his body close to collapse. He could die on the mountain, but to reach the hut, he'll have to get through the worst terrain he could imagine. Thick, mountainous scrub.
It looked like it was going to be very, very hard going. It was just a continuous process of forcing your way, almost swimming over the top of this vegetation. I was just getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
After 3 tortuous hours of struggle, Matt's dreadful injuries are taking their toll, and he's made hardly any progress.
Come on, you mad bum.
Seeing Little Dog negotiate the thick scrub so easily gives Matt an idea.
It got to the stage where there was no way of crawling over the top anymore. I was forced to squirm my way underneath.
After hours of gruesome effort and delirious with pain, Matt's made it through the worst of the brutal scrub.
And that was such a relief just to get out of that stuff and into this good going. I mean, I could stand up again and actually walk.
The hut can't be too far ahead now. But to reach it, Matt will have to force his broken limbs down a near vertical slope.
I was determined to reach the bottom of this slope.
Matt knows he's not going to be able to control his descent. Worse, the rocks and branches are going to punch and gouge his terrible wounds. It's a bloody gamble that could cripple him or kill him.
It was getting steeper, and so I was using whatever means I could.
Pushing his body to the extreme has paid off. Matt is now less than 2 kilometers from the hut. But getting to the valley floor has not come without tremendous cost.
I've done myself a lot of damage coming down this hill. My limbs are useless.
Matt can only hope the worst is behind him. The hut, and possible salvation, is tantalizingly close. But just as Matt finally allows himself to believe that he's made it, his dreams are brutally shattered. A fast, freezing river stands between him and the end of a nightmare.
That was so disheartening. It was so close, but unreachable, just out of reach.
Matt's body has already had to endure more than it can stand. And now, if he wants to live, he'll have to take his shattered bones and horrific wounds into the icy water.
Whether I could swim, whether I could propel myself was my real fear.
Matt makes his decision. He either dies on this bank or gambles his life in one last shot at surviving.
The water was absolutely freezing. All my muscles started to seize up.
Matt is quickly struggling. His weak, damaged body is no match for the fierce, freezing current. He has to fight the current or drown.
It wasn't what I needed. I was trying to swim a river with broken bones.
Matt knows that whether he lives or dies now depends entirely on the river, not on anything he can do.
I felt the main current begin to pull me, and it was dragging me over towards the far bank of the river.
Frozen and horribly maimed, Matt's washed up on shore barely alive. He's had a miraculous escape.
Every muscle in my body had seized. Everything had just stopped working. very, very, very hard going, just even to move up the riverbank and away from the river. Very hard.
9 days after he was injured, Matt can see the hut. But he finally has to accept that he's probably going to die before he reaches it.
Cheers, LD.
I remember just thinking I might not have very long left here.
It's you and me, boy.
I could not have seen a more beautiful sight than that hunter walking out of that hut.
I got you, mate. I got you. Oh, lie down, eh?
And that's the moment I know I'm getting out of here. And I can't describe as good a moment as that. I was safe. It was relief. It was joy.
After patching him up as best they can, Matt's rescuers head off on a 13-hour trek to raise the alarm. 12 days after he started his journey, Matt is airlifted to the hospital, where doctors save his leg and rebuild his shattered ankle and wrist with metal pins. 6 months after his horrific experience, Matt is back in the mountains with little dog.
The experience has made me realise what I value in life and what I don't. Having got out, you appreciate those companions that you had through life so much more.
A thrill seeker convinces two friends to hike into a remote canyon.
I chose what I thought was the easiest canyon.
I think he was trying to convert us into becoming mountain men.
But when they get lost in the narrow crevices,
I can't do it!
they become trapped.
This is madness.
I got them into this. I need to get us out of it.
Now, the only way out is up.
I'm gonna climb out. Felt like he made it.
It's just a wave of fear that rushes over me.
It's something that I'll never forget.
Ben's dead!
Scared.
Grade school teachers Ben Gowans, Jason Cox and Clay Craig are setting out on a spring break adventure.
Come on, big guy.
We met when we were in college together. We were in the School of Education. We were some of the only men in the program, so we kind of made an immediate bond. We had kind of done an annual trip we called the Man Trip.
Ben plans to take his friends on a day trip through the narrow canyons of Utah.
The first time I went canyoneering was so exciting. Clay and Jason, they were my buddies already. If I could get them hooked on this, I thought we would be set.
Ben had been researching some different hikes, and I think he was trying to convert us into becoming mountain men.
No. Can we just go to Vegas?
But not everyone shares Ben's enthusiasm.
He wants to go to Vegas.
Jason has been feeling sick all morning.
Even though I wasn't sure, I was sure that I wanted it to be the three of us to go do something together. So I agreed on going canyoneering. The drive down was really fun. We just joked around and had great conversation. That's one of the things I really enjoy about our friendship, is that we talk together and get along so well.
On the way to Hanksville, we were pretty lighthearted. I mean, we were laughing and having a good time, and we all three felt good about the trip.
The three friends have said goodbye to their wives and children and are driving 50 kilometers into the wilderness. Ben has planned an easy 3-hour hike through Leprechaun Canyon, a spectacular and remote 5-kilometer gorge with canyoneering routes for all levels of ability.
I chose what I thought was the easiest canyon, given the description.
This one's yours? Yes, man. We got one of these each, okay? Okay, we ready, guys? Where we're going. See what I mean?
But the beautiful scenery is the last thing on Jason's mind.
Where's Jay? Jay! Come on, Jay, move your butt. You want to go back to the car?
No, it's okay. I'm coming.
Okay. Come on, man up.
I wasn't feeling that great. I was just really sick, not feeling well at all. And they were saying, you can go back to the car if you'd like. It'll only be a few hours.
Jason kept saying, I'm okay, I'm all right. So we kept going. You know, I think in the back of my mind, I was hoping that Jason would say, I can't do this, let's turn around and go back.
And there were two things going on in my mind at that time. I'm not a quitter, so I didn't want to give up on it. And then the other thing was, what am I going to do for 2 to 4 hours? You know, I didn't really want to sit in a vehicle for that long.
The adventure kicks off with an adrenaline-charged challenge. They'll have to abseil down an 8-meter cliff face to the start of the canyon system.
I'm not sure about this, guys.
Come on! Jay, you can do it!
You're okay, you're okay. No, that's it. Come on.
Well done, big man! You did it!
That was cool.
Ben has chosen a circular route through the canyons and back to their vehicle. There's no way they could climb back up the way they came.
It was probably a 25-foot drop. Once we went over that point, there really was no option of going back up the canyon.
But up ahead, the winding canyon lies open, and the adrenaline of the abseil is coursing through Ben.
I was extremely excited. I was in heaven. I was having the time of my life.
Ben and his friends find themselves in an awe-inspiring and surreal landscape.
Ben was having a great time, laughing, joking, and I still wasn't feeling that great.
I told you it was awesome. Hey, you feeling better? Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful red rock. It's smooth. And once you get down into the slots of the canyon is when it becomes even more beautiful.
I just remember how quiet it was. And it was kind of exhilarating to pass by all of these high walls of the Red Rock Canyon and walk through areas that you don't know how long it's been since a human's been through there. So it was kind of amazing.
I mean, the canyon's kind of like it's a maze. There are places that it just winds around. There are places that are so tight that you have to turn sideways to get through.
Yeah.
We took a picture of the three of us when we got to this point where we got down to the bottom of the canyon. We felt that we were at the bottom at least, finally.
The main thing I love about canyoneering is getting out to where there aren't as many people. I just loved being somewhat isolated in a place that no one had been, and to me, just being deep in the slot canyons where the walls are narrow and twisting, and the light and just the scenery and all the things that you can only see and you can only do by going canyoneering. That's what really appealed to me.
It's just an incredible, I mean, I don't know if you can call a place both beautiful and dangerous at the same time, but it was just so, I was in awe.
But the beauty of the canyons can distract even the wary from the dangers that lie within. The canyon offers a variety of routes, from the very easy to the virtually impossible. And soon Ben faces a choice.
You okay?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, but look. The GPS is saying a little further on.
I was using the GPS, but I was also using a description that we had printed off the internet. It talked about a shallow down climb that led into the bottom of the sandy canyon. The GPS said we needed to go 90 feet farther, but what I was seeing right in front of me was exactly like the description.
Yeah.
So having never used the GPS before, I thought that I knew better. So I thought, this matches the description. I'm going to go down here.
Okay. Come on.
The friends have made a critical error. By ignoring the GPS, they've missed their trail. They're now entering the canyon's most technically difficult route.
Once we started down the canyon, the walls started to climb and get higher and closer and closer. And for me, it was exactly what I'd hoped for. It was exciting. I was in heaven. I was having the time of my life.
Come on, guys! Guys! Come on!
Guys, wait for me!
They don't know it yet. But the three friends are at the entrance to one of the narrowest canyons in the world. Jason is worried. The route Ben suggested shouldn't be this extreme.
I continued to enjoy it as we got deeper down into the slot, and it got darker, and in some places we couldn't even see the sky. And it was amazing to me.
The canyon got narrower and narrower.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah?
I started to get nervous about whether or not we'd chosen the right spot.
Look, we'll get through here, and then we're back on the wider path, okay? Come on.
The canyon is so narrow, it's not long before they have to leave the safety of solid ground. Now they use a technique called stemming.
You put your knees up against one wall and your backside up against the next, and you kind of shimmy your way until you can get to another spot.
I was rather in my own world.
You okay, guys?
This is killing me, Ben!
This is what we came for!
You never said it'd be this narrow.
That's when I remember them starting to voice concern. It was after that that it started to occur to me that this isn't quite exactly what the description explained. I could tell that Clay and Jason they weren't ready for it. It was too much.
The higher above the canyon floor they get, the more nervous Jason becomes.
I was worn out. I was getting banged up. My knees were hurting. My hands were sore. And the farther we went, the more and more exhausted I was getting.
The canyon now bears no resemblance to the description. Ben accepts, for the first time, that he's made a massive navigational mistake.
I would just have this wave of guilt come over me, like, oh, what have I done?
Instead of the planned beginner's route, Ben has led them into the toughest grade canyon, with no experience and little equipment.
Ben, this is madness.
I'd planned the trip. This was my doing. And I was feeling an urgency to get out now. The pleasure of the canyon was gone.
What now, Ben?
Ben doesn't want to scare his friends. He decides they should press on.
Once we got to the point where I knew we had to get out, down canyon, to me, was the only option. Because looking at the walls of the canyon, they were straight up.
Okay, let's just keep going a little longer, okay? Come on.
At 6 meters above the canyon floor, Jason is already struggling.
I was just trying to hold my place, and my legs were burning. I was exhausted.
I can't do it! I can't move! I think I'm slipping!
Jay! Jay, you okay?
Jason's backpack has left him wedged in a 60-centimeter gap,
I'm stuck!
with 1 million tons of rock pressing against him.
Guys, I'm stuck here, come on!
Okay, Jay. Keep calm.
I've never been one to be claustrophobic, but when I got into that space in the canyon, I felt for the first time just like everything was closing in on me. I really thought I was going to black out.
Help me!
Clay. God, I'm sorry.
I just had this overwhelming feeling of responsibility. And they had completely trusted me. And I let them down. It was through my mistakes, my navigational errors, we were in the situation we were in.
You gotta get me out of here, Ben! Do something, guys!
I got them into this, I need to get us out of it.
Jason is trapped far below his two friends. Through Ben's mistakes, they're on the toughest route in the canyon, with no idea what lies ahead. And with no climbing equipment, the overhang that provided a fun abseil on the way in now poses an impossible obstacle to a way out.
Jay! Hold on! I'm gonna think of something.
The deadly web of canyons has lured them in, and now holds them trapped, with no way back and no way out. Ben, the group leader, presses on in search of a way out up ahead.
It just went forever in this V shape. Clear out. I just thought, this is not the way. It was way past the abilities of all of us.
He returns with bad news.
We can't go that way. It's even narrower.
Come on, Ben, it's freaking me out!
Jay, hold on! Hold on!
Breathe deep. Come on, keep calm, Jay.
How are we gonna get out of here?
Jason was just kind of screaming, saying, I'm wedged down in this canyon. And I kept asking Ben, what are we going to do? We can't go the other way.
I think I got us stuck. I don't know how to get out.
I had 100% trust in Ben. And I remember the time that Ben said to me, I don't know what to do. And that scared me to death.
Ben has led his friends into a trap. A simple hike that should have taken just 3 hours has taken 8, and it will soon be getting dark.
I decided we can't continue this way. Jason's stuck already. He's exhausted. Clay is not happy either. We've got to do something else.
I'm gonna climb out.
If I could just climb to the top of the canyon, just to the lip, I can drop a rope down to them. I will come back down and I'll help us get out. And then we'll walk out on top of the plateau.
Are you crazy?
No, I think I can do it.
I couldn't have lived with myself if we didn't all get out.
Jay! It's okay, buddy, I got it. I'm gonna climb out. I'm gonna set up a rope. I'm gonna get you out, okay?
Ben felt a lot of pressure to get us out. A part of me thought, should I talk him out of it? But a part of me thought, no, I trust Ben.
I can do it.
When it came to this sort of thing, Ben was the man. I mean, he had done this before.
I was just going to go to the top. I was going to secure a rope and I was going to give us a way out. At the time, I didn't know what else I was going to do. It's my responsibility. I spearheaded this trip. I brought them to this place. That was the whole reason I decided to free climb a 70-foot cliff.
Ben is a novice, attempting an ascent that would challenge the most experienced climber.
Way to go, Ben!
But he's powered by a potent cocktail of guilt, adrenaline, and sheer determination.
God, he was doing good. I just kept thinking, come on. I felt like he was going to make it.
He was going up the side of the wall very quickly. I was quite surprised at how fast he was able to make it that high.
With no safety rope to break a fall, he risks his life with every move he makes.
You're doing great, Ben. Keep going.
I was just praying that he would make it to the top, and he got pretty far up. I mean, he was high. He was really high.
I love you, Clay!
I remember looking back down at Clay and telling him he was my best friend. Clay, you're my best friend.
You're almost there, buddy.
As I'm making progress, finding it a little more frightening to be higher and higher above the canyon floor.
That's it, pal.
He almost got to the top, and I was just really hoping that he'd make it.
I'm fine! I'm almost there, boys!
Ben has made it, 22 meters up a vertical wall of rock. His next handhold will take him over the edge.
I grabbed the rocks. The edge was kind of rotten, the rock crumbly.
I know that I'm going to fall, and it's just a wave of fear that rushes over me. I know instantly that I'm not going to make it, that I've failed.
It felt like he made it. You couldn't have been any closer.
Then, disaster strikes.
He grabbed onto that last rock just to pull himself up and out. And when I saw that snap, everything around me, it was silent, it was slow motion.
I've never heard a man scream like that. He knew he was in trouble and he couldn't do anything about it. Something that I'll never forget.
This is a narrow canyon. This is extremely narrow. And it's just like ping pong going back and forth, just all the way down the canyon and just jarring his head back and forth.
I heard him hit both sides of the canyon. Then a large thud when he hit the bottom of the canyon.
Ben. Oh, God, he's dead. He's dead. Oh, God.
I just didn't think he was going to be alive. I went crazy. And it finally came to my senses. I came to my senses and I said to myself, I gotta go see Ben. It's a lot easier to stem your way down a canyon than to stem your way up a canyon. So I get out of the situation that I was in.
Jay!
I don't think I wanted to face reality of what I was going to see.
Faced with the sight of his stricken friend, Clay slips into shock.
He started screaming out that he was dead, and he just kept screaming it over and over again. And I couldn't accept that.
Jason has to escape the narrow crevice that's trapping him and help his friend.
And I think just the adrenaline rush and the fear of my friend being dead gave me enough strength to start to climb again. I switched into something else, a survival mode. It was like I had to get out of there no matter what. I fought and fought. I remember I was screaming, clawing, just doing everything I could, and I was just inching forward, an inch at a time, but I was moving, and so I didn't care, and I just kept fighting.
I was so grateful that Jason got out. I can't even tell you. When I saw Jason, it was just the most welcoming sight because he had it together. And I think he saw me going crazy and just knew that he better pull himself together.
I immediately started assessing the situation, trying to see what was going on.
Gotta get help.
I was going to have to be very calm and try to help Clay and Ben. I felt a great weight fall on my shoulders. His head had hit a sandy area about 2 feet away from that boulder. He was bleeding from his mouth, his nose, his eyes, and his ears.
All the signs indicate that Ben has suffered a major cranial injury. Jason might be too late to save his friend.
He's my best friend. I really thought he was dead. I did.
Clay's not dead.
He was breathing.
It's a miracle he's alive after the 22-meter fall.
So I started to check him over for broken bones and injuries. I felt his ribs, and they felt broken. I immediately knew that he had a very severe head injury. His scalp on the back of his head was peeled up, and he was bleeding from different areas.
Oh, God.
The impact has violently shaken Ben's brain within his skull. The blood vessels in his head have burst. As blood accumulates, it puts pressure on the brain that could prove fatal. The friends were only meant to be out for a leisurely hike.
What's this? Bug spray? Band-aids? Damn, there's nothing here!
They're prepared for minor cuts, but not a traumatic injury.
Just looking at Ben, I couldn't believe that I was in this situation. And Ben can't be lying there spitting up green bile and bleeding, and this isn't real. It was not really happening.
We gotta get out.
Clay switched again into a panic.
We gotta get out. Gotta get help.
I went crazy. I think I went into shock. I kept thinking, I'm gonna save the day, and so I tried to climb my way out, too.
That was one of the most desperate moments I've ever faced. I kept telling him we needed to just stay together and pool our resources and be able to talk it over together.
Sarge, I can't do this.
Ben was actually lying in water, just a little bit of water where he had landed. Because it was so cold and I knew we were going to end up spending the night, I talked Clay into helping me move him to a place that was dry, where his head was elevated, and we could watch him really closely as it got darker.
It's possible that moving him could worsen Ben's head injury.
Nice and easy, okay?
But by not moving him, the dropping temperatures will almost certainly bring on hypothermia.
The entire time we were moving him, he was just moaning and groaning and in a lot of pain. We knew he was hurt badly.
And their ordeal is about to get worse. The sun is sinking, and the darkness brings a sudden drop in temperature. Jason and Clay must sacrifice their jackets to keep their friend alive.
We just started to take the clothing that we had to try to keep him as warm as possible.
Help me raise his head.
Unless Ben gets to a hospital soon, he will die.
Way to go, buddy, way to go. It's okay, buddy.
Jason and Clay take stock. They have to find a way to save their friend.
We were in a place where the climb was well beyond our means. We didn't have the experience, we didn't have the gear. It was frustrating and scary.
No signal.
You tell your wife where we were going?
The first thing that I did that was wrong and I knew was wrong was not discuss with my wife the exact location. I hadn't left maps or any plans or anything like that.
Nobody knows where they are. Their only hope is that their wives will send for help when they don't come home. But even then, finding the three friends, deep in a narrow canyon in the vast Utah wilderness will be virtually impossible.
There are hundreds upon hundreds of slot canyons down there, and the three of us are stuck in one of those.
Jay. What? I'm scared.
I was scared for Jason. I was scared for me, obviously, that I couldn't get out. My number one fear was Ben.
Ben is slipping in and out of a semi-conscious state. Their day trip adventure has become a desperate struggle for survival.
He's in a bad way, Jay. How are we gonna get him out of here?
He's not dead. You hear me? He's not dead. Anybody?
The night was probably the thing that I dreaded the very most because I knew the temperature would drop.
Darkness has fallen. The temperature plummets below freezing, and Jason and Clay huddle together for warmth. They've already given their jackets to Ben to keep him alive.
This is the first time in my life that I'd ever been so cold that I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering. I kept thinking, I just can't wait till this ends. It's gotta end, because it was so miserable.
It is so dark down there. It was cold. It was a bone-chilling cold.
And as the temperature drops even further, the weather worsens.
Jason. Jay.
What?
Look at the sky.
So that was one of my fears throughout the entire hike. And as the night wore on, it got cloudy and it looked like there was a possibility of rain.
It's not good. What are we gonna do?
Let's cover up Ben. Keep him dry.
Clay started looking for a place up off the canyon floor where we could be able to get to if it did start to rain. There was a little ledge about 10 feet off the canyon floor, and we were hoping that between the two of us we could get Ben up there. We didn't want to move him unless we absolutely had to.
Clay, it's getting worse. The best we can do, right next to Ben, keep him warm. Just hope to God it doesn't rain.
He didn't talk to us at all. His guts were hurting him. He was still bleeding. We prayed all night that no rain. We can't do that. We cannot do the rain. If you get a rainstorm, it doesn't take much rain for a flood to come, barreling through those slot canyons.
If there's a sudden downpour, the dry, sandy canyon would soon become a raging torrent. The prospect of a slow, lingering death would be transformed in an instant into a swift and violent drowning. The sun rises. The hours of freezing darkness have taken their toll on both body and mind. And the new day brings no relief. As Jason stirs from his half-sleep, he makes a shocking discovery.
With the pressure of his head, the water bladder actually popped open in the night and started leaking.
All the water's gone, man.
When we first assessed what we had, I thought we could last for at least 3 to 4 days. But then after we lost all that water in the night, I didn't really know how long we could last. It was almost completely gone. There was just a couple of swallows left in the bag.
They give the last precious drops to Ben. It might keep him alive a little longer, but they need to find a replacement supply, and fast. Without water for even a day, the blood thickens, putting strain on the heart. On day 2, the body's systems begin to fail. Surviving a 3rd day is unlikely. They urgently need help, but trapped 22 meters below the surface, any rescue will have to come from above.
We formulated a little plan together, one of us tending to Ben, making sure he was doing okay, while the other one would go and hit the canyon wall 5 times, wait for a few seconds, hit again 5 times.
Help us! Is anybody there?
We did that all day, back and forth.
Can you hear us?
Sound travels a long ways, and if we were pounding on the wall with the hammer, that was a good way for people to hear us.
But they're in the middle of nowhere, swallowed up by thousands of kilometers of uninhabited wilderness. As the hours pass, Clay and Jason begin to entertain their worst fear. Unless help comes soon, their friend might never recover.
He may be alive, but I didn't know what state of mind he would be coming out. I didn't know if he would be the same Ben that would be able to teach school and, go on hikes again. I thought my buddy was gone.
I thought if he did pass away, it'd probably put us over the edge. We would probably lose it. It looked pretty bleak if no one found us.
A whole day spent hammering on the wall of the canyon has brought no help at all. And as darkness falls, the temperature plunges once again.
I looked over at Jason and I just told him, I don't know if I can do another night. I had a wife at home. She was 2 months pregnant. I had 3 little boys at home. I just started teaching school. I felt like life was so good, and I thought I'm giving it all up.
I thought about having my kids being raised without a dad. Those were the moments that were tough for me.
Did a lot of praying. It was me just really trying to send some type of a signal to my wife that we were in trouble. I knew she would know that there was something wrong.
He started crying, and I could hear that he was really emotional, and I kind of broke down myself.
Their lives are nearing their end. It's just a question of what will kill them first: dehydration or hypothermia. And Ben will be the first to die.
I couldn't even imagine staying down there any longer, going through another night. It was the coldest I've ever been in my life down there.
We all 3 felt responsible for each other, and it would have been really hard to live with the fact that one of us didn't make it out.
Rescue is unlikely. They haven't left any details of their planned route with their wives. The only way out is the same freefall climb that has left Ben clinging to life.
If Clay or I had tried to climb out, I think either we wouldn't have been able to get very far just due to our lack of energy, or we would have fallen and that we would fall to our death.
There's no way out. The canyon has become their tomb.
And at first, I didn't believe it.
We heard helicopters initially flying overhead, and we couldn't see them because the gap above us was so narrow, but we could hear them. We had a camera, and we thought that they might actually see the flash. The helicopters approached our area.
It's a miracle. Someone is looking for them.
Jason and I were both just screaming and trying to get someone's attention.
It's the cruelest twist yet. A search and rescue helicopter has passed within meters of the top of their canyon. But 22 meters below the surface, they're virtually invisible.
I'm back.
We were so desperate because we thought they can't see us down here. When those helicopters went away, I just dropped to my knees.
It was so quiet. I just remember how quiet it was. It's something that I'll never forget.
We were desperate. All throughout the night, Jason and I were thinking they're gone. They're not coming back. And just wondering if Ben really would make it another night.
I remember sitting next to Ben on the canyon floor and going to tears quite a few times.
I thought my buddy was gone.
Jay. Do you hear that?
It was all just so unreal when we heard voices.
Down there?
There's someone up there.
Guys! Is there anybody down there?
A ground search and rescue team had heard their cries as the helicopter flew past. Moments later, the chopper returned to winch them to safety. "30 hours after falling 22 meters to the canyon floor, Ben was airlifted to safety. The wives of the three friends had raised the alarm when they didn't hear from their husbands. By checking the internet research Ben had done on the canyons, his wife managed to locate the area they were in. While his friends quickly recovered, Ben was in rehabilitation for months. He had severe head injuries, broken ribs, and a burst eardrum. But eventually, he made a complete recovery.
I remember starting to climb up to save us. I was going to climb to the top. I remember brushing the dirt out of the cracks. The next thing I remember was waking up in a hospital bed at the University of Utah Hospital.
Despite their traumatic ordeal, the three remain best friends.
I shouldn't be alive. I should have died in the canyon. Jason and Clay did save my life. They were there when I needed them, despite my stupid mistakes.
I still love the outdoors, and we still go on man trips. We go hiking. We don't go to slot canyons anymore.
We still get together every month and go to dinner, and I still feel like they're my best friends. They're my brothers. Doesn't matter what happens in life, we're still really close, and I think we always will be.
David and Leia aren't just father and daughter, they're the best of friends. But when a snowmobile trip goes horribly wrong, 11-year-old Leia finds herself having to do things she never imagined, just to keep them alive.
I knew that I need to find help. I need to send someone to my father, you know? He's hurt.
Miles from civilization, she'll have to brave wild animals and sub-zero temperatures to find help for her father before it's too late.
I felt guilty because I brought her there, and I don't even know if we're gonna make it through that night.
Can you feel your feet?
It's a clear spring morning, and David Hunt is preparing for his annual cross-country snowmobile trip with his 11-year-old daughter, Leia.
Cool, eh?
It was just something that we promised that we would do every year, something together.
Will you look at that?
We always had fun together, you know? No matter what, there was never a dull moment.
Mum Barbara and little brother William will be staying at home. This trip is for fathers and daughters only.
Leia and her father had a special bond, I think from the moment she was born. They spent a lot of time together when Leia was younger, whether it was cycling, skidooing, all kinds of things. Her brother, I think, was very jealous about the fact that he wasn't going to go. But I think that Leia really needed to have that one-on-one time with her father.
You're nice and warm, don't you? I love my daughter. She just had an interest to being around her dad, and she'd always want to come and hug me, and Daddy was like everything.
Bye now.
With David working hard through the year, Leia knows it's her one chance to get Dad all to herself.
My father is a workaholic, so when we went on these trips, I knew for sure all his attention would be directed to me, so I was very excited for those trips together.
It's Leia's big day. But with the temperature plunging to minus 22 degrees, David is wondering whether to postpone the trip.
Hey!
That morning, I was a little concerned for the weather because it was very cold outside.
It was one of those mornings where you can like barely stand being outside for 1 second, let alone going on a trip.
So I told Leia, what do you want to do?
I was just so excited to go that I decided to go anyway.
Okay.
I really like snowmobiling, just the fact of having nothing on your mind. You're totally away from everybody, you're away from work. You can just enjoy the scenery and everything around you.
It's so cold outside, but yet you don't feel cold at all because you're having such a blast.
Leia and David are traveling on specially designated snowmobile trails. 30,000 kilometers of frozen freeways, crisscrossing the wilderness. Meticulously maintained by an army of grooming vehicles. The trails offer a thrilling alternative to taking the car between cities.
That morning, we were heading in the direction of my cottage in Mont-Laurier. It's about 700 kilometers away.
The journey will take 3 days, and they're traveling light, with just a small bag of clothes for the hotels they'll be staying at along the way. Tonight, they're aiming for the small town of Saint-Jérôme.
I was concerned because it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and darkness does come in around 4:35 in the wintertime. Figure around 4:30 we should be at Saint-Jérôme.
David has recently purchased a state-of-the-art, 2-seater Grand Tourer snowmobile, capable of 220 kilometers an hour. But David sticks to the blanket 60-kilometer-an-hour speed limit on the trails. Accidents on these tracks are all too common.
Every year there's maybe 30 or 40 deaths in snowmobile accidents. You could be coming on your trail, nice and slow, minding your own business in a way, and just looking and admiring all the scenery and everything, and you'll come into a corner, and the 3 or 4 machines will just be coming around that corner like they think it's a racetrack. If you get 2 skidoos and 1 skidoo is on your side of the trail by 6-7 inches, forget it. It won't pass. They think it's a racetrack. Like we got Michael Schumacher on the track here, you know, and Jeff Gordon. My trick is not to travel at nighttime. Leave early in the morning and be finished by about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That way there, you know, you won't run into all these people that are just going out for a fast night run.
After 2 hours on the road, they stop for a hot chocolate and check their directions.
You know, I think it's only about another half hour before we get to the hotel.
And I looked at the Skidoo map, finding the closest direction to get to Saint-Jérôme. Because what is fun about snowmobiling is if you do want to go in a direction, let's say to my cottage, there's 5 or 6 different trails that you can take to get there. And one of the fun things is that each year you take a new way, so you get to see new things. So I was looking at the map and I told Leia that, look, well, it looks like this trail here is a nice windy trail and everything and all that, and that'll take us to Saint-Jérôme.
Sitting in the heated restaurant has warmed them up. But once outside, they're back in the grip of the ice-cold conditions. The temperature, which hasn't crept above -20 Celsius all day, is now beginning to fall.
It was very, very icy and very, very cold. The wind would blow us. It was incredibly, incredibly cold.
But right now, David isn't worried about the drop in temperature.
I had no concerns on us being very, very cold. The only thing that could go wrong is that if we broke down, but then I figured we'd be able to walk. I had bought brand new suits for me and Leia, so I figured you got the best of equipment, the best for warmth, you got it all, you know, so you might get cold a bit. You're not going to freeze, you know what I mean? And to get cold a bit, well, that's we don't mind, you know what I mean? It's wintertime, we live in Quebec, you know, you're supposed to get rosy cheeks, you're supposed to get a bit cold.
Leia is already dreaming about her favorite part of their trips, diving into a heated hotel swimming pool.
That was my passion. I loved being in pools. And so the idea of having a heated pool was always very exciting for me.
Leia and David arrive at Saint-Jérôme before nightfall.
Hi there. You have vacancies?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
And do you have a pool?
Unfortunately, we don't have a pool.
When we entered the hotel, we noticed that they didn't have a pool. And I looked forward to going into their heated pool so much that I convinced my father to go on for another hour until we reached the next hotel where they had a pool.
Like any doting father,
Thank you.
David can't say no to his daughter.
So I looked at the map and I said, well, we're about an hour and a half away. So I figured, okay, Leia, no problem at all, then let's continue. We got about another hour and a half to go.
David knows that snowmobiling at night brings a new set of dangers.
You're not in cities, so you have all these animals to deal with too. something was to go wrong, you'd rather much be in the daytime than at the nighttime.
In spite of the dangers, David and Leia make good progress.
It was a new trail. We'd never been this way in the snowmobile before, and the trails were very good.
But 30 minutes later, the trail Leia and David are on starts to change. High winds have blown snow in drifts across the track, and the grooming vehicle that should have cleared it has broken down.
The visibility of the trail was very, very bad. You really had to be cautious.
David has to stay focused. Hidden dangers lie beneath the snow. If they drift off the track, they could smash into concealed rocks and branches.
I was just anxious to get out of there and away and to get onto a better trail and to get to the motel at this point. This wasn't fun.
With the light fading and the trail fast vanishing, David considers his options.
I looked at the map. I saw that if we had to turn around where we were to go to another trail, this would take us 2 hours out of our way and that we would never be able to make it to that motel before 8, 9 o'clock at night.
David faces a major dilemma. Lose time turning back for better trails, or carry on through heavy, ungroomed snow.
So I figured, well, if the trail's no good, we'll just go slow. At least it's going to save us time.
David presses on, hoping the trail will improve. But up ahead, a hidden trap awaits them. Metal guardrails, buried by the drifts, lurk just beneath the snow.
All of a sudden, my ski was stuck.
The metal skis are caught on the rails.
And I was just trying to turn the skidoo, and it wouldn't turn.
It's steering them towards the edge of a ravine.
My first reaction was to turn around and take Leia and throw her off. And then I realized... Oh my God. That's when I realized that this is gonna really hurt.
When I looked down at him and I saw him in the bottom of the ravine, I guess in that moment I just kind of froze over.
David's snowmobile has crashed into a freezing cold stream, crushing his leg and pinning it beneath the water.
I was very panicky. I was very scared.
Dad! Just get out, please! What's wrong?
Using brute force and every last drop of adrenaline, David has to drag his legs free from underneath the machine. But when he tries to stand...
When he got up, I figured everything was fine, like we were going to walk out of it, until he fell.
I realized that there was something very severely wrong with my knee.
When David crash-landed in the bottom of the ravine, it wasn't just the ice that shattered. Pinned underneath 270 kilos of falling metal, David's knee took the full force of the impact and is now smashed into 15 fragments of broken bone. The slightest movement causes these jagged shards to grind against the surrounding tissue.
It felt like somebody had taken a hammer and smashing your knee right against the concrete.
Leia!
Throbbing pain that I've never experienced before in all my life.
Dad! Dad, please, just get up!
David needs to get out of the ravine and back to a hospital fast. But with a shattered knee, he can't move.
I couldn't just get up, man, and get out of there.
Dad! What's wrong?
David is now relying on his 11-year-old daughter to get him out.
Dad, I'm coming down.
But with the wind and snow suddenly picking up, it won't be easy.
My father has always been there for me.
Take care.
Now it's my turn to show that I can help him.
Leia's made it, but there's no time to rest. Their best chance of rescue is being spotted by another snowmobile. Unless they can get back up to the trail, nobody will see them.
We were so far down that if a snowmobile drove by, they wouldn't see us, so we had to get up there.
Okay, slow. No, slow.
I tried to pull him, but he's a man. I'm an 11-year-old child, so it was kind of impossible to do.
Okay, again, one more time.
I'm like paralyzed now in a way, you know what I mean? The minute you make any movement, it's a throbbing pain.
Realizing her arms aren't strong enough to pull her father up, Leia braces her body and uses her legs instead.
So I'd grab her leg and I would pull myself up about a foot at a time. Then Leia would back up, brace her hands very well in the snow on each side again, and I'd grab onto that leg that she would put down, and I would pull myself up another foot.
I tried to pull him, and every time he would slip and fall back down.
Every jolt sent shockwaves of pain through David's smashed knee.
I wanted to quit a lot of times, you know? I figured I ain't gonna make it to the top. You know, I can't get up there.
Come on, Dad.
Okay.
But Leia didn't want to give up.
I was so determined at that moment. It was like another me that kicked in.
Girl, come on. Doing great, Leia. Oh.
Leia, all 45 kilos of her, manages to help pull her badly wounded father back up to the top of the trail.
Getting out of the ravines was one of the hardest things that I ever had to do. It was with the determination of Leia and the will of Leia that I got out of there.
Oh, good girl. Good girl.
Crucially, Leia's now given them a chance of being spotted by other snowmobilers. But it better happen fast, because with a severely injured leg, soaked to the skin, and beginning to freeze on one of the coldest days of the Canadian winter, David is unlikely to survive a night in the open. Exhausted after his climb, David checks out his shattered knee. Crushed by the impact of the crash, the pain is excruciating.
That's when I really realized how severe my knee was smashed and broken. I didn't know it was filling up with blood.
Internal bleeding could cost David his leg and his life. He knows they need to get help before it's too late. Then he remembers he has his mobile phone. If it works, he can alert the rescue services and get them out of here.
Whenever we go on big trips, I always take a cell phone. You get in an accident, you get stuck, that's what a cell phone is for. There's no reception, no signal. Up there, the only phone that would have worked is a satellite phone.
David and Leia are all alone. The temperature is dropping. They're 11 kilometers from the next town. And with nighttime fast approaching, it's unlikely any other snowmobiles will pass by.
Well done.
Still wet from his fall in the river, David is freezing. But right now, he's more concerned about his daughter.
Where's your glove?
That's when I could see Leia. Leia had lost one of her gloves.
Put that on. That on.
I had one left, the other one I threw off when I was in the water, and I gave that glove to Leia and I told her to put that on her hand.
In these conditions, any exposed skin is vulnerable. And by giving Leia his glove, David is risking losing his hand to frostbite. Despite the condition of the trail and the worsening weather, David tries to convince himself that someone will come and save them.
Now it's almost dark time. I'm sure there's people around here that travel back and forth to go to work on their skidoo, or after supper they'll go for a ride. So within an hour or two, a skidooer will go by and they'll pick us up.
But David's optimism is at odds with all the evidence.
I was thinking, man, it's getting colder and colder and colder. Now the sun's gone away, the night's coming in, the wind is just howling and howling.
And the cold isn't the only threat the darkness brings. These woods are home to wolves. Beasts more than capable of killing an injured adult and a small girl.
The wolves were making noise, they were howling, the wind is howling.
I'm thinking, this is not just a snowmobile accident. I'm gonna get eaten by a bunch of wolves.
Leia is cold and terrified. With his smashed knee, David can't lead her to safety. But he might be able to keep them warm and safe from predators.
Listen, Leia. Look. Okay. We're gonna make a fire.
Leia said, well, I'll get some dead branches. Okay. I figured we'll have a bit of light, people will see us, and we'll have a fire to stay warm.
You got some? I'll go back and get some more.
I would bring him branches and he would create a fire using our map.
Hoping they'll be rescued soon, David burns the one thing that could help them navigate their way out of the forest.
Come on, Leia, they're gonna need some more branches soon.
For the first time since they crashed, David and Leia feel some warmth. The fire should also keep any wolves at bay.
Starting to look better now, at least, you know, things are looking up.
But keeping the fire going proves a challenge.
The branches that she could break were like an inch and smaller.
I got some more.
So by the time she'd go and get more and come back, it was burnt.
I would be running back and forth. Every time I would come back to enjoy the fire, it would be out again.
Listen, still good, honey.
David soon realizes that making the fire is a futile exercise.
This isn't gonna work.
I told her, no, forget about that.
You're gonna have to stay in. Keep close.
The wind is blowing so fast, too. It's hard to make a fire.
Dad.
As the last flames die away, the icy wind and sub-zero temperatures sting David and Leia. The cold is now as much a threat to their lives as any predator. And unless they can stay warm, the forest will become their grave. David thinks of one last option.
What I want you to do is to go back down to the snowmobile. real slow.
My father suggested that I empty one of our nap packs that we had and take a few sweaters and a few blankets and whatsoever to be able to put on our hands and our feet.
The problem is that the snowmobile is half submerged in the creek. If Leia falls in trying to get to the bags, the icy water could send her into cold shock. And with David unable to move, he won't be able to help her. But it's a risk they have to take.
Good girl. Go nice and slow.
It was very frightening because it was very dark. I went down the slope that I had made to the snowmobile.
I made it, Daddy!
Leia?
My foot went through the ice and went about to my knee. I was not worried. My father seemed worried, and I was kind of wondering why.
Unable to reach the bag, Leia decides to head straight back to her father, leaving behind the clothes that could have kept them warm.
Good girl.
As they huddle for warmth, Leia doesn't tell her father that her boots are filled with ice water from the stream.
My feet were freezing at that point. Really, really, really cold.
Unless warmed up, her feet are at major risk of frostbite. But it's her dad she's most concerned about.
His face looked so pale and he was dripping sweat. It worried me to see my father looking like that. It worried me a lot.
Despite the freezing cold, David is boiling up. The pain of his smashed knee is raising his blood pressure and causing his body to sweat. If that moisture freezes inside his suit, he'll become a prime candidate for hypothermia. As his temperature drops, so will his heart rate, and eventually, he'll fall into unconsciousness. He needs to be taken to a hospital immediately, but stuck in the middle of nowhere, it's not looking likely.
Nobody was coming, you know, and it didn't look good at all. I don't want my daughter beside me if I'm gonna freeze and die.
With 8 hours till dawn, and the temperature still dropping, David makes a decision.
You're gonna have to go and get help, okay?
When my father told me to leave to go find help, I was incredibly shocked. I didn't know what to do at that moment.
Linda, be right here. Okay?
She didn't want to leave me there, you know. She wanted to stay with me.
Girl.
I said, you have to, Leia. I said, you can't stay here with me. You stay here with me, you could pass away. I could pass away. We'd freeze here tonight.
Off you go now.
I was scared that he would be left by himself. But I knew that I wanted to rescue my father.
Leia sets out alone, determined to find help and save her father.
So she got up and she started walking. I literally felt helpless. And then that was the last that I saw of Leia. Leia left.
As soon as I left him, the fear kicked in. I realized that I was all by myself now. I was outside in the dark, in the woods by myself. I was very, very nervous. Very scary.
Limping, after her earlier fall through the ice, Leia heads deeper into the forest.
My father told me to not get off of the path.
After burning their map to light a fire, she has no way of knowing if she's going in the right direction.
I noticed a sign that said, "Beware of animals." I was very, very scared when I saw that sign. As soon as you go into an area where it's all bushed, you can't see anything. All I could hear was these wolves howling, branches breaking, and, you know, things moving. All these things really, really were frightening me.
Back at the crash site, David can't stop thinking about Leia.
I was so worried after she left. I was thinking, you know, all kinds of stupid things that could happen to her.
He's right to be afraid.
I could hear a bunch of wolves. At that moment, I was petrified.
Desperate to get out of the dark woods, Leia looks around for an escape route.
I saw a path that led to a lake. And on the lake, it was very open, and I could see some lights. So right away, I got hope because I figured there has to be somebody there.
But to reach the light, Leia will have to walk straight over the lake.
I knew my father would be upset if I went onto the lake because it's very dangerous. Tons of things could happen.
Leia has already fallen through ice once, and the thought of having to cross a frozen lake at night terrifies her.
What if the ice breaks? I kept going anyway, just trying not to think of it.
Leia heads towards the light. Every step she takes runs the risk of plunging her through the ice and into the frozen water below.
All I kept telling myself is, I'm almost there. There's light. There has to be someone.
But when she finally reaches the far side of the lake, there's a shock in store.
As I got closer, I noticed that the only way that I would be able to get to that light was if I climbed a steep, straight hill that was impossible to reach. At that moment, I started to yell and yell and yell and just scream out.
If anyone is there, they cannot hear her, and she cannot climb up the steep bank to get closer.
Help! Please help me!
I was very, very depressed at that moment.
11-year-old Leia has walked through the dark forest and across a frozen lake that could have taken her life, all to save her father. But it's been in vain. At the crash site, David's core body temperature is plummeting, and he's just hours from death.
Finally, I heard a voice, so I started to yell back.
Leia!
It was my father's voice.
Leia heads in the direction his shouts are coming from.
Daddy!
It's been 3 hours since David last saw his daughter, and hearing her voice breathes new life into him.
When I heard Leia calling out my name, it was like a sigh of relief that I knew that she was still alive.
Daddy!
I'm here! Over here! It's okay. It's okay.
Despite all her efforts, Leia and David are back to square one.
I was happy to hear her, and I was happy to see her again. But on the other hand, I was very unhappy that she didn't make it and that she wasn't already a nice warm place and everything else, that she would have to stay here now with me in the freezing cold weather.
It's okay. We're gonna be okay.
Leia can see that her father's condition has worsened.
He didn't look well, he really didn't. He was trying to hide it. It was very much worrying me a lot.
Body sweat, caused by the pain of his knee injury, is freezing against David's skin. And with the wind chill dropping the temperature to -27 Celsius, his heart rate is slowly falling. Back at home, David's wife Barbara is worried. She's been expecting a call from them since lunchtime.
Come 9 o'clock that night and they still hadn't called, I had this really bad feeling in my stomach that something was not right. So I telephoned the police, and the police said there wasn't anything they could do until they'd been missing for 24 hours.
Okay, thank you.
I was just totally devastated.
At the crash site, David has given up any hope of rescue.
I didn't think there was another skidoo coming. But it was too cold of a night, for one. Very, very blowy. The trails were so bad. Who's gonna want to go out in that? We wanted that wind to stop. It was just getting worse and worse. Darker and darker. Colder and colder. And I could see up in the trees, and it was blowing all the snow off of the trees and blowing it all onto us and blowing it everywhere. And it was just the noise. It was a noise that I wanted to stop.
Although badly injured himself, David is more worried about his daughter.
She was cold, and I was cuddling her up. She was shivering and shivering and wouldn't stop. I was trying to get her as warm as I could.
But one part of Leia's body, which was freezing cold, is now beginning to feel warm. Her feet.
My feet weren't cold whatsoever at that moment. They were kind of actually numbed.
It's gonna be okay.
Her feet are also swelling. Combined with the lack of sensation, it's a sure indicator that Leia is developing acute frostbite. The cold has frozen the fluid in her skin cells, creating ice crystals. These cells have ruptured, causing her feet to swell. Now, the blood supply is not reaching the damaged skin, and the nerves in her toes are slowly dying.
Every 15, 20 minutes, I'd just be patting on her side, and I'd see that she'd move. I didn't want to wake her up, but I wanted to make sure she was always alive.
David has tried to stay strong for Leia. But now, one thought goes round and round in his head. Has he just led his young daughter to her death?
I felt guilty because I brought her there. It was a living nightmare for her. There's no way that Leia deserved this. So if there was anything that I could do for this to turn around and be different, I would do that in a flash, but I can't. I was worried that if I fell asleep, that I would just not wake up. I didn't want Leia to wake up and for me not to be there. We gotta survive. We gotta survive no matter what. I was very, very relieved that the sun was coming up.
Against all the odds, David and Leia have survived one of the coldest nights of the year in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth.
We did it and we survived, and I just thank God for watching over us, you know.
But when Leia goes to get up, there's a shock for both of them.
My feet.
Holy jeez. She had ice all around her boots.
Can you feel your feet?
No.
Balls of ice have formed around her feet, which now prevent her going anywhere.
Move your feet. You can't feel them?
No.
Okay.
David grabs a metal signpost out of the snow to chop away the ice.
I was holding the wood part of it, and I was chopping with the aluminum part of the sign.
As David breaks up the ice, curiously, Leia feels nothing.
My feet were so numb, I didn't feel anything whatsoever. All I could feel was him hacking at it.
The fact that Leia cannot feel her feet is a very bad sign. The nerve endings in her toes have died. She doesn't know it, but she's in the advanced stages of frostbite. Despite the damage, she can stand. Now David wants her to leave him and save herself before they freeze to death.
You gotta go back to the trail from last night, okay? It's the only way. It's gonna be okay.
Either she leaves now on foot to go to get help, or we die here.
I love you, Daddy.
I said to Leia, when you're walking, just believe in your heart, Dad is with you. So you walk and you leave and you get to the town, I'll be good.
Dragging her numbed feet through the snow, Leia heads out once more to find help.
I was in pain at that point. I was not comfortable at all.
Back at the crash site, David knows that even if Leia finds help, it might not arrive in time to save him. He has to try and walk, or die here in the forest.
After Leia left, I figured that I'm gonna go that way too. I'll try and follow her.
Come on!
Although his knee is shattered, David summons the courage to stand up.
I grabbed that post and I made it up. I just fell down and was unconscious.
An hour into her walk, Leia spots a derelict building in the snow up ahead.
As I went up the hill, I noticed a little lodge. So I walked up to it and I noticed that it was a little cabin or something, maybe for fishing or hunting. I was so disappointed because I wish I would have seen it the night before and I would have been able to drag my father towards it or something so that we could have gone in it, you know? So I was very disappointed at that moment.
As Leia pushes on, she starts to worry that she'll never find help.
I felt like I was not getting anywhere. When you're in the woods like that, often it all looks a bit the same.
Leia doesn't know it, but now every second counts in the race to find help. Her next decision, to go left or right, could seal her father's fate.
As I was walking, I reached the point where I had turned off the night before to go into the lake. I I remember my father told me it's very important to always stick to your right, he told me. No matter which way the trail gives you an option, always go right.
Leia goes right, hoping that the path will take her towards the town and the chance to save her father. David's body is shutting down. Hours later, a family on a snowmobile trip spot David's body in the snow. David has clung to life.
My daughter!
Now his only thoughts are for Leia.
My daughter!
He said that Leia had been found and that she was going to be taken to Saint Jerome Hospital. It was a sigh of relief that we succeeded. We made it. You know, we're not going to die here. It's not our time.
Honey.
Incredibly, Leia and David are rescued just a few hours apart. Leia walking into a nearby town on her badly damaged feet.
I was so happy. I was crying. I was so happy. It was like I started breathing again.
Leia and David survived their ordeal, but sustained lifelong injuries. David underwent reconstructive surgery on his shattered knee. But Leia's injuries were more severe. Partial amputations of both her feet were necessary after suffering acute frostbite.
I really do feel lucky to be alive. The doctors thought that I would have been amputated close to my knees, and I managed to be able to keep both of my heels, so I'm incredibly lucky for that. And I thank God every day for it.
For her incredible actions in saving her father's life, Leia was given the Star of Courage, one of Canada's highest awards for bravery.
Just 11 years old and being told to go for help and not hesitating for one moment. She's the bravest person I know.
I would have never got out of there without Leia. Never, ever. It was Leia that saved my life. She's my hero, you know? She's everything to me, that girl.
A sightseeing trip to a remote Mayan temple turns into disaster when professional diver Ken Wilson leaves his friends and gets lost in the jungle.
I have no sense of direction. What's east, west, north, south?
He's lost. He's going further away. And now I'm really concerned.
Now he has to learn to survive in this predator-infested hell. But weeks alone in the jungle will destroy his body and his mind.
This is not right at all. There is something wrong here. I could already be dead, and I don't know it.
Hey guys, how you doing in the back?
I'm hungover, it's your fault.
How many beers did you drink last night?
Professional diver Ken Wilson and his employer and close friend, Kathy Gorgens, run a small tourist resort on the Mexican island of Cozumel.
We sell fun. You're taking people to do something they love every day. And that's when people are happy. And that's the best time to be around those people is when they're happy.
Ken, tell them about your first dive.
Oh, Kathy, yeah. Well, I used to tend bar in Bon Terre.
For Ken, this was a chance to quit his job in construction, to do what he loves best, scuba diving.
It's probably one of the most peaceful things you could do. You're totally weightless. It's almost a form of meditation.
We're about to take you diving, Ken, but you're wearing your wetsuit on back to front.
Ken is like, I would say, something that you find like a rock and you think, oh, this is pretty, I'm gonna keep it. And then you shine it up and you find out he's a gem.
Today, they're taking 2 of their customers to see the ancient Mayan ruins on the island.
All right, let's check it out. Here we go.
It's the last day of the holiday, and tomorrow they all return to the US.
Hold on.
We had 6 lovely days of diving. On the 7th day, we decided we'll walk around the ruins, work up an appetite, go have breakfast.
Hey, you want a guide? No tour gracias. But I'm a good guide. No tour gracias. I'm the best guide ever.
The Mayan ruins are all that remains of a lost civilization that lived on the island over 1,000 years ago.
You just felt like you were in a sauna. It was so hot and so humid, and it was just hard to breathe. And then the mosquitoes were just so bad.
Well, this certainly isn't the one in the picture.
Collapsed and overgrown, the ruins are a far cry from the magnificent Mayan structures Ken had imagined.
Let's go a little further and see what we can find.
You know what? You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you here.
You sure you'll be okay?
Ken, I'll be fine.
We began to work our way out through the ruins, and of course now it's about 11 o'clock and the heat's really building up.
Look, Ken, I'm sorry, I'm going back.
It's not long before the other 2 have also had enough of the oppressive heat.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Me neither.
I said, well, I'm going to walk on about another 15 minutes. And I probably should have stayed with them,
Located in the center of the island, the ruins are surrounded by hundreds of kilometers of thick, impenetrable jungle.
At that time, there wasn't any signs, there wasn't any markers, and it was pretty grown up.
Ken is determined to find the ruin pictured on his ticket receipt. But he's having no luck, so he decides to head back.
I need to get back. Catherine's hot. She needs to leave. We need to go back and get something to drink.
But it's not as easy as he thinks. All the paths look the same.
So I crossed yet another intersection, then another intersection. It became a little confusing about which fork of this I was taking, so I began to explore off this branch, and I would come to the next intersection, and this is not familiar.
The network of Mayan pathways that centuries ago linked one building to the next is now an overgrown maze. And Ken is lost in the middle of it.
I'm sorry, guys. This is really unlike Ken.
Half hour goes by, 45 minutes go by. Now my intuition's kicking in. It's going, there's something wrong. Ken's not like this. This is out of his character.
The sun's directly overhead. I have no sense of direction, what's east, west, north, south. And now I'm really starting to get charged up. I need to rely on a little bit of adrenaline to get me where I need to go. And at that point, that was a state of panic.
Then all of a sudden, an hour goes by, an hour and a half, and I said, that's it. There's something wrong here.
Kathy!
We don't hear him. So I said, let's go back to the entrance. Maybe he's waiting for us back there.
What was that?
Then I heard this real faint call.
That's Ken. That's gotta be him. Ken! Ken, we're over here!
Kathy!
And I said, you guys hear that? And they said, no, what? And I said, just listen. Let's just sit here for a minute. Just listen. So we all listened. And then all of a sudden we heard that call. I said, see, did you hear that? Yeah, I did. Call back. I know that's Ken. He's lost.
I heard him call back.
Thinking he can make out the direction of Kathy's voice, Ken makes a fatal error.
And made the decision to leave the paths and go straight through the jungle to where I heard the noise.
Ken thinks he's heading straight for Kathy. But he's been deceived. The thick jungle has distorted her screams. And every step he takes is leading him away from her and deeper into Cozumel's dark heart.
Kathy!
Kathy can no longer hear Ken's cries.
And now I'm really concerned. He's lost. He's going further away.
So whenever I didn't hear a response from the last call, it really gave a sort of sinking feeling.
Kathy!
He's hopelessly lost in one of the deadliest environments on Earth. In just 3 hours, it will be dark, and Ken will have to confront the terrors of the jungle at night. He's been missing for over 6 hours, and his friend Kathy is increasingly concerned.
I asked some of the tour guys there, I said, can you help us? You know, the guy is lost in there, and he didn't come out with us, and I'm really concerned he can't find his way out.
Panic drives Ken forward, but he has no idea where he's going.
I can still get out of here. Every minute I'm thinking I can still get out of here.
But pushing through the dense forest growth is draining his strength.
It really began to take a toll on me physically. The brush is so thick, you can never walk in a straight line for more than 10 or 15 feet. So I really have no sense of direction right now. I need to hurry up and get back, push harder, push harder. Would run into vines, which would tear up my ankles, and I would end up falling down again.
It's 4 p.m. In just 2 hours, the jungle will be plunged into darkness.
I might have covered 2 miles in that first burst of energy, but now I'm going really slow. Sun's starting to set in, it's getting darker and darker.
Desperate to escape the jungle before nightfall, Ken pushes himself harder.
I had caught my leg in a hole, and I thought, well, I've almost broken my leg just now. If I break my leg, I can't walk out of here. And I decided to make my camp here for the night.
Ken now faces a terrifying night alone in the jungle. A fire is all that stands between him and unseen predators.
It was a little bit of an eerie feeling because I'm thinking there could be someone out there watching me.
All around him, the jungle is coming alive.
I could hear some kind of animal and occasional leaf rustling. I had a degree of paranoia, and there was no way I was going to be able to sleep in that situation.
Scared and alone, Ken's thoughts turned to his friend, Kathy.
Of course, in the back of my mind, I knew the whole time that I'm there that Catherine is going to be at the forefront of somebody looking for me.
He doesn't know it, but he's right. Kathy's raised the alarm back at their hotel. But at night, there's nothing anyone can do.
I was crying. I was really upset. I just sat on the edge of the bed, fully dressed, just praying and praying, please, God, help him find his way out. Please help him find his way out.
Ken makes it through the night. He's had barely any sleep, and his body is still recovering from the exertions of the previous day.
You know, the first day, our plan was to go to the ruins and go eat breakfast. So the moment I was lost, I was already hungry. I had not eaten from the night before, and I desperately needed something to drink.
But his first priority is to find a way out of the jungle. His flight back to America is due to leave in 6 hours, and he's determined to be on it.
As soon as the sun came up the next morning, I can still make it to the airplane. I can still make it. I can make it to the flight. Wouldn't it be something if they had all my bags packed and Catherine was at the airport and I ran in to get in line at the last minute? I can still do it.
Ken doesn't know which direction to run, but he's sure he must come out of the jungle soon.
I've got to come out the road. It's going to be any minute now.
The jungle is an assault course, and Ken has to climb and drag his way through it.
A lot of times when you got to get it done, you've got to call on that adrenaline to help you out. You're using your adrenaline as a tool. Yes, I can still make it. I can still make it to the airport in time to get on my flight. I'm going faster and faster because, you know, I've got less and less time.
But racing through the jungle is badly dehydrating Ken. And the lack of fluid is causing crippling muscle cramps. And it's too late, anyway.
And I knew that that was my flight, and there was no way I was going to make it back to the airport. I've really messed things up.
As far as he knows, Kathy is on her way back home, and he is on his own. Ken has no choice but to keep going and try to find a way out.
As the day goes on, it's just sweltering. It's like being in a sauna.
In this tropical jungle, where temperatures can hit 40 degrees, he's losing as much as 10 liters of fluid a day. Unless he finds water soon, his kidneys, liver, and brain will begin to shut down.
I am really dehydrated. I am so thirsty as my mouth is like a cotton ball. You don't care whether the water's dirty or not. Any water will do.
It's not a lot, and Ken risks deadly bacteria. But then he hears something to give him hope.
I began to hear this drone, this sound. I said, this has got to be the highway. I can hear it.
But the sound of the road turns out to be the buzz of a huge beehive. Once again, the jungle has deceived him. Ken now faces a second night alone. Using his last match, he decides to build a giant fire, hoping the flames will be spotted from the air.
And this fire is just roaring, and these sparks are going like 50, 80 feet up in the air in this huge fire, and I'm thinking, somebody's looking for me. They're gonna see this. They're gonna see the smoke. They're gonna know where I'm at.
Come on, yeah! Come on! Come on, this is big enough for you! Come on, guys! See this! Come on! Come on!
And the night began to wear on, and it was like, well, nobody's here yet. Somebody should have been able to see it.
Come on, please! Come on!
But Ken's fire is just a pinprick of light in nearly 1,000 square kilometers of jungle. Nobody sees it.
I wanted someone to come in and save me and pull me out of the jungle.
For the first time, Ken begins to fear that his decision to wander off on his own may cost him his life.
I'm from Missouri, the middle of the United States. I couldn't be further away from where I was grown and was raised, and everything is unfamiliar to me here. This hunger that begins to take over, that you can feel your stomach's empty. There's nothing in here.
He's past the point of caring where the food comes from or what it might do to him.
I found this gourd that was about the size of a cantaloupe that grew in a tree. And I took a taste of it. It tasted like, I can only describe it as the way lighter fluid smells. And I thought, you know, this is really toxic.
God. Oh.
The biggest aggravation of that was these blood-drawing flies that would just take a big hunk of skin out of your leg. It was like a deer fly, we would call them back home. Something small the size of a housefly that would bite into your flesh and draw blood, and obviously had some kind of bacteria, and it would cause some swelling.
Unknown to Ken, his friend Kathy is spending thousands of dollars of her own money to launch a rescue mission.
I never experienced anything like this. I mean, I love this man. He's my best friend, and I can't even imagine what it would be like if he died.
Finding anyone hidden under a canopy of leaves spanning hundreds of kilometers would be almost impossible. But Ken is already working on his own solution.
And I climb up this tree and start looking around, and I see nothing but jungle. No matter which direction I look, it's just jungle.
Ken uses the only tool he has with him, a penknife, to cut down the thick foliage for a better view.
Damn it!
Ken can't afford to lose such a vital tool. It could make the difference between life and death.
I went all the way down, about 30, 40 feet down the tree with my eyes exactly on it.
His route is blocked by a deadly python, and his only weapon is out of reach.
And I'm thinking, well, this is not something that I want to have wrap itself around me.
Ken must find the knife. But he knows the python could be within striking distance.
And I could not find the knife. I looked around in the leaves, couldn't find it.
And something else is lurking in the jungle.
I can hear this noise. It was really heavy. I could hear sticks breaking. Kept getting louder and louder.
Exhausted, after 80 hours of blindly running through the jungle, Ken remembers the #1 rule, should you get lost.
You know, they always say the best thing to do is stay put. Just stay put, somebody will find you.
Almost immediately, his prayers seem to be answered.
There has to be some kind of search going on. I decided I'm gonna climb up this tree and I'll be able to flag down this helicopter that I can hear in the distance. I'm gonna wave them down with this flag. They'll for sure be able to see me.
The helicopter is definitely searching the jungle. Kathy's come through for him.
Hey, I'm over here! Hey, over here!
And I see that they're gonna start searching this area, and here I am. I'm gonna be out of here. It's over now.
Look down now! I'm here! Guys, look!
And I'm thinking, oh, this is great. They brought in some kind of American search team. I'll be out of here lickety-split.
Look down! Come on! Look down! I'm here! Come on! Come on, please!
I can see this lady inside the helicopter with white tennis shoes with laces. She's wearing gold-rimmed glasses, has blonde hair.
Hey, come on!
I can see every detail. If I would have had a rock in my hand, I could have hit the lady inside the helicopter. I was that close. It was like a for sure moment I was going to be found.
But it's not Kathy.
The lady is talking to somebody on the other side, and it just keeps going.
Come back! I'm here! God damn it! Guys! Come back! Oh! Oh, come on!
The rescue team haven't seen him.
I'm reliving this in my mind over and over again. I just can't believe this just happened. It was just devastating.
Ken has decided to stop trying to walk out of the jungle, sit tight and wait for another chopper. But staying still makes him easy prey.
So I would be just covered with mosquitoes in the night. I would cover myself up with 60, 70 leaves like a blanket to try to keep these mosquitoes away. And that would work great for about 5, 7 minutes till the mosquitoes would find their way through these leaves. I'd have to jump up and just be totally aggravated and start slinging leaves around and just repeat the process every 10 or 15 minutes, every night. And it was the only way I could keep the insects and the mosquitoes from just eating you alive out there.
Over the following days, Ken stays in the clearing, desperately searching for food and water.
I found these plants that are growing in the tree limbs, and they're holding their own water. I looked inside, there's a small snail, there's a little frog in there. It was like, okay, this water is really bad. So now I scavenged the whole side of the clearing looking for these plants because there's just not enough water, and I'm really parched. I was sitting there dreaming about snow cones and popsicles. If someone were to walk out here and try to sell me a snow cone, how much would I pay for it right now? I think I got up to about $800.
But Ken's daydreams are a dangerous distraction. He needs to stay focused on survival. Each day, the distant sound of search aircraft torments him. He has no way of catching their attention.
They would come in over the jungle and then kind of shut their engines off to an idle and go to stall speed as they would try to peer into the trees to find me.
Ken knows they can't see him through the dense jungle canopy. To make matters worse, he can't find the 2 liters of water a day his body needs, and he's starving. He hasn't eaten more than a mouthful of fruit in 8 days.
I mean, my body's turned on itself now, and it's feeding on my fat and my muscle, and I'm really starting to lose weight.
The jungle is winning. Ken is losing his grip.
I'm in a situation where I'm not talking to another human being, which, if you really stop to think about it, is not normal. How many days does the average person go through and never talk to anybody, never hear a voice on the radio, never talk to anybody on the phone? I mean, it's not a normal situation.
Ken fears he'll lose his mind, and with no sign of any more helicopters, he decides he has to get moving and save himself.
I've wasted 4 days sitting here now. I'm just gonna have to get up and walk.
He's heading straight through the jungle maze, hoping to hit a path or road.
I began to develop a routine. As soon as the sun came up, I would need to begin to walk. And the heat of the day would come on. I would have to spend 3 or 4 hours sitting in the shade just to conserve the moisture in my body. I wouldn't let negative thoughts influence my situation. If I thought, oh my God, that's disastrous, I'm gonna die here now. If I let that thought come into my mind, you know, maybe I wouldn't survive.
But days without enough water and more sleepless nights are pushing his body to the edge of human endurance.
I would never sleep more than 15 minutes at a time because I knew there was a threat from wild animals.
There's only one way to fend off the animals and get the rest his body needs. A fire. Although he has no matches left, he's thought of a smart alternative.
I shorted the positive and the negative battery terminals in an attempt to start a fire. However, there just wasn't quite enough juice in it to work.
There's one last hope.
I decided I'm going to try to build a fire using my shoelaces.
Friction is the most ancient way of lighting a fire. With patience, it should generate enough heat to start a small flame.
That went on for 3 hours, 4 hours. It would just get hot enough to smoke a little bit and stop, but everything there was so wet that the fire just wouldn't start.
Come on.
I was sitting on the floor there just rubbing away in this tree trunk, and I'm thinking, you know, this is not gonna work, and my back is in excruciating pain now.
Everything Ken has tried has failed. He's losing the battle. The jungle has started to claim his body. Now, it will claim his mind. In the last 13 days, all he's had to keep him alive are a few rancid fruits and dribbles of water sucked from plants.
I was thinking all the time that this could go on forever, that I'm never gonna get out of here. I know I can't last forever. Eventually I would die, but I can't let myself dwell on that.
Dehydration is tearing Ken apart.
I know I need to eat, but the first call is for water. My body's saying it needs water.
He's so desperate, he's forced to drink stagnant, dirty water.
And as I'm dipping my camera bag to use as a filter to try to filter out some whatever contaminants could be in this water, I see a small lizard. This little lizard's about 4 inches long. I could just swallow it whole. I started to swallow him whole, and then he got stuck in my throat because it was still alive. So then I killed him. He ended up being, I guess you could call that a meal.
Desperation is pushing Ken to a place he's never gone before. Fantasy and reality are starting to blur.
I began to build these elaborate scenarios about what was going to happen when I walked out of here. I had this credit card, and I was going to get a taxi. I was going to buy some clothes and get to a hotel.
Hey, take me into town, please.
I'll get that, Ken.
And it isn't just Ken's mind that is unraveling. His body is falling apart too.
It was mostly my legs that were cut up from going through the brush. Those sores on my ankles weren't healing. I was beginning to be very concerned about if they were going to get infected or not. I found out that I've got these scabs on the upper part of my leg that are beginning to heal because they're dry. So I began to take some of the dry scabs and use them as Band-Aids to patch some of the wounds around my ankle. It was kind of like a Band-Aid.
Ken's situation is desperate. Lost, alone and weak. He's being pushed to the edge of sanity.
This helicopter all of a sudden pulls up. There's some kind of loudspeaker in there, and I can hear what they're saying.
Mr. Wilson, you're a truly amazing man. But we regret that we must inform your mother. She may not see you again.
This is not right at all. There is something wrong here. And I start to hear the national anthem from the United States.
Ken is desperately trying to keep his body together. But after 2 weeks alone in the jungle, he's slowly losing his mind.
I'm calling room service, I'm filling up the bathtub, and from there on, I don't care what happens, but that's going to be my fantasy.
Just leave it on the table.
He's increasingly drifting off into a dream world, from which he might never wake up.
It was just so many weird things that, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's something within my own mind that is keeping me here.
After 15 days of mental torture, it's all Ken can do just to stay alive.
My body needed water so bad, it could never think anything but quenching my thirst. It's a very strange feeling, this stress from not being able to drink, not being able to eat, not being able to find your way out.
Ken no longer worries about being rescued. Instead, he spends his time catching flies that bite him and feeding them to ants.
And from the stress, there was some sort of relief by watching ants eat these flies. It was a revenge.
But, like the flies, Ken is now part of the jungle's food chain, and his own dying body will soon be its next meal.
The vultures, I began to see 2 or 3, then there was 4 or 5. The next day there might have been 5 or 6. I began to use the vultures as a way to try to signal somebody. And I would kind of lay down and twitch a little bit to act like I was something that was dying, to try to get the vulture's attention, to get them attracted to, and that was a way to signal somebody by air, because I had no other means to do so. But it just didn't work out like that. It was another disappointment. I realized I was going to die there.
Entire days pass by. Instead of trying to find a way out of the jungle, Ken's becoming part of it.
Now my clothes are nothing but shreds. I haven't shaved in 2 or 3 weeks. You know, I'm matted with dirt. I have no shoelaces.
Ken is still only alive thanks to occasional mouthfuls of stagnant water. He's physically and mentally broken.
I could already be dead, and I don't know it. What if I died 3 days ago and my spirit is here wandering around, and this is my destiny of eternity, is to wander around in this jungle? You begin to think, I'll never get out of here.
After 18 days missing, even Ken's friend Kathy is starting to doubt he can still be alive.
I'm really to the point, like, this is getting hopeless. I mean, it hurts so bad to think that this guy could possibly die.
I just laid down and I dozed off a little bit. In a few minutes, I woke up and there was a woman standing there holding a baby. Some people say that whenever people are lost, sometimes they'll see the Virgin Mary. It gave me such an adrenaline rush when that happened. It gave me more confidence. I'm going to walk out of here. I'm going to walk out of here. I kept visualizing that in my mind over and over and over again. I wasn't going to sit down and die. I was going to keep walking until I died. And if I couldn't walk anymore, I was going to crawl until I got out of the jungle. This is like one of the first things I've seen of civilization since I've been lost. Say I was hallucinating, maybe I could have been, but it seemed all way too realistic. Once I had came out there, I knew exactly where I was because I'd been there before. Right at the beach in Cozumel, the north end of the island. I was ecstatic. I'm not lost anymore. I made it out alive.
After 20 days fighting crippling hunger, dehydration, sleep deprivation, and jungle predators, Ken is finally safe.
He had his hair packed like spiked with mud, big cuts and scratches, and just looked like he's just been chewed up.
I felt really bad because she started bawling, and that made me start bawling.
The tears were just rolling. We just couldn't let go for 10 minutes. I mean, we were just so thankful he was alive.
It really brought us really close.
Ken's recovery took 6 long months. To help cope with the ordeal, he returned to his greatest love, scuba diving.
The experience changed the way that I think. The fact is, within 10 seconds, any of us could be gone. So I decided I should be more kind to other people. I should be more generous with what I have. I'm just happy.
Halloween 1991. An elite pararescue team is on a mission to save a stranded sailor.
We just knew that we were in for a hell of a ride.
But they don't know. They're flying straight into the perfect storm.
There isn't anything you can do about it. You can't tell God to turn the weather off.
We're starting now to realize we're at our limits.
Mayday, mayday, mayday!
Forced to ditch in the freezing Atlantic waters.
Instantly, the blades contacted the water, and that's when it got really violent.
Battling waves 10 stories high.
This was a bad situation.
Now it's the rescuers who need rescuing from the perfect storm.
It was clear to me that ultimately I was going to drown.
It's Halloween, and off the eastern seaboard, a violent storm is brewing. Pararescue man John Spillane has been called in for an urgent mission.
You picking up, huh? A pararescueman is a skydiving, mountain climbing, scuba diving, surviving medic. We would take enormous risk, and we were willing to take that risk to save life.
He's part of a military chopper crew, standing by to rescue sailors trapped by the storm.
The training flight's off.
Yeah. Come on.
What is it?
We got a rescue mission from the Coast Guard.
Fellow pararescue man Rick Smith has news of a stranded yacht off the coast.
Okay, guys, take a seat. So, we got a long...
Pilot Dave Ravola leads the 5-man team.
We all evaluated the weather, and yeah, it is risky, but there was somebody's life at stake.
The stranded yacht is located 450 kilometers off the coast.
39, 57 minutes north.
Co-pilot Graham Bushaw will navigate them there.
In this particular situation, 250 nautical miles out to sea, it's beyond the range of most helicopters. So yes, it ramps up the risk on the mission substantially.
Only the military's helicopters can reach the yacht.
Looks like this could get rough. We all set? Yes, sir.
But it'll require dangerous mid-air refueling.
Okay, Jim, cockpit checklist.
Yeah, APU control switch.
The crew of Air Force Rescue 110 is ready to roll. As they leave, reports come in that the weather system off the east coast is developing fast. 2 massive fronts are colliding with a hurricane. But the forecasters have no idea how dangerous it will become.
Shall I open the sunroof?
The joker in our pack is by far Graham Bushaw. He's a lot of fun to be around, and he certainly is a joker. There's no doubt about it.
So what do you do for Halloween, Graham?
I go to my sister Elaine's. We do a party there every year, like an annual thing.
We all work together very well. Dave, the aircraft commander, very goal-oriented individual.
Being in charge and being a leader kind of comes naturally to me. When I was a kid, I mean, I was never the first or second to be picked. I was always the captain.
Myself, I'm a little more laid back. I think Jim Mioli falls more into that category also.
I loved helicopters, anything about helicopters. Then when you add the neat kind of man toy stuff that we have, it's a lot of fun.
Rick was reserved on the quiet side, very professional, and John was more vocal than Rick.
I guess it was an amazing time of my life. I was only married at this point 2 years. We were expecting our first child. My wife was 5 months pregnant.
Half an hour in, and the crew get ready for the first refueling.
Airspeed 120, altitude 1500. We've got 45 minutes of gas left.
In these turbulent conditions, Dave Rivola's skills as a pilot will be tested to the limit.
You need to overcome the anxiety and the fear factor of flying that close to another airplane.
He needs to gently ease the helicopter's probe into a supply line, trailing behind a flying fuel tanker.
You know, you've got spinning rotor blades that are rotating around, you know, at a very, very high velocity. And obviously, if that hits anything, you know, there's going to be a problem.
Okay, extending the refueling probe.
Air Force Rescue 988 to Air Force Rescue 110, copy that.
It's like playing a video game and getting points.
Way to go. Air Force Rescue 110.
When you hit that drogue, even in clear weather, it's like, whoop, you know.
We have contact.
It always makes you feel good.
Air Force Rescue 988 to Air Force Rescue 110.
The crew now has enough fuel to reach the stricken yacht. But as they plow on, weather conditions deteriorate.
I do remember having butterflies in my stomach because it was going to be a challenging mission. We become aware that the winds are very gusty. The waves are up to 40 feet. And we're starting now to realize we're at our limits.
The youngest of the crew, Jim Mioli, has never flown in weather this bad.
I just got out of school. I was very green. Graduated, you know, just less than a year before, so I was very new, very green. Rookie.
Nervous?
Yeah, I'm a little.
Nerves are good.
Two hours in, Air Force Rescue 110 reaches the stranded yachtsman.
Air Force Rescue 110 to Air Force Rescue 988. We have visual contact. I don't like the look of this, Dave.
And this is where it got dicey, because the sail had been ripped off, the mast was pretty much straight up, and now the seas were very, very rough, and the winds were very strong.
Again, this guy in the boat, he looked like, to me, like a rubber ducky in a bathtub. He's just getting splashed around or knocked around.
The plan is for John and Rick to rope down into the sea.
Pretty extreme, huh?
Then Jim will hoist them all back to safety. But in this weather, it won't be an easy pickup.
It sounds quite simple. Let's send a cable down, somebody grabs it, and they get up inside the helicopter. It is not even remotely close to that easy. I have no problem putting PJs in that type of environment. They are extremely good swimmers, extreme physical conditioning, no concern at all that they would be able to swim over to the boat and get this guy off the boat. The big concern was getting everybody back into the helicopter. Put 2 PJs in the water and we can't get them on, now we have 3 survivors that we have to deal with.
Okay, that looks rough. What do you guys think?
It's Jim's responsibility to winch everybody safely back to the chopper.
Can you get us any closer, Dave? That's about as close as I can go. I don't want to get too tight to the mast.
It's his call, whether or not they go for the rescue.
And one of the big problems is with the hoist cable, it'll act like a cutter and literally cut through, you know, arms, cut off arms, or worse, maybe wrapped around that person's neck, literally decapitate him.
It's your call, Jim.
How we doing back there, Jim?
Nah, it's too risky. I can't do it.
It was a tough decision. It really was. We went all the way out to try to get this guy up, and you know, just, I didn't think I could do it.
Okay, let's head back. Radio in the decision. Air Force 110 to Air Force 988.
That was the first mission I was on where, you know, we had to actually turn around and say no to it. That was a very disheartening experience.
Conditions too poor to execute rescue. Over.
But it was the right decision. It's not all like Hollywood, you know? The hero doesn't always come out alive and everything works out fine.
I thought that took a lot of courage for Jim to speak up. To be right there looking at that survivor, ready to go. The most junior person on the crew spoke up and said, I don't think we can do this mission.
Air Force Rescue 110 heads back, leaving the yachtsman to wait for a ship rescue. But home is still 450 kilometers away, and the superstorm is building. Like throwing gasoline on a fire, colliding storm fronts are re-energizing an old hurricane to become a cyclone of epic proportions. These are tough conditions for refueling, but Dave must take on fuel if he's to get the crew back to base.
We came up on our fourth and final air refueling, and that's when the weather went from bad to horrendous in almost the blink of an eye.
I mean, we just knew that we were in for a hell of a ride. We did not know that we were flying inside basically a hurricane-force storm.
This is the worst weather conditions I had ever flown in, and there isn't anything you can do about it. You can't tell God to turn the weather off.
Dave has never refueled in weather conditions this severe.
And I really had to fly this thing very aggressively.
Airspeed 110, altitude 1,500 feet.
There's plenty of dangers. You could bump into the 130, catastrophic failure, fall out of the sky.
Okay, we need to get this over with fast.
You could bump into the hose with the rotor blades. You lose rotor blades and basically fall out of the sky. You know, helicopter crashes, uncontrolled crashes, are not normally survivable.
There was turbulence that, you know, was really rocking us left and right, up and down, any which way you can imagine. We were hanging on for dear life.
Guys are vomiting. The airplane being buffeted, you know, plus or minus 100 foot. I'm trying to go down, it's going up.
We've got 20 minutes of gas.
Fuel is running low.
It's critical that we get it. There's no place else to go to put the helicopter down other than the ocean.
They're still 150 kilometers from land.
Where the hell is it gone?
And he can't even see the refueling plane through the clouds.
Back up! Back up!
Couldn't hide from my own guys. They saw me up close and personal and what I was up against, trying to get this damn probe in this drogue. Yeah, there were a few choice words that came out of my mouth inside the cockpit, there's no doubt about it.
The cloud ceiling is dropping, going down to 500.
Air Force Rescue 110.
We're doing a lot of suggestions, turning in a different heading, different direction, climbing down, all different situations to find clearer air so we can get gas and get home.
We'd like to try this at 500 feet.
Dave takes the chopper lower to get below the storm. But the turbulence only gets worse.
Come on. Come on.
We'd been doing this for more than half an hour. Well, now I knew we were crossing that line, that things were beyond our control, that we may not get fuel. And once I realized that, the thought of ditching the helicopter became a reality. And that was actually the most frightful period for me of that whole mission, was that thought, to realize we may have to abandon the helicopter.
Altitude 490 feet.
Dave knows he may only have one more chance to connect with the refueling drogue and save his crew.
5 minutes of fuel remaining.
At that point, my low-level fuel lights begin flashing. Now it's decision time. If we don't get this fuel, we're all going swimming.
5 minutes of fuel remaining.
Dave has run out of time. He faces the hardest decision of his life.
There was no option left. If I continued to use that fuel, thinking of my own ego that I can do this, that I can make this, you know, that could have killed everybody.
He can't save the chopper, but he might be able to save his crew. With the last drops of fuel, Dave takes the chopper down to let them bail out.
Okay, listen up. We are ditching this chopper. Jim, prepare the life raft. John and Rick, get ready to jump.
The pressure to make that decision had to be enormous. There was no objection from the crew, but he wasn't asking.
Okay, guys, let's do this.
I was scared. I didn't think we were going to survive.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Air Force Rescue 110, ditching at coordinates 3.
It was something that I don't think everybody really believed was happening, even though it was actually happening.
So when he said ditching, I didn't think I could do it. I think it was more of a being scared out of my mind.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Air Force Rescue 110, ditching at coordinates.
With just minutes of fuel remaining, the crew prepares survival equipment and the life raft.
5 souls on board.
Okay, I'm coming to the harbor. I want everyone out of here.
Air Force 988 to Air Force Rescue 110. Copy your mayday and position.
Dave hovers just above the crest of the waves to let the crew bail out.
The waves now are a lot bigger than what they had been when we were trying to get the guy in the sailboat.
Dave is now so close, he runs the risk of a high wave taking the chopper out.
Okay, I'm not able to hold this much longer. Altitude, Dave, altitude. We're running on fumes. It's time to go.
Number 1 engine offline. Mayday, mayday, mayday.
It could be seconds before we're going in the water. My number 1 engine flames out of me. I'm hovering on 1 engine.
I could actually hear the turbines wind down. I knew it was going to fall out of the sky at any moment.
Everyone out! Everyone out!
They must time their jump to the split second to hit the crest of a wave.
If you mistime your jump and hit the trough of a wave, you're looking at falling 70 feet. So hitting the water at 70 feet would be like hitting concrete.
But they must jump now. The chopper has only seconds of fuel left.
We're running on fumes. It's time to go.
Rick will be first to go. If he mistimes his jump, he could fall 20 meters into the trough of a wave and kill himself.
He looked like a spring, coiled, ready to jump. I don't recall him ever taking his eyes off of the ocean. He never looked at me.
Rick vanishes, and John gets ready to jump.
I was looking out of the aircraft at the water. I couldn't tell exactly when to jump because I couldn't tell the difference between the crest of the wave and the trough of the wave. remember having this thought, oh my God, this is a long way down. I think I ended up going in facing the sky. I was completely out of body position. I know there were going to be consequences, that this is not the ideal way to enter the water.
Now there's only a few drops of fuel left.
Graham, get ready to go. You're going to. Dave, just do it, Graham. Go, Graham, now.
This was a bad situation. The likelihood of surviving it is extremely slim.
Only Dave and Jim are left on board.
I pushed out the raft. The raft blew up, but then all of a sudden it just went black and the raft literally just kind of blew away.
Stunned by the ferocity of the storm, Jim can't bring himself to jump.
I just sat back on the floor of the helicopter. Dave didn't know I was back there.
Unaware, Dave gets ready to ditch.
Once I realized that my crew had exited the helicopter, I moved at a distance that I felt was safe, that I would not put the aircraft down on any of my crew members. And I simply waited for number 2 engine to flame out. My mind was thinking in terms of seconds, what had to be done sequentially, 1 second after the other.
Without a thought for his own safety, Dave flies on, a safe distance from his crew.
I felt for Dave, having to take the helicopter in. I didn't think he would survive the ditching.
Dave's out of luck. The second engine flames out.
Body of the helicopter hit. It was a boom, boom, instantaneous, a twofold action.
Instantly, the blades contacted the water, and that's when it got really violent. It was like someone took the helicopter itself and just lifted up and smashed it into the water. The water came in and instantly flushed me out of the cabin.
The helicopter immediately filled with water. I mean, the only thought was to get out of the aircraft immediately.
But Dave's door is jammed.
And I'm thinking to myself, this door is not going to open. When I surfaced on the ocean, the waves were huge, up to 100 foot. The winds were so strong, you know, basically biting into your face, stinging you.
Dave takes hardly a gulp of air before the waves suck him under again.
Now I'm in this, you know, huge wash machine of tremendously large waves, really very, very intense.
Battling the terrifying waves. Dave has no idea if the rest of his crew have survived.
Is anybody there?
But close by, Jim has reached the surface and is struggling in the freezing water.
I was under long enough to where I took in some water and I had to vomit it up. And I got to the surface like, whoa, what the heck just happened? And then the waves immediately start hitting. And once, you know, the shivering started, which was pretty quickly once I went into the water, It went from a mild shivering to a severe, and you really, that's all you're concentrating. You're tensed up. Your body is just, you know, getting this. It's like a hammering effect, and you really can't think of anything else except, you know, being cold.
I began to yell, and you know, then I heard a yo back, and then a yo, and the yo's got louder and louder, and louder and louder. And it happened to be Jim Yoli.
Hey! I'm okay!
When he and I linked up together, it was a feeling of elation. We had somebody to share this dire condition that we were both in.
And I grabbed onto his harness, grabbed onto that, because I wasn't losing him.
But the elation is short-lived. When Dave notices that something is wrong.
Where the hell is your survival suit?
And I realized immediately that he did not have his exposure suit on. He was already cold.
In his desperation to release the life raft, Jim has failed to put on his survival suit. The sea is a numbingly cold 12 Celsius. His life expectancy is just a few hours.
I was very concerned that without that suit on, he's definitely not going to survive as long as I am.
Here! Put this on!
Dave offers his hood, risking his own chances of survival, but buying his crewmate valuable time.
Got it!
I put my hood on his head just to help him out, you know, to maintain any body warmth for him.
Dave and Jim are on their own. As far as they know, the rest of the crew are dead.
Hold on tight, Jim! I got you!
But 400 meters away, John Spillane is trying to hang on to life.
I don't recall hitting the water. I remember just evolving into this state of awareness where I realize I am in the ocean. Things start to come back to me. Oh, we just bailed out of the helicopter. We were on a rescue mission. We ran out of fuel. The next thing I recognize is I'm experiencing a lot of pain.
John has fallen a terrifying 20 meters into the trough of a wave. Hitting the water at that height is like hitting concrete. His body is shattered. Both wrists, 4 ribs, and his left leg are broken. He's ruptured a kidney, bruised his pancreas, burst blood vessels in both eyes. Fluid is massing around his lungs, making breathing agony.
I'm desperate. I'm in a desperate situation. I'm being battered by the ocean. I'm being pelted by the water. I'm having a very hard time keeping it out of my mouth. I'm swallowing it. I'm vomiting every few minutes. I would hear the rumble coming from above. I was hearing a wave that couldn't support itself, that was just crumbling under its own weight and rolling down its own face. I could hear the white water coming. It would take me under, and it would hold me under for 30 seconds at a time, maybe even more. My body just went wherever it wanted me to go. I couldn't actually swim for the surface. I didn't know where it was. But the way I thought my end would come that night is that I would no longer have the energy to get my mouth high enough above the water to breathe. which means ultimately I would have drowned. And that was revealing to me. That was startling. That was something I hadn't ever seen happening to me before, where I would drown on the surface.
John fears drowning. But across the waves, it's the cold which threatens to kill Jim.
Hold in there, Jim. They know we're here.
The shivering it just got to be so severe that you just felt like someone was punching me like a jackhammer effect in my back between my shoulder blades.
It's only thanks to Dave's hood that Jim has come this far. But his core body temperature is now dangerously low, and hypothermia is taking hold.
I wasn't sure that Jim would survive overnight. You could just tell by looking at him. You know, things weren't registering with him, that he was not 100% with you.
Jim's organs are shutting down, and the cold could stop his heart at any moment.
The hypothermia just kind of took everything I had. That was my focal point that night. I was just shivering, unbearably.
Jim at least has Dave to comfort him. But suffering from the injuries of his 20-meter fall, John has no one. But just when there seems no hope, he spots the life raft thrown from the chopper.
When I saw the raft, it was coming to me. I knew that I needed to get into it. I didn't know where it came from. I still didn't know how I had gotten there, and there was no longer time to think about that. I just knew I had to get into this raft.
John grabs onto the raft, but he can't get into it. It's upside down.
While I'm hanging on to it, I realize it's upside down. I can't get into it. But the floor of the raft is actually above the surface. And I'm being dragged by it. As I'm thinking about this, the wind and the waves flip the raft over. It takes me with it and flips me right into it. I was elated. I actually couldn't believe my luck at that point. I end up flat on the floor. Now I'm spread eagle trying to hold this raft down.
Protecting him from the storm, the raft will keep John alive till rescue arrives.
I remember feeling it wobbling with the water underneath me, and I was feeling relief.
The raft will offer refuge from the storm for John until help arrives. But his luck doesn't last. Another enormous wave capsizes the raft again.
It took me completely by surprise, and I ended up back in the water. And it went blowing and cartwheeling away from me. The relief that I'd had for those short moments was over. It was gone.
Crippled by his injuries and lost in hundreds of square kilometers of ocean, John's chances of survival are zero.
After I lost contact with the raft, there wasn't anything else for me to do but to survive, just to stay afloat. The wetsuit I was wearing helped me to do that, and the life preserver helped me to do that. But I will say, it was clear to me that ultimately I was going to drown. I was scared. I don't think I'm going to make it until daylight. I don't think I can last that long. I can feel my condition deteriorating. I started thinking about my wife and our unborn child. My wife giving birth without me being there and raising what would ultimately be a son, without me ever meeting him. I'm experiencing abject misery and sadness. There actually came a point where I started to think it would be easier to lay back and just breathe in this water. Lay back and just let happen whatever's going to happen here.
But just when there seems no hope, John spots a distant light.
I couldn't see that well, though, because my retinas had hemorrhaged from the impact. I had a blue haze across my eyes. But every once in a while, I would see the strobe. So I'm thinking that there could be human beings attached to those strobes, and that's a good thing. But the dilemma was, if I could do anything about closing this distance, do I really want to do that? That was a real dilemma. I don't want to close this gap because I don't want to be there and die in their presence. I want to be by myself. And then I had this recollection from survival training. There's strength in numbers. Stay together as long as you can. And I couldn't ignore that.
John signals his position with his scuba light and starts to swim. But a kilometer of ferocious waves and hurricane winds separate him from the strobe light. With such severe injuries, he doesn't know if he can make it.
We saw a light, and this light got brighter and brighter. You know, what the hell is it? It's on the surface, and it's not a life raft.
And I just kept swimming and swimming. After an hour, I noticed I was closing the gap, that I was getting closer to the strobe light.
But as it got closer and closer, and it took a long time to get to us, I realized that it was John Spillane.
And I think it was probably another hour before I actually got there.
No! John! Are you okay?
Jim and I were both elated that we had, John with us. It was a great feeling. But we could see the pain on his face of how badly he was injured.
John!
He was in tremendous pain. Very, very bad pain.
We'll get you out of here.
My focus shifted from me to Jim's predicament. Seeing the hood on Jim Meoli, I thought was a very brave act. That simple. I knew that that was decreasing Dave's survivability. But I also recognized what a tremendous help it was to Jim, that it was increasing his survivability.
Jim can't control his own body. The muscles violently spasm in a bid to generate warmth, but he's on a rapid downward spiral.
While I was getting wasted by these waves and, freezing, with the hypothermia, the only real thought I had, it is silly, is who's taking care of my dog? Like, I hope someone gets my dog so that, they can walk her or feed her.
Once the rescuers, now the elite crew of Air Force Rescue 110, are in desperate need of rescue themselves.
There was one particular wave that drove us under and separated us.
And as that happened, I saw the look of terror in John's eyes. He was very, very concerned that if he didn't link back up with us, that his chances of survival were not good. And to see that look of terror on one of your brother's faces, that was a wake-up call to me of just how bad he was.
But Dave manages to pull his men back together. He's fighting heroically to keep them alive.
Having two individuals with me, both of whom were worse than I was, Jim's body temperature and John's injuries, you know, they needed me.
That was a very scary moment because we almost didn't get back together.
Even if a rescue can be mounted, the storm has driven them over 30 kilometers from the point they ditched their helicopter. They're now just dots, lost in the Atlantic. If Jim isn't rescued soon, he will die. And with each hour, the storm is intensifying.
I was facing the facts, and they were brutal at this point. I felt the odds were against us. I believed we wouldn't survive.
With no rescue in sight, they face a lingering death, lost in the freezing Atlantic waters.
Stay with us, Jim. Stay with us.
Dave struggles to keep Jim alive, but he's in the final stages of hypothermia.
Jim!
He's losing consciousness.
Jim, you stay with us!
His vital organs are shutting down.
The hypothermia kind of made me like in and out of awareness of what was going on.
I was concerned that Jim would go into a coma, yeah. But that's how he would eventually go. He was lethargic, he was slow. Jim was slowly fading away.
But just when there seems no hope,
Over here!
All of a sudden, you know, we saw lights kind of like reflecting against the clouds.
their mayday calls have been picked up. A Coast Guard helicopter has battled 150-kilometer-an-hour winds to reach them.
Their cabin door went open on the right side, and their hoist operator actually was sending out a rescue basket on the end of the hoist cable. And we're like, oh, this is great, we'll be done soon.
It was this incredulous feeling that we actually overcame the odds here.
Yeah.
But as I watched him, I could see his altitude fluctuating. At times, it looked like he was going to be driven right into the sea. At some point, I know Dave Rivola yelled to me that he didn't think he would be trying this, implying that if he had been flying that helicopter, he didn't think he would be trying it.
He was right there. He could see us, but he couldn't get us, based on the intense, conditions out there.
The Coast Guard helicopter battles for an hour trying to rescue them before accepting defeat.
It was a brave but futile attempt to recover us. But kudos to those guys. They gave it all they had for a long time until they had to leave to return to base to refuel.
If these guys couldn't pick us up, really, there's no one left.
The last survivors of Air Force Rescue 110 have fought to stay together. Now, they will die together.
You can't fight Mother Nature. She has her own plans for you.
I'm wondering, what point will I be so exhausted that I can't resist anymore? That I can't fight to get air. And that was frightening because I knew that point was going to come. It was very sad and frustrating because I wasn't ready. I needed more time.
They needed me, and I was going to do whatever I had to do to, make it through, get them through this, get us through.
Even to this day, I wonder how Dave had such strong hope. I don't think he doubted that he was going to see the rest of his life. He was gonna see the next day and the day after that.
Then we saw lights again. And I said to the guys, I said, that's a ship. You know, we could actually see it, and we could see its color, okay? It was white. It was a beautiful white ship, huge, big white ship. And then they began to fire off illumination flares.
It's the Coast Guard ship Tamaroa, its crew risking capsizing to rescue them.
The hope was back. That's the way out. That's our ticket home.
Love those guys. Tamaroa, Coast Guard, all the way.
We, by the grace of God, were bound together that night of October 30th, 1991. And we will forever be bound together based on that incident.
It took Jim Meoli a year to recover from the ordeal. John Spillane underwent a number of operations for his injuries. Dave Ravola survived the incident unscathed. They came aboard to find co-pilot Graham Bashaw had already miraculously been picked up.
Although you're glad you're alive, we're still missing a crew member, you know, and that's when it really hit home that, you know, there's still somebody out there. And, you know, that was Rick. You know, the Coast Guard cutter continued through the night looking for Rick and continued through the next day. And, well, they never found him. And that was particularly hard.
For 10 days, a combined forces operation searched almost 100 square kilometers of ocean for Rick. His body was never found.
It's so sad that he actually experienced what we all knew was a possibility, that he died doing this job. He was willing to take the risk. So I'm happy for him in that sense, that he got to live that life. But I'm very sad that he was one of the people who wasn't able to survive his career.
He left behind 4 daughters, the youngest just 2 weeks old.
He died while attempting to save somebody else's life. What better way to go? Very, very unfortunate, but that's who Rick was. Rick was a warrior. Rick was dedicated to rescuing people. That's what he did.
The perfect storm, as it became known, lasted 7 days, caused $200 million of damage to the East Coast, and killed 12 people. All 4 crewmen returned to active duty. The sailor they'd been sent to rescue was picked up by the Coast Guard the following day.
There's a pararescue creed that ends with the motto, "These things we do, that others may live."
When an innocent day trip goes badly wrong, a family of 4 are stranded in the Arizona desert.
Just a nasty situation that progressively got worse.
Miles from the highway, they must walk out in the burning sun.
This heat is killer, and it kills people every day.
Mama, just shoot me.
Deep in bandit country, how far will one couple go to save their kids?
Run, kids!
I guarantee you, if you're gonna kill my kids, I will shoot you.
Mama, please! Mama!
Very well done.
Don't talk with food in your mouth, honey.
Shelley, her 2 children, and new boyfriend Roger are enjoying an afternoon out in the Arizona desert.
My kids both have been raised in the outdoors. Tiffany was attending school, and Michaela had just started kindergarten.
This is an extra special trip. Shelley's boyfriend Roger has just moved in and wants to make sure everything runs smoothly.
What helped the relationship is because the girls really liked Roger.
He was always very, very kind to me.
Hang on, let me get you a nap.
Tiffany, at 9 years old, was always reaching for a father figure.
I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna try to make this work because the kids really like you. You seem like a good dad.
There you go. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay, that's it.
The girls are my life, and they have always been my life. And I would do anything for them.
It's a good break to get out in the desert, and it's close enough. You can grab a couple packs of hot dogs and some buns, and we're good to go.
The family have driven from their home 40 miles away.
Okay.
For Roger, it's new territory. But Shelley has been coming to this area since she was a child.
Coming from a family that didn't have a lot of money, the entertainment that we would do as a family is go out in the desert.
The Arizona desert is a vast wilderness, covering 120,000 square miles. It's known as one of the world's harshest environments. But for Shelley and the kids, aged 9 and 5, it's a perfect place to take part in one of their favorite activities.
It's always fun. Every time we go out, it's fun.
Shelley is curious to know how her new boyfriend will get on.
Roger was the kind of guy that worked in an office, in air conditioning. And if things needed done at his house, he would have somebody come over and do it.
Pull. That's my first try.
We were just having a good time. Everything was great.
The day's gone well, but by 4 o'clock, Shelley wants to make sure they get home before dark. At night, the desert becomes a sinister place.
You don't know who you're going to run into. There's a lot of illegal trafficking.
Shelley's worried about dangers from the nearby Mexican border. Violent gangs patrol the area, threatening anyone in their way.
They'll try to run you off the road, or they'll just run right into you.
But the dangers of the night are far from everyone's mind as they make the 1-hour trip back home.
And the kids are talking, we're laughing and giggling.
Shelley's made the journey many times before.
Shelley knew that desert better than most anybody else that I know. I, on the other hand, I'm from New Jersey.
Today, the family had their picnic somewhere new. Though Shelley knows the desert well, half an hour into their journey home, the landscape looks unfamiliar.
I could tell with the weed growth that it wasn't a well-used path. And I remember this road should be well-used.
Even though she's losing her bearings, Shelley hopes she'll pick up the trail.
But I thought, well, we'll just go up this road, see if it leads to a main road that I'm used to.
But the road becomes more uneven, and it seems they're going further off the beaten track.
We went along till I came to a dry riverbed.
Take a look.
And the sides of it were pretty steep.
I don't think we can make it.
Being in a two-wheel drive truck, your only traction is your back tires.
I says, oh, I'll drive. I'll get us through there.
We'll be out of here in no time.
Hoping he can save the day, Roger takes over.
bumper got hung up on the downside, leaving the rear wheels off the ground spinning like this.
The family truck is ill-equipped for this type of terrain and is now totally stuck in the sand.
Girls, get out.
Roger has a plan to get them out of trouble.
We gotta get some sticks and stones, put them under that wheel, and maybe we'll get some traction and get out of here.
I didn't really know what was going on at first. I figured they can get it out.
We tried putting more rocks up under the wheels because, keep in mind, the wheels were this high off the ground because the truck was sitting like this.
We didn't have shovels, of course. We're just going out to go shooting, right?
No, stop. It's just smoking. It's gonna catch fire.
No matter what we did, we just couldn't get enough weight on those wheels.
Okay, I'll call for help.
The cell phone that we had, the battery was dead. There was no charger in the truck. I should have just stuck to my decision and says, no, we're gonna turn around here. We're not even gonna try this.
I'd gotten an earful more in that first hour than most people would generally get in a year of being newlyweds.
I'm sorry.
We had enough provisions on that particular day for one day.
With the vehicle stuck and with no way of contacting anyone, Roger knows there's only one option.
We're gonna have to stay the night.
Shelley knows just how dire their situation has become.
From the time the sun sets to the time that sun rises is very dangerous.
I only had one thing on my mind, and that was to get my girls out of that desert.
I don't really remember anybody falling asleep that night.
Armed with their skeet shooting gun, Shelley and Roger stay awake in the fear of lawless gangs of human smugglers from the Mexican border.
Them themselves have no regard for human life, and it don't even matter who it is.
It was just praying to God that the girls would be all right and they wouldn't get hurt or worse.
Relieved when the morning arrives without incident, everyone tackles the day with renewed energy.
We're encouraged, we're kind of energized to say, by gosh, we can do this.
We really thought daylight would help us so that we could see exactly what kind of situation we were in.
With the truck still stuck fast, Roger knows he's got to come up with something to get his new family home to safety.
Why don't you go play with Tiffany for a moment?
My brain started saying, Roger, you better think of something.
There was that truck we passed a while back. It may have a jack.
There was a Bronco that we had passed. The rims were gone. So we decided, well, let's at least try to get to that Bronco, see if it's got a jack in it, and then we can get started again.
It's going to be a 4-mile hike back to the Bronco. And with only 2 small bottles of water, they risk serious dehydration in the ferocious heat.
Are you sure?
I know you're told to stay with the vehicle, and I'm thinking the vehicle has AC. But if we sit there at the vehicle, we're going to be there for days. That road's untraveled.
Even at 7 in the morning, the sun is wearing them down.
We knew it was going to be hot, real hot. Not what most people in civilized countries are used to. Not your 85, 90 degrees. Try between 115 and 118 degrees.
It's particularly tough on the kids. Their lower body weight means they get dehydrated quicker.
Oh, honey.
Oh, every 20 feet, everybody's sipping water, and I'm noticing that there's only one small sports drink bottle left.
Hey, take it easy, Tiff. We gotta make it last.
Tiffany, was already had enough. And I says, well, let's just get to the Bronco. We'll find the jack and we'll get out of here.
Here goes, we're here.
The combination of extreme heat and having to stop for the kids means it takes them 5 hours to walk just 4 miles to the Bronco.
Okay, you just have a nice long rest. Roger will find the tool.
We started going through everything. Lifting everything up, thinking there's got to be jack in here.
Damn it! Anything?
Nope.
When there wasn't a jack, I think everybody was like, what are we gonna do?
Roger, Shelley, and the 2 girls are now in serious trouble.
How much water do we have?
We had like 3 inches of water in that Gatorade bottle.
With almost no water, Roger knows if he's to get his new family out of trouble, he needs to take drastic action.
You stay with them, and I'll go get help.
Y'all need to stay in the shade and just count on the fact that I'm gonna get back here, because I knew I could make a lot quicker time by myself.
It was the right decision.
I'm gonna go get us some help, and
Leaving is hard, but they're miles from civilization, and he fears the kids won't be able to keep going.
I love you girls.
Probably the toughest thing that I've ever done in my whole life.
I'll be back before you know it, all right?
Give everybody a kiss, and I started on a slow jog, actually.
He was feeling very guilty. I mean, when he walked away from us, he almost was running. And I'm thinking, you can't do this in the heat.
Roger's best chance of help is to find a main road, but he has no idea where he's going. And after just half an hour, he's feeling the effects of the 118-degree heat.
It was not so bad at first, but boy, then you realize that you'd better not be breathing through your mouth anymore, because with every breath of that hot air that you're taking in, you're losing that much moisture in your mouth.
Roger has been following the only path in the vast wilderness of the desert. Now, as he stumbles to a junction, he's faced with a choice. One way leads out, the other takes him deeper into the desert.
There's not much tire tracks. I'm thinking to myself, this definitely is not the way out.
Roger chooses the path with more tracks. With Shelley and the girls depending on him, he can only pray he's made the right decision. As Shelley waits for Roger with her kids, she fears for their survival.
I want to go home.
We were all really getting weak. You have no water. A helpless and almost a hopeless situation.
They've pinned all their hopes on Roger. But 3 miles down the road, he is totally lost.
I slowed down for a second, and I looked at the enormity of that desert. With the sun just blaring down, ruthless on your face.
With no point of reference in the endless terrain, Roger must do everything he can to keep his bearings.
My thought process is that as I find my way out, I darn well better be able to find my way back.
By mid-afternoon, with no sign of Roger, Shelley starts to feel desperate.
Maybe we should go.
What if he comes back, Mama?
We discussed it, because me and my mom are both stubborn.
I said to the girls, if he dies, if we sit right here, we'll never get help. We have got to walk.
Leaving seemed the best choice. But with the sun beating down and 2 children in tow, Shelley soon feels the strain.
Even though you're raised in Arizona and they say that your blood's thinner, a body's still a body. You still get hot.
It's kind of like standing next to a fire, but the fire's above your head, and you can feel yourself being burned. And you're running out of complete energy. There's no more energy left.
Determined to find help before night falls, Roger has now been walking for 8 hours.
The grinding heat and the lack of water is one heck of a combination. You're suffering some serious amount of sunstroke.
In these conditions, the average person needs 2 pints of water per hour. But Roger's had none all day. Out of nowhere, he sees something that could save him.
I thought there must be something.
A cattle trough in the distance could be his lifeline.
I got mad and started picking up rocks and throwing it at the water trough and kicking it and cursing, and that's when I realized that things were not going to get better in a quick hurry here.
Hours after setting off, Shelley and the kids find it hard to cover any distance in the suffocating heat.
Let's go and sit, have a rest.
Until now, there's been no sign of Roger.
I had noticed Roger had started putting cans and bottles and stuff in the trees.
Now they arrive at the same junction Roger passed earlier. But unlike him, Shelley recognizes the landscape.
And I'm like, I know these mountains. If we go straight over those mountains, then home's right over that mountain.
Shelley realizes that Roger has taken the wrong road, the one that leads deeper into the desert. She doesn't know what to do.
Home's that way. But he went to the right, and if he finds help, he's gonna come back the way he walked.
Shelley must decide if her kids will survive the trip over the mountains, or whether Roger will find help first.
Come on. Come on.
She gambles on Roger, in the hope he succeeds.
Our options were not good options. We didn't have a good option in there.
As the afternoon draws on, they become more dehydrated. Without water, the body can't flush out poisons or regulate temperature, causing weakness, headaches, and delirium.
My head was hurting, and it just hurt to walk. I was so thirsty, my tongue was sticking to the top of my mouth, and I would do anything for water.
The thirst, you get so thirsty. If you could have anything in the world, what do you want? a big glass of ice water.
At last, they see something in the barren landscape that could help them. They come across the dumped belongings of illegal immigrants.
Find some water.
When the illegals get picked up, they have to leave everything they have, so they fit more in the truck, I guess. So we're looking and looking for water jugs and every backpack.
Do you think all these people died out here, Mama?
Oh, of course not, honey. Do you think we're gonna die out here, Mom?
In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't think we're gonna make it. But at the same time, you can't express that to your kids.
Nothing.
To be so close to something that you really are in desperate need of, it's just horrible.
Though exhausted, they keep walking. But their thirst is becoming unbearable.
There must be some water in there. There must.
Hours after Roger, they come to the same cattle trough that he passed earlier.
Nothing.
Just have a little rest.
I remember my top lip was stuck to my teeth and it kept driving me crazy, so I'd lick my lips. That didn't even work.
What about the cactus?
Tiffany had suggested that in her class she learned that the roots of cactus hold more water than the actual cactus.
I can feel some moisture.
Oh, I don't think so.
And you do have moisture underground, but for liquid, no.
Though the cactus roots are dry, it gives Shelley a flash of inspiration.
I have an idea.
I have always heard cactuses hold a lot of water. If I shoot it, I could probably get some liquid out of it and put in this empty Gatorade bottle.
Sit back.
There's no water. It's almost like a sawdust, like fine wood chips inside it. That's it. There is no liquid whatsoever.
Desperation sets in as they face a night in the desert without water.
That was it. We were done.
Roger knows how dangerous the desert is at night. As the day ends, he can only pray for Shelley and the girls.
I was having a one-sided conversation with Shelley.
Shelley, I'm so sorry.
Telling her that I love her and telling the kids that I love them and that they just need to hang on and believe in me and that I wouldn't let them down, you know? And just praying to God that they were still alive.
Shelley and the kids are facing their second night in the wilderness.
I mean, you're tired. You got dehydration working against you. You've got that you've been up since the night before, and now you're up another night with no sleep.
Come on, girls. We're gonna walk.
Weak as they are, they need to make the most of the cooler night temperature of 85 degrees.
If we didn't make as much progress as we could that night, come the next morning, we weren't making it through the next day.
Okay, we'll take a walk, and then we'll rest a bit, okay?
As they ready themselves to go, the silence of the desert is broken.
Tiffany goes, Mom.
Shh, it's a car.
In their relief, they forget all about the dangers of the desert.
I'm like, oh, thank God. We got help. We got help.
Why didn't it stop?
Shelley feels uneasy, and more so when the car turns and faces them.
You could hear the engine just make the noise of when somebody has pushed the accelerator to the floor.
It dawns on Shelley that far from rescue, the driver is a member of one of the notorious gangs of human smugglers from the Mexican border.
Run! Tiff, grab Michaela!
I don't know where this energy came from.
I was just running for my life. There was no other thoughts, just, I'm getting out of here.
I guarantee you, if you're gonna kill my kids, I will shoot you.
Shelley's bravado pays off, and at the last moment, the driver veers away.
That person did try to kill us.
Oh, why did he try and run us over?
Come here. No, don't cry.
All these things out there that could have attacked us, the mountain lions, rattlesnakes, and the only thing that messed with us was our own race. Not the wildlife, the human race.
Morning brings a return of the relentless heat, and with it, their chances of getting out alive decrease.
I knew we would not make it through the second day. I already knew that.
Their only hope of survival now is Roger. But he's struggling as he tries anything to quench his thirst.
When I first put the pieces of cactus in my mouth, that was great for a second. Then realizing when the moisture goes away from what's in your mouth, it turns to like a sawdust.
Though disgusting, the cactus has given him a few tiny drops of moisture.
That one cactus saved my butt.
It's been 24 hours now since the girls have had any water, and they too are desperate.
We've kind of lost our mind at this point. We're way dehydrated.
Mama, can I tell you something weird?
What?
In our science class, we were told that you can drink your own pee.
Really?
And I said, oh, that can't be good.
Mommy, I just have to have something. I am so thirsty.
I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay, well, we are so thirsty. So I end up peeing in this Gatorade jug.
They badly need to take on liquids. In these conditions, you can lose up to 10% of your body weight through fluid loss. More than that can be fatal.
Yeah, I will never forget the taste. It's absolutely disgusting.
And I'm like, okay, I gotta just do it. I gotta do it. And then I made Michaela.
Drink it. Just wet your mouth.
It's just so sickening. You can never, ever even imagine to bring yourself to do that.
You can almost feel the weight pushing your body into the dirt and the sand. And I wouldn't let him down. I had already let him down enough.
With no sign of help, Shelley makes a last attempt to get attention by starting a fire.
Good girl.
And the sun's getting higher and higher. I'm thinking, where in the world is Roger? He couldn't have made it.
I told you I'd come back, girls.
Roger?
What?
At last, it seems their prayers are answered.
Roger's here. I heard him.
Really, Mama? Where?
Yeah. Roger! We're here! Roger! Roger! Roger!
He ain't close to us at all. But your mind takes a vacation.
Can you hear him?
Roger, too, is showing symptoms of advanced dehydration. Lack of water stops vital impulses being sent to the brain and causes blurred vision. Now his body is giving up.
There comes a point, and this is when you really know you're in trouble. You stop sweating. Because now there's no moisture left in your body to get out of your pores.
But however tough it is, the thought of Shelley and the kids drives him on.
You think about your family. You can't give up.
At last, Roger's determination seems to have paid off.
I saw a vehicle coming right towards me. I knew that at that time of day, that was not going to be a human smuggler. I knew that. I thought everything was going to be okay then.
Finally, Roger thinks he's found the help that's going to save his family.
Thank God. I'm thirsty. My girls need help.
I hardly talk because there's no moisture, and I'm saying I need help.
Please. Agua. Agua.
What was that, amigo?
The girls are...
I think we got ourselves a genuine legal.
No.
Ain't that right, amigo?
No. Please, I'm thirsty. Thirsty.
Thirsty?
Yes.
You want a drink?
Please.
Oh, here we go. See you later, amigo!
Roger's appearance has changed so drastically that he's mistaken for an illegal immigrant.
The most helpless feeling a person could ever have in their life. And I'm like, what else? What else could happen? I knew that Shelley and those kids were running on empty out there.
Now well into their third day, the girls' chances of surviving get less with every step they take.
I kept thinking, I wonder if Roger's made it. Has he passed on? Do I need to keep walking?
Mama, I can't go on no more.
After 2 days without water, the effects of dehydration are causing the children's small bodies to shut down.
Just shoot me. Please shoot me, Mama.
I really didn't want to live anymore because it was painful.
Honey.
As soon as she said that, I mean, my heart just sunk.
Come on, my sweetie. We'll do it together. Just one foot after another, okay, honey?
She just keep pushing us forward.
I knew I had to keep going. I can't lose these kids. I brought them here on Earth. I can't give up.
It's taken Roger 2 days to walk just 13 miles in the suffocating heat. Now he's losing his own battle for survival.
I didn't have anything left in my tank mentally, I think, at that point. I couldn't feel any pain or anything anymore. Everything was just starting to get like a hot numbness.
As Roger gives up all hope, yet again he sees something on the horizon.
That truck came right up the same exact path that the prior one had come, right at me.
Roger?
He had recognized me because he's calling me by my first name right away.
Against all odds, the driver knows Roger.
And I realized that he's one of my customers from work. It was pretty cool. But very emotional.
Roger is safe. But a few miles away, the girls can't go on anymore. With no shade, all that Shelley can do is bury her kids in the sand to cool them down.
I crawled to her on my stomach, and I'm so weak, and I just start putting dirt on her, and I could never get her covered. She's crying for help, and I can't help her.
It's a last desperate attempt to protect them from the heat. But deep down, Shelley knows it's too late.
Between the cries out for help and the wanting to be dead, you never will forget.
When the rescue services arrive, there's still only one thing on Roger's mind.
Sir? The girls and their mother.
He says, we're gonna take you to hospital. I said, your ass, you're taking me to a damn hospital. I said, I'm getting my family.
They're out there, we gotta
girls,
save them. The girls. I can show you where they are. Girls. We gotta find them. Can't you go any faster?
They drive for hours, but there's no sign of Shelley and the girls in the vast wilderness.
I thought their chances were, at that point, probably 50-50 at the best.
Out of nowhere, there's the sound of a car.
Did you hear that?
And I start crawling on my hands and knees.
Please, 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 where?
With as dry of a mouth as I have, you're dehydrated, you're weak, and yelling for all you're worth.
Please, where?
Well, they kept on going. They never looked in the rear view mirror. I was just so dehydrated. I could barely move myself. I didn't cover myself. I just laid there on the dirt.
They're definitely looking for us. And they're gonna come back. We just gotta hang in there.
And there was silence. It's like the bell has rung. This is your last day.
Roger's beginning to lose hope that he'll find the girls alive.
Is this all right?
I didn't know anymore if it was going to be a rescue situation, and pray like heck that it's not going to be a recovery situation.
There, that could be them.
At last, the smoke of a fire gives Roger hope that the girls may still be alive.
There, that's their footprints. I recognize them.
Clear as day, I could tell that they were from the girls because Tiffany and Michaela were wearing these sandals that had little circles for the tread. So now I'm really encouraged.
A full rescue team is mobilized, but they're almost out of time. Shelley can do nothing except watch her children die.
And watching them dehydrate, that's memories, that's images that you never forget.
Just as she's given up all hope, she hears a vehicle.
So I came up, and that's when I seen that it was the Ranger.
We got help!
So it was right there on the cusp of life and death when we actually did get the help. It was like having the weight of the world taken off your shoulders. Because I didn't have to fight no more.
Oh, my girls. You gotta get them. My girls.
But the family's ordeal is far from over.
Michaela? Michaela!
It freaked me out.
Mama! Mama! Mama!
I ran up the hill. I had no energy, but I ran up the hill.
Mama! Mama, she's not moving!
I thought, well, in the midst of trying to find somebody to help us, she'd passed away. You go from so excited, we're saved, and then thinking, I didn't do it in time. They kept trying to wake her up. They could not wake her at all.
The trauma has been too much for 5-year-old Michaela, and her kidneys have stopped working.
Not something that you want to see your kids go through, let alone be the cause of.
They had the chaplain come in and pray with us, and I'm thinking, the only time I've ever heard a chaplain coming in and somebody's in the hospital is when you're gonna lose that person.
I didn't want to lose my sister. She's very important to me.
I woke up and I looked down at my arm and I had an IV in my arm. And I remember looking to the side of me and seeing my mom. I was so happy that everybody was alive.
They say a human can only last out in that desert 8 hours without water. Now, we lasted a lot longer than that. And a lot of that comes from my love for them and the pure drive to survive.
Michaela left hospital after a week and made a full recovery. Roger and Shelley got married a year later and are still together. In the Montana wilderness, 5 friends reunite for an epic adventure. But this trip of a lifetime
Avalanche!
Turns into their worst nightmare.
It felt like being hit by a car. It was black and violent. I thought, I'm not going to survive.
In the carnage,
Let's move!
one lies critically injured, while another is buried deep in the snow.
I remember just thinking our friend's gonna die.
Matt, get us a sled.
It's dead.
Cut off from rescue by a powerful storm, they must battle to keep their friend alive.
We were on our hands and knees clawing through the snow.
You have to get there tonight. We gotta take your boot up. The pain came crashing in. I was left wondering if I was the next person to die.
One, two, three, 4, 5.
On their way to ski the remote backcountry of Montana are friends Matt Schuyler and Sam Kavanagh. Skiing is 25-year-old Sam's greatest obsession.
It's a pretty young age that I fell in love with skiing. I did it every opportunity I had, sometimes 4 or 5 days a week. When you stand on top of a mountain, it's literally like you can hear the clouds moving by, and you're the only person there. Matt shared that love and passion.
That's insane. The forecast was for snow, so not only are we going into a place we love to be, but we're gonna have A+ conditions. It was going to be just perfect.
This trip is a rare chance for Sam and Matt to hang out with their 3 greatest friends. Waiting for them at the trailhead is Sam's closest buddy, Blake Morstad.
Haven't you finished yet? Blake is a special guy. He is amazingly intelligent, and he is a physical powerhouse. He would give you the shirt off his back.
To Matt, Blake is more than a friend. He's also his brother-in-law. The final 2 members of the group are professional mountain guide Jason Thompson and emergency medical technician Chris Mackey.
We were all very excited about the skiing, but I think the overwhelming thing was just being excited to just be hanging out with the guys again.
I don't want to get stuck up there with you.
It's New Year's Eve, and to celebrate, the friends are heading out to ski virgin powder in one of Montana's most isolated areas.
It was extremely remote. We couldn't get emails. We couldn't get cell phone contact. But the whole idea of the trip was to go out and get some great powder skiing and have a blast doing it.
Their destination? The untouched slopes of the legendary Mount Nemesis. The mountain is famous for powder skiing and notorious for deadly avalanches. But the men have come prepared.
A high avalanche danger to us is not a stop. It just means you need to be on your A game. Each and every one of us carried a personal beacon and all the tools necessary to extract somebody from an avalanche. We were not a group of punk kids that watched some ski video and said, we're gonna go do that. We regularly ski similar conditions, and we were making good, solid judgments.
Come on, guys, we're losing light.
At the base of the mountain, the group ditch their snowmobiles and prepare to ski to their retreat. But to Blake, this is just another great adventure.
Blake was kind of like a young kid in a candy store.
First beer's on me.
And it was like, this is already off to a perfect start.
The friends have skied 8 kilometers cross-country to their base camp. They're now all set to see in the new year.
Happy New Year!
But Blake is celebrating something much more life-changing.
Okay, guys, I have a special announcement. Addie's pregnant. I'm gonna be a dad.
Wow, good luck to that! It was a pretty momentous moment.
Good work, man.
Hey, congratulations.
Blake suddenly was gonna have a little man looking up to him and exploring life for the first time. And so we took out the personal video camera. And I remember Blake toasting his wife.
Hey, Addie. I love you. I look forward to seeing Junior pretty soon here, too.
Happy New Year, Eddie!
We all fully expected that next year we'd be celebrating the craziness that was 2005.
On New Year's Day, there was well over 2 to 3 feet of new snow.
See you later, guys.
It was just perfect.
The skiing was phenomenal, so we were stoked.
That first morning, we strictly skied in the trees because conditions for an avalanche were perfect.
A heavy snowfall has piled a huge load of powder snow high on the mountain slopes. Skiing too close to this fresh snowpack could trigger a lethal avalanche.
That morning, we were extremely sensitive to our surroundings. But towards the tail end of the day, we started to push the envelope.
Up there?
Yeah.
We started moving slightly higher, but in doing that, we were unconsciously taking more risk.
In their search for the perfect run, the young friends inch ever higher up the slopes, closer to the heavily loaded snowpack.
Let's do it. Yeah.
See you down there.
Finally, only Matt and his brother-in-law Blake are left up top.
You all right?
Go ahead.
he skied off. And that was the last time that I saw him.
300 meters down the mountain, Sam and Chris have finished the run.
There was just genuine excitement. Chris pulls out the camera and he looks at me, he's like, "So Sam,
What'd you think?"
That was awesome. But, gotta tell you, I'm exhausted.
As Chris powered down the camera, suddenly you could just hear this distant, faint noise. And I heard Jason yelling out, "Avalanche!" When you hear the word avalanche, there is just a sudden cold shiver that runs up your spine.
A terrifying wall of snow, weighing thousands of tons, is heading their way. Upslope, Jason is its first victim.
Right next to me was a tree. I grabbed it. I started to feel the snow vibrate. What I experienced, I can only imagine, is like being hit by a car. My world, the world that I knew it to be, had completely evaporated. And I was now being subject to something that was not going to spit me out until it was done with me.
It's a big impact when a wall of snow hits you at 100 miles an hour. It's like being tossed around like a rag doll.
All of a sudden, I was being tossed and turned, not knowing which way was up or down. It was black, it was violent, and I thought, I'm not going to survive.
To his horror, Chris Mackey realizes that the avalanche is sweeping him towards a dangerous precipice.
I knew that there was a fairly large cliff below me. There was also nothing I could do about it.
The nature of the terrain means that the sound of the avalanche hasn't reached 24-year-old Matt Schuyler up above. He's unaware of the disaster unfolding beneath him.
From my vantage point, I couldn't see anything, and I didn't hear anything.
He's waiting for Blake to shout that the way is clear for his run.
I was waiting for someone to yell, "Go ahead," and I waited and waited and waited, and I finally started yelling down,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I just kind of thought, I'll just go down there and see what's going on. And I just thought,
The avalanche has decimated the mountainside. Matt knows that down below his friends could be dead or dying.
Hello! Hello! Hello!
I thought everybody could be buried at this point. As far as I knew, I was the only one left.
Jason! Chris and Blake! Hello! Hello! Jason! Jason!
When I saw Jason, there was relief that there was somebody else with me.
Jason, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay?
Professional mountain guide Jason Thompson has freed himself from the avalanche. But he knows that buried under the suffocating snow, his friends have only minutes to live.
Let's move!
Jason told me to flip my beacon on and start figuring out where everyone was at.
Each one of the 5 is carrying a beacon that emits a signal to indicate their location, even if they are deep beneath the snow.
We got 3 people we have to dig up and get breathing again.
We got 10 minutes, max.
We have very limited time.
You take this side, I'll take over here. Blake! Chris! Blake! Chris! Blake!
Down the mountain, Sam Kavanagh slowly regains consciousness.
Moments ago, I was in the clutches of the Avalanche. And there I am. I had floated to the top, and I'm only partially buried. The first person I could see was Chris.
Are you okay?
He's shooken, scared, but alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Somehow, despite being thrown over the cliff edge, Chris Mackey has also survived.
There's so much snow, and it's so powerful, I didn't even feel it. There was probably 2 seconds of weightlessness and then just a soft landing. There's a lot of adrenaline, realizing, wow, I'm okay. And then freed myself, turned on my transceiver to look for anyone else that could have been buried.
I could hear Jason and Matt upslope yelling out our names. I'm elated, you know?
Here. You here? Here!
Chris and Jason are okay. And I knew that Matt was okay because he's yelling out our names.
Miraculously, 4 of the friends are alive and accounted for.
Blake!
But Sam's best friend Blake is missing.
Blake?
Suddenly, it's not over. It's not okay.
Blake? Blake! Blake! Blake!
We have to find someone who's unconscious, buried, and we don't know where he is.
Blake!
It started to kick in.
Blake!
He's my brother-in-law, and he's buried somewhere.
Blake!
Blake has now been buried for several long minutes. Not only is his body being crushed by the compacted snow, he's rapidly running out of oxygen.
I was thinking, we're gonna kill this guy if we don't find him, you know, because this is taking us too long.
Blake! 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 Blake!
At the exact same moment, Jason and I both picked up the faintest signal on our beepers. We didn't even say anything, just pointed. The signal started getting stronger and stronger. It's going 40, 30, 20, and I started saying out loud, 15.
10. 9. 8.
All of a sudden, I could see the top of the backpack.
Over there.
Now that Blake has been located, it's critical they get to him and clear an airway, fast,
Start from below.
before he dies from lack of oxygen.
We're trying to get to his head to get him breathing.
Using their Avalanche shovels, they start to dig. But the snow has become heavily compacted in the slide.
It was very frustrating. It was like digging up concrete. I threw my shovel aside and was just digging with my hands. I remember just thinking, we're losing him. He's right here, but we can't get him out.
Come on, Blake! Come on, Blake! Come on, Blake!
It was very frustrating how difficult the digging was.
Come on!
I just felt helpless.
30 meters away, Sam Kavanagh struggles to free himself from the imprisoning snow
Blake!
and helps save his best friend.
I started trying to move around, and I felt this pretty intense pain. And that's when I finally looked down. My foot was facing 180 degrees behind me. And there was about 4 inches of my tibia bone sticking through my ski pants.
Despite his horrific injury, Sam is desperate to help Blake. But first, he will have to do the unthinkable.
And so I really just tried to prepare myself. I grabbed it, I spun it 180 degrees. And I tried to stand and walk and shuffle my way down the slope to find Blake.
Hearing the screams, EMT Chris realizes Sam is also in trouble.
I looked up and saw that he was in a very tenuous situation.
Sam, how you doing there, buddy? You okay? My leg's busted. I think it's really bad. Come on!
This is just shocking. There was a very big laceration on the side of his leg and quite a bit of bone sticking out.
It's gonna be okay, Sid. It's gonna be okay.
It's certainly the worst compound fracture I'd seen to that point.
Chris is suddenly pushed to the limits of his training. He knows that an injury this severe, so far from civilization, could prove fatal.
We just need to get Sam stabilized, try to control the bleeding, and get him off of the slope. But we were still right in the middle of dealing with Blake.
We got him out!
Finally, after being buried for almost 10 minutes, Blake Morstad is pulled from his icy tomb.
At first, I thought he's just passed out. We'll revive him. A couple pumps and he'll cough up some snow and we'll get out of here.
Blake has no life signs. Compressing his chest will simulate his heartbeat, pumping blood round his body and keeping his brain alive.
Man, come on. Pump his chest. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason had me pushing on his chest and he's saying,
Harder. Go harder.
break a rib if you have to. I remember being really frustrated, thinking we're losing him.
They did CPR for a few minutes and they yelled up, "It's not going well."
Chris! We need you down here! Keep the pressure on here, buddy, okay? Stay calm. I'll be back, all right? Okay.
I raced down through the debris.
Have you seen any signs of life? Okay, let me take
Blake was white, maybe even a little blue, and not responsive at all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
You're relying on your training, but it's a struggle.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
This is not a rubber mannequin. This is your friend, and he's not doing well.
15.
In the back of my head, I knew he was dead. But you continue just out of hope, because this is Blake, you know.
I remember just looking at Jason and he was just like, this is done. He's dead. And I just thought, wow.
"30 meters away, the terrible truth about his best friend is slowly dawning on Sam.
I just waited for this physically dominating man to stand up and take care of me. I saw 3 people stand up, and one wasn't Blake. That's when my world came crashing, and I was left wondering if I was the next person to die.
expectant father Blake Morstad lies dead in the snow.
That's a tough realization, but he was gone. There was nothing more that we could do for him, and that was fairly apparent. As a group, we just knew that our focus needed to shift to Sam.
Guys, I'm getting really cold up here.
The fifth friend, 25-year-old Sam Kavanagh, has suffered a horrific leg injury and is losing blood. Young EMT Chris Mackey knows he must work fast or watch a second friend die.
I was very concerned for Sam. He was in and out of shock, which was kind of hard to assess. He had lost an incredible amount of blood.
He's in shock. His body temperature is plummeting, and he risks hypothermia.
I was becoming extremely cold. I couldn't formulate thoughts very well. And there was literally a voice in my head that said, if you want to escape the vicious, vicious pain, my body said, all you gotta do is close your eyes.
After losing his brother-in-law, Matt Schuyler is determined not to let Sam die too.
I remember him shaking me out of this trance. He's like, Sam?
You're going back to Sarah. You're going home to your wife.
For him to put me in that position of fighting for something that was so important to me, at that moment, I had a reason to survive.
It's essential to get Sam warmth and shelter fast. But base camp is a kilometer away across rough terrain.
Matt, get us a sled, okay?
Matt ran back and grabbed a toboggan to get Sam back to the hut. Before I could move him, I had to splint his leg.
Splinting Sam's leg will close his wound and should slow the blood loss. But it also means grinding his broken bones back together.
This is gonna hurt, right?
Sam's a tough kid, but doing that with no pain control.
1, 3. Yeah. 1, 2.
That's about as painful as it gets.
3.
By nightfall, the men begin their short trip back to camp, but soon realize that Sam faces a grueling journey. The deep snow and level terrain mean that the sled keeps sinking.
We were on our hands and knees, just clawing through the snow. We were working as hard as I've ever worked doing anything.
We were just going 10 steps at a time, and we'd just fall over, do it again. It just took forever to cover any ground.
As the group struggles on, the temperature plummets to well below freezing, and Sam begins to show signs of hypothermia.
Despite it being 0 degrees out, I was sweating bullets. I was shaking uncontrollably. Multiple times, Matt and Jason bundled up around me, just trying to stabilize me.
Sam!
There was times where he just wouldn't really respond, and we would shake him awake.
Sam, you stay with us, buddy, okay? Hey, don't go to sleep, buddy.
It was a critical situation, for sure.
Finally, after 2.5 hours out in the bitter cold, the group gets Sam into the shelter of base camp.
Once we got back, there was a sense of relief.
Easy, easy. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, easy. Yep, Sam. Okay. Yeah, Matt, give me that water.
But EMT Chris Mackey knows that the journey may have done untold damage to Sam's shattered leg.
It's at that point where we needed to look again at his leg, and I knew the boot needed to come off.
Okay, Sam, that's gonna hurt.
I tried to prepare Sam for the pain that he was gonna be going through.
I want you to bite down on this for me, and we're gonna get this done, okay? Yeah?
He bed down on a rag, and we slowly, precariously started to remove his boot.
Okay, go. Come on. You have to imagine my leg is only currently being held on by the very back muscle. And I remember yelling out, "Just rip it off now!" It was pain that it takes your breath away. It leaves you gasping for air.
Okay.
It was like nothing I've ever experienced, nor do I ever want to experience that again.
Now that the boot is off, Chris can finally see the severity of Sam's injury and its deadly implications.
This is just shocking. Sam was bleeding internally to the point of it being fatal, if not controlled. And there was really nothing we could do to stop the bleeding.
Sam needs immediate surgery. But high on the mountain, there's no mobile phone signal to call for rescue. And it's far too dangerous to ski out in the dark. All the friends can do is watch over Sam and pray he lasts the night.
The decision that we made as a group was to wait till first light. And we took rotations staying up with Sam.
And as the hours drag by, the friends' thoughts turn to Blake, who only hours ago was still among them.
We were all mourning Blake. It was unsettling knowing that your friend was lying out there in the dark, in the snow, alone.
Sam Kavanagh has survived the night, but is fading fast. By now, he's lost over 1/3 of his blood and is in dire need of a transfusion. His friends must summon help immediately.
Camp started getting a little busy. Matt and Chris are up, getting ready for the trip out. And that's when we started going through packs. And realizing we didn't have all the stuff that we needed.
Spare ski poles. They're in Blake's pack.
Without ski poles, it will be impossible for them to reach civilization. But going back to revisit their dead friend is a task no one wants to complete.
I'll go. You wait here.
I followed our tracks up from the night before. I was a bit hesitant because it was like a bad dream at that point. And seeing the evidence of the avalanche made it all very real again. Found Blake. Searched around and grabbed some ski poles. It's a very odd thing to say, I realize. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd seen in my life. The violence of the day before had been replaced. It was very quiet. It was just me. Just me and Blake at that point. So it was a very special moment.
You ready? Hang in there, young.
We skied as fast as we could.
For 4 hours, they ski through dangerous avalanche terrain. Finally, they make it to the base of the mountain, where they left their snowmobiles. From here, they're just an hour's drive from mobile phone contact with the outside world.
And the one thing you need to happen is that snow machine starting.
We couldn't get the stupid thing to start.
It's dead.
It was a nightmare.
The snowmobiles belong to Sam, and Matt and Chris aren't sure how to get them started.
We tried different ways of starting it. We kicked it, we cursed at it, we cajoled it.
Without a snowmobile, they face a cross-country ski that could take as long as a day. High on the mountain, the situation is rapidly worsening. A storm front is closing in, and if it hits, any helicopter rescue will become impossible.
The weather was changing. That started to raise a red flag. I was really worried and concerned for my life. I didn't like the occasional whiff or smell that I would get from the decaying flesh. I knew that the life was slipping from me. But you have to hope that it's not over. My time wasn't done. I wasn't finished.
Down at the base of the mountain, Matt is still grappling with how to start Sam's snowmobile.
Sam is in a life and death situation. Nobody even knows.
We just couldn't delay anymore.
Chris decides he has no choice but to ski on.
As I'm out in the middle of this big field, I hear the snow machine, belch to life. And that frustration and anxiety quickly melted away.
Once they emerge from the shadow of the mountain, Chris fires up his mobile phone.
The first time we got half a bar, we called search and rescue.
Hello? Look, my friend needs urgent medical attention. Yeah, okay, but hurry.
I distinctly remember talking with the head of search and rescue.
Yeah.
He was very professional. He asked the right questions, and I said,
If ever you needed a helicopter, yeah, this is now.
Suddenly you hear this very faint thud, and it kind of drew a little closer, And then Jason came in, he's like, man, there's a helicopter.
They're coming.
And you could hear this helicopter closer and closer as if it's just right over our head. I'm elated. They're coming to rescue us. This is it. Then the helicopter would faint and it would go away.
Please! Come back!
We didn't know what was going on. Could they not see us? Because we could clearly see them. And Jason said,
They're coming straight back. I'm sure of it.
and the helicopter flew over. You could hear the rotors. And then they got a little quieter, and they disappeared. And it just went dead silent.
30 kilometers away, Chris and Matt have made it back to the safety of their truck, where news of the aborted rescue attempt is filtering through.
Search and rescue kept saying, we can't do this, it's not gonna happen. They were in the middle of a snowstorm. There was 60 inches of new snow. They just couldn't land, just couldn't happen. I remember Chris just telling him,
our friend is gonna die. You have to get there tonight.
I thought it was very likely that we were gonna come out of this with 2 people dead.
The rescue helicopter can't try again till daybreak, and the mood at camp is desperate.
There was anger, but I just had to try to make it to tomorrow.
But by now, Sam's leg is starting to decompose, and with no antibiotics to stop the spread of poisonous toxins, his organs are starting to shut down.
I needed to go to the bathroom, and I was trying to pee into a plastic juice jug.
Jason.
And so I talked Jason into letting me sit upright. And as soon as I swung my leg down, it was literally like somebody had opened a faucet. And the stench of decaying blood and bacteria-infested flesh was just compounding the fact that this was unsurvivable. I was scared and I was fearful. I had reached my limit.
In the backcountry wilderness of Montana, search and rescue air crews are grounded by a fierce snowstorm. 2,000 meters up, Chris Mackey and Matt Schuyler have battled their way back to camp, where 24 hours ago, they left critically injured Sam Kavanagh fighting for his life.
When Matt and I arrived, there was a big relief that Sam was still with us. But he was in a very tenuous situation.
How are you, buddy? Hanging in there?
He had lost an incredible amount of blood. I'm not going to venture how much longer he could have lasted, but we were pushing that limit, I think. I knew that we were racing against time to get him to hospital.
It's a desperate dilemma. Any attempt to drag Sam down the mountain would trigger further blood loss and probably kill him. His only hope of survival is an airlift, but rescue helicopters can't land in the deep snow around the camp.
Matt, come with me, okay?
I remember Chris said, if you want a helicopter to come in here, start stepping on snow and make a helipad. I knew if the helicopter couldn't land, we were taking out a dead body.
It's early afternoon, and the storm rages on. But then a glimmer of hope. A medical team have fought their way through the blizzard. They'll try to stabilize Sam until the helicopter can land.
To have that level of expertise there was a big relief. They had antibiotics and some pain medication, and medically pretty much took over.
I was happy to at least be seen by a doctor for the first time. But when he opened up the bandage, he was shocked by the smell, by the infection, by the decomposition of the tissue.
By now, the decomposing tissue is so poisonous, Sam's condition has reached critical. A decision is made. Despite the risk, the friends will have to drag Sam down the mountain. It's a desperate strategy.
Okay, Sam, we're gonna drag you out, okay? The whole group collectively began wrapping me in the sleeping bag. At that point, my injury was so bad, the probability of me dying halfway out was pretty high. 1, 2, 3. I think there was a real concern that I may not be able to survive.
I don't know, but and it was just like, this is a nightmare. We just couldn't lie there and watch him die.
Okay, ready? Let's go.
Wait. Suddenly, we got word that the helicopter pilots were going to give it one more try.
Chopper's coming back.
We immediately started going to this makeshift landing zone that Chris and Matt had stomped out with their skis. Suddenly you hear the helicopter flying in, and it's getting louder, and it's getting louder, and it's getting louder. And now you can feel the wind and the rotor wash and crystals of snow hitting your face. For the first time in 48 hours, I didn't feel pain. I was taken away from that, and I was rescued.
Chris Mackey went on to study medicine, graduating from medical school in 2010. Today he works as a hospital doctor in North Dakota. Matt Schuyler still lives and works in Montana, where he has 3 young children. Jason Thompson continues mountain guiding around the world. Sam Kavanagh was flown to hospital, where following an emergency operation on his shattered leg, doctors forecast a further 3 years of reconstructive surgery. 2 weeks later, Sam opted to have the limb amputated. Today, he works in Montana as a civil engineer and cycles for the US Paralympic team.
I've become an exceptional biker. I walk in the mountains. I run around with my daughter and my wife. The whole experience has taught me to live life and to love life. But it's emotional to think of losing Blake. Not just because he was a great guy, it was because he left a part of him in my heart. It's great to know that I've had people in my life have that impact on me, because I know ultimately that makes me a better person.
Two friends enjoy a sightseeing flight across scenic Alaska before an unplanned detour turns to disaster.
I'll never forget him looking at me and saying, "We're gonna crash."
And then there was a very loud noise. Then the lights went out.
Hang on, buddy, I'm coming! Ah!
Seriously injured and stranded in the middle of nowhere, they must hike to safety through terrain infested with grizzly bears.
There was no pepper spray, there was no shotgun, there was nothing between us and them.
You don't stand a chance against an animal like that.
In their desperate bid for survival, their only hope is to rely on each other.
Gary and I were going home, or we were going to die trying.
The Knik River Valley in southern Alaska, an area of untamed natural beauty, overlooked by the majestic Chugach mountain range. Its most famous feature is the spectacular 45-kilometer-long Knik Glacier.
All set, Stuart. Take the other strut, Gary.
In nearby Palmer, two friends are getting ready for a sightseeing flight to the glacier.
Okay, clear on this side.
Taking the pilot's seat is Dave Akers, a veteran flyer with thousands of hours under his belt.
I've been flying aircraft since 1974. It's rewarding, it's challenging. Really love to fly.
Oh man, this is what I'm really gonna miss.
Texan Gary Knoll came north 2 years ago to work in Alaska's oil industry, and quickly became firm friends with fellow outdoorsman Dave.
Really appreciate this, Dave.
We went out and did a lot of sightseeing together. We both had a mutual admiration for the outdoors. I would just jump at every opportunity I had to go fly with him.
I really haven't known Gary all that long, but, you know, sometimes you just click.
Dave's been teaching Gary the basics of flying, but this is their last lesson for a while. Gary and his family are returning home to Texas.
Okay, Gary, ready to go? Let's do it.
The 80-kilometer round trip should take no more than 2 hours. Dave and Gary plan to be back before dusk.
We were in just real remote scenery. No power lines, no roads, no human intervention in the land at all.
Alaska is just beautiful. It's called the last frontier, and it truly is the last frontier. There's just, you can get away from civilization very easily up there.
The weather stays fine as they track the river southeastwards. And after an hour, they reach their destination, the stunning Knik Glacier.
It's probably some of the most magnificent scenery that I can relate to. And I've seen a lot of country in my life.
Time's up, Gary.
Eager to land the plane while it's still daylight, Dave turns for home.
And as we headed back towards the airport,
Hey, Dave, look over there.
I remember glancing over to my right shoulder and seeing this mouth of this valley just opening up to our right there.
Let's go check it out.
Dave has never noticed this valley before.
Hey, come on, there might not be no next time. Okay.
Intrigued, he descends to take a closer look. But what Dave doesn't know is that this is a notorious spot where over a dozen planes have crashed before.
I had a lot of trust in the airplane and a lot of trust in my ability. just wanted to kind of get a feel for the environment.
15 minutes later, Dave starts his climb out.
The valley was back behind us. Remember Dave just giving it full throttle.
We don't seem to be going up.
I did a quick instrument scan and noticed that I was going down at 200 feet a minute. I thought, something's not right. I immediately knew we were in a downdraft.
The aircraft is caught in a column of rapidly descending cold air. Its 145 horsepower engine can't generate enough lift to overcome the powerful downward force. The plane is now plummeting towards the ground at over 10 meters per second.
I needed to keep my wings level and get my airspeed as low as possible because we were going to impact. I had no choice but to accept that.
I'll never forget him looking at me and saying, "We're gonna crash." The impact was tremendous.
Just loud, and I thought, oh no, what have I done?
Just feel the plane skidding and sliding.
And then a big noise, and then the lights went out.
After skidding for 30 meters, the plane has come to rest. Over 1,200 meters up a remote mountainside.
One of my first thoughts was, here I am covered in blood. I had a hard time focusing my eyes.
Miraculously, both men have survived the crash. But Dave appears to be unconscious.
I look around and I see Dave laid back in his seat and his eyes are just rolled up in his head. I'm thinking, man, this is not good.
Dave, you hear me?
I immediately start yelling at him and trying to get his attention.
Dave, talk to me, man.
He was incoherent.
But their injuries are not the only problem.
Dave, we gotta get out.
Gasoline was just pouring out.
The force of the impact has ruptured the plane's fuel tanks.
Get the door.
The wreck could catch fire and explode at any moment.
Come on, man.
Gary must get his injured friend to safety.
Go! Go!
I'm pulling and tugging on him and trying to get him out of the plane.
Come on!
He's not responding.
Wake up!
I didn't have time to think, oh, are we gonna die or whatever.
Come on, man!
I just knew we gotta get away from the plane.
Come on!
Just kept yelling at him, come on, Dave, we gotta move, we gotta get out of here.
Gary finally manages to drag Dave clear of the wreckage and out of danger.
And the next thing I knew, I'm staring at the tundra.
Oh.
I recall thinking that we're two very lucky people to be alive.
Against all odds, Dave and Gary have survived the crash, but both have sustained multiple injuries.
I remember having a lot of A lot of pain up in my right chest and shoulder area. And then I looked up at Gary, and he had a pretty good gash in his forehead.
He don't look good. I'm okay.
Gary doesn't know it, but he has a serious skull fracture. Dave has broken 2 ribs and fractured his collarbone.
We needed to get some help quick, but nobody knew where we were at. I immediately started to feel guilty for what I had done.
Their unplanned detour means they're well off the usual flight path, and they've left their mobile phones back at the airfield. Their last hope is the plane's high-frequency radio. But to reach it means braving the fuel-soaked fuselage.
The gasoline was still just pouring out of the plane, and we just determined we had to take a chance.
Gary grabs vital emergency gear, while Dave checks the radio. A single spark could ignite the fuel, turning the wreck into a lethal fireball.
I reached over to the master switch. I turned on the radio to see if there was anything there. There wasn't any power. It was just dead.
It's a devastating blow. Out here, it could take weeks for rescuers to find them. Now there's only one option left. They must walk off the mountain while they're still strong enough.
So we gathered up everything we had.
The men decide to head for the Kinnick River, where they hope to hit a logging road. But they set off woefully ill-equipped to survive in the harsh Alaskan wilderness.
You reckon I ought to get a jacket?
Ah, don't worry. We'll be up and back before you know it.
I was dressed in my shorts, t-shirt, my tennis shoes on. We just thinking we're gonna go out for a quick sightseeing trip, but it's not the way to be dressed when you're out in the wilderness of Alaska.
An inventory of the bag they salvaged from the plane reveals little by way of supplies.
He had a little emergency bag that had some peanut butter, some bandages, some tarps, some old towels, a couple of sleeping bags. It was pretty limited, but we were able to utilize some of the things in it. Before we started down the hill, I made a sling for Dave's arm.
Sorry about this. We gotta put a sling on this thing. Okay. Easy. Better? Huh?
Yeah. Then I tore a towel in half and got the bleeding on my forehead stopped.
But Dave and Gary are taking an almighty risk. They've crashed in an area with the largest brown bear population in North America. Often weighing in at over 300 kilos and standing at over 2 meters tall. The native brown bear is a fearsome predator, capable of ripping through flesh and bone. And they can smell blood up to 30 kilometers away.
Here I am, covered in blood. Dave is injured, and we're in bear country with no firearm.
With 40 kilometers to cover to the nearest settlement, their chances of survival are slim.
I would estimate we probably traveled 2.5 miles away from the plane.
You all right?
The going was so tough, and Dave was hurting.
Dave's smashed rib cage makes every movement searingly painful.
The pain was pretty intense. So at that point, I needed to rely on Gary's direction.
Here, above 1,000 meters, nighttime temperatures can drop below freezing. And as the sun begins to set, both men start to feel bitterly cold.
We're looking for ways to stay warm. So we made some makeshift ponchos.
Yeah.
Dave was really struggling. We decided to stop for the night.
Concerned that pushing Dave on could exacerbate his injuries, Gary decides to make camp for the night.
We laid one of the big tarps out and then pulled the second tarp up over us.
Dave and Gary desperately need rest, but they know that many of Alaska's fiercest animals come out to hunt at night.
Wanted to really be just on alert, listening for bears.
Weak, unarmed, and covered in blood, the men would be an easy meal for determined predators.
Gary had had a bear encounter earlier that year where he actually had to shoot the bear. If he's gonna come get you, he's gonna come get you, and you're defenseless.
Fearing for their lives, both men's thoughts turn to their families.
We love our wives and we love our kids, and that's where we wanted to be.
I could only imagine at that point they must have thought we were probably dead. We were so compelled to get off that mountain for that reason, just to let them know that we were all right.
Gary and I were going home, or we were gonna die trying.
As soon as there was enough light, I determined that we needed to get moving.
Come on, get up. We gotta get home.
Pretty soon I hear this, hey Dave, we gotta go.
We gotta get out of here. Oh, give me a break.
You're hurting and you're tired. I laid there for what seemed to me like 3 seconds.
Look, if I can keep moving in this, you can too.
He was getting really just rigid from his injuries. I had to convince Dave several times that we needed to get up and go.
Get up!
Dave's injured body craves rest. But Gary knows that if they're to make it out alive, they must get moving.
I was thinking that the best thing to do was to get up and start moving, get the blood circulating, get some warmth going, help perhaps boost the morale, just have a plan, put something into action. We had to backtrack out of the canyon that we flew up into. But, you know, everything looks different on the ground than it does from the air. The going was so tough that Dave couldn't help from falling. I mean, he would fall on that shoulder several times and just grimace in pain.
When you got a lot of pain like that on one side or the other, it's just really uncomfortable. It's kind of hard to keep the balance, but I needed to carry on.
Dave and Gary hope that the Kanik River will lead them back to civilization. But to reach it, they will have to navigate their way across 40 kilometers of treacherous terrain.
My concern really started growing there because you just don't know what's down in the alder brush.
We had enough blood about us that I would have rather been a moving target to a bear than a sitting target to a bear.
And then I spotted something moving off to our right, and I just froze. There was a huge grizzly.
We were literally just feet away from it.
Dave and Gary are now face to face with a 300-kilo grizzly bear. It's their worst nightmare.
You don't stand a chance against an animal like that. Largest predator in North America.
They're upwind of the grizzly, so it hasn't smelt them. Yet. But should the wind change, the scent of blood will surely attract this fearsome predator. The two friends are in grave danger.
The bear was just prowling back and forth.
And then it turned back towards us. We are obviously in his territory and his domain. I thought to myself, hold still. I remember Gary saying, Lord, help the bear to turn the other way. That's exactly what the bear did.
We were so relieved when that happened. It was like we could breathe again, you know.
We both looked at each other and said, this is not where we need to be right now.
As quiet as possible. We sort of cut back at a 45-degree angle. We wanted to just put some distance between us and that bear.
I remember looking back a few times, wondering if there was anything following us. And then we noticed a large area that had been stomped around.
Oh, no. It's fresh, isn't it?
We were standing just feet away from this moose kill.
When a grizzly kills a moose, it'll take it and bury it, let it rot a little bit. Seeing that moose's head and legs and stuff sticking out of the ground, that was not a good feeling right there at that point.
Dave and Gary have accidentally stumbled into the heart of the grizzly's lair.
And I'm thinking, oh, great. You know, the bear's right down the stream from us. We're in its kitchen here, and he or she would have been probably pretty aggressive if he thought we were invading on his kill.
Brown bears are notoriously territorial, and the men know this one could return at any moment.
There was no pepper spray, there was no shotgun, there was nothing between us and them, and absolutely no protection whatsoever.
I'm thinking this bear's gonna come busting out of the woods any minute now.
Between a bear and its kill was not the place to be. And that's when we started moving off.
Reeking of blood, Dave and Gary are desperate to avoid another bear encounter.
Bears are unpredictable. You never know what it is that's going to provoke them to attack you. We were definitely in a position to have that happen at any moment.
One of the items we had was a bear whistle. And we would just blow on that pretty much all the time. You don't want to surprise a bear. That's the worst thing you can do. Your senses are really on high alert.
The men stumble onto the bank of a 10-meter-wide river. If they can reach the other side, they should be out of the bear's territory. Dave is the first to try and wade across.
As he starts to enter the creek, I'm looking over my shoulder. I'm looking for that big old grizzly bear.
The water was ice cold. Of course, the whole balancing act with the pack and the pain and everything was challenging. And then lost my footing and got pulled downstream.
I turn around and look, and Dave's gone. I look downstream, and there's Dave. He washed downstream about 20, 25 yards or so.
In the fast-flowing torrent, Dave's broken collarbone and ribs make trying to swim agony. Soon he's freezing cold and struggling just to keep his head above water.
Hang on, I'm coming!
Dave manages to drag himself to shallow water. But on a day when the temperature is barely 4 degrees Celsius, his body temperature is plummeting.
I'm thinking, great, this is not good, you know. Now he's gonna get hypothermia.
Come on, let's get you dried off.
No. Gary said, you know, you need to wring out all your clothes.
We gotta get out of here.
Dave decides that getting dry isn't their biggest concern.
We're still within proximity of where we had just seen this bear, and I said, no, we'll just trek hard, and I'll just try to body heat it out.
Dave is risking hypothermia. Now, more than ever, the two friends need rescuing. 30 kilometers away in Palmer, the men's wives have raised the alarm, and an air search has been underway all day. But the rescue teams are unaware that the two men are much higher up the mountains than anticipated, and beyond the limits of their search area. For now, Dave and Gary are on their own.
Now, I remember Dave falling several times.
You all right?
But he wouldn't complain. You just get up and keep on going. And I could tell he was hurting.
With every movement, over the uneven terrain, Dave's broken ribs threaten to puncture a lung. If that happens before they reach safety, he might not survive.
You could just feel the piercing inside in the chest, and it was uncomfortable.
Dave is the one in pain, but the men still don't realize that it's Gary who's in the most serious danger. The skull fracture he suffered in the crash puts him at risk of a brain hemorrhage.
We're hiking hard here, and we're sweating, and we're putting out energy, and it was just like you could never take on enough water.
I was so thirsty, I didn't care if it was dirty, I didn't care what was in it. I was determined to get some moisture in my mouth.
And then we remembered we had a jar of peanut butter.
The peanut butter they retrieved from the plane is a godsend. It's not much, but it gives the men a desperately needed boost.
Peanut butter was always good to eat. You could feel a little pickup.
Yeah, it was just like a shot of energy, so packed with protein and the sugars. It was the first time I had probably eaten in well over 24 hours. And I remember how good that peanut butter tasted.
The friends continue hiking south in the general direction of the Kinnick River.
That was a lot further journey than what we'd imagined. Every time you come over a rise, you think it's going to be, we're going to see it.
But the rough terrain and their worsening injuries make progress painfully slow.
We carried on for a couple hours.
Our bodies were growing more and more exhausted at this point. And then I looked up. And we caught our first glimpse of the Canuck River down below us. That was where we're trying to get to.
After hiking for more than 20 kilometers through the brutal Alaskan wilderness, the two friends can see the river, which they hope will lead them back to civilization.
Try? We decided it's time to go down and try to get out through the valley floor.
Facing a long, slow descent to the valley below, they decide to take a shortcut. But it means scrambling down a steep, wooded slope.
It just got steeper and steeper and wetter, and the underbrush was just really green. The ground was slippery.
You had to be careful with every step because you could really break an ankle or twist a knee. You had to hang on to the brush. It was so steep that if you let go, you're just going to tumble out of control.
All of a sudden, my feet slipped out from underneath me, and I started sliding down the hill.
Unable to stop himself, Dave is hurtling towards the edge of a 15-meter precipice.
We're picking up speed. As the branches are going by, I'm reaching out with my arm. I look down, and there's nothing underneath me. I stopped solid. And then I went to put my feet underneath me, and there wasn't anything there. I looked down, and it was another drop on down to the bottom.
Hang on, buddy, I'm coming!
Finally, I pulled myself up until I could get my feet underneath me. Had I have gone off of that, I may not be sitting here.
I realized that was probably the worst mistake of the whole journey.
Dave and Gary's shortcut has badly backfired.
Let's go.
Exhausted from their exertions and the pain of their injuries, they now have to climb nearly 150 meters back up a 45-degree slope.
That was a pretty demoralizing point. Right there was just trying to get back all the way up to where we started from.
It was pretty steep.
Dave is in a bad way. The fall aggravated his broken ribs, and now every breath is agony.
I was just grasping for air. There was a concern there about what it was that was going to happen next with your body, because you could feel things weren't working as they should be.
The grueling climb saps what little strength Dave has left. And now Gary's in trouble too.
I don't feel good.
I'm thinking something weird is going on here.
Gary, we gotta keep going.
Man, this is really strange. But I knew we had to keep on going.
What you doing? It's this way. It's this way.
He's going, why are we going south?
I promise you, it's this way.
I've normally got a great sense of direction, but I think in the injuries to my forehead and were beginning to take a toll.
Gary's growing confusion is a worrying symptom of his fractured skull and severe concussion. Up to this point, he's taken the lead. But now, he realizes that it's his turn to rely on Dave.
At this point, I decided to follow Dave's lead. I mean, he seemed to be thinking clearly.
Gary needs urgent medical attention. The search efforts continue. But as the friends' unplanned detour took them way off the usual flight path, the search doesn't extend to where they're stranded. "24 hours after the crash, Dave and Gary still haven't reached the Connect River, their route back to civilization.
I gotta rest.
Then, Gary catches sight of something through the trees.
And then I can remember seeing what I thought was a hunter. Thought, man, that's odd. It's not even hunting season.
Dave! Look! Gary, what is it? I thought I saw a hunter. Gary, there's nothing there.
At this point, I'm starting to understand that Gary's operating in some sort of a reduced mental capacity.
Gary's erratic behavior is worrying Dave. For the first time, he realizes that his friend's head injury could be life-threatening.
Watching Gary go through that, it increased my feelings of guilt for having caused the accident in the first place. It gave me a drive to want to do everything I could to make sure that we could get to some help quick.
The friends' hike to safety just became a race against the clock. Dave pushes on, determined to get his friend the medical help he so desperately needs.
I turned around and there was no Gary. I thought, how can that be? He was just here. You know, where did Gary go?
Gary has disappeared. His worsening head injury makes him completely reliant on his friend for survival. Dave retraces his steps, fearful of what he might find.
I'm here, Gary. Come on.
When I called him and he didn't answer.
Come on.
And I called him again and he didn't answer. That was a very low moment.
If Dave can't find his friend, he will die.
All of a sudden, his whistle went off. He had tripped and fallen in the brush. It was just amazing to see Gary again.
I began to taper off, mainly due to the impact to my forehead, and I really began to hallucinate.
Hey! Hey! Come on. I'm here, Gary. Come on. Come on, Gary. Come on.
And I remember thinking at this point, man, I'm sure glad Dave was there with me, because I did realize that he was thinking right.
The two men are tantalizingly close to the Connect River, their route map to civilization.
Come on, keep going.
But Gary's condition is getting worse with every step. He could slip into unconsciousness at any time.
But then I heard the sound of an aircraft.
Look!
It was headed right up towards us.
It's a de Havilland Beaver. It's red. I know the people who even operate the airplane. It's that close, I can see it.
Quick, quick, flare!
The plane is flying upriver towards the Knik Glacier. Gary and Dave scramble for the emergency flare they retrieved from their aircraft.
The timing just perfect. He was coming right at us, and I shot the flare off right in front of the plane.
And I'm thinking, it just doesn't get any better than that.
The flare started to illuminate. When it got to its crest, the plane banked away 180 degrees away from us. He never so much as saw it.
It was disheartening to me to see the plane fly off. There has to be the golden moment for a rescue, and it wasn't our golden moment.
It's a crushing blow. Gary's survival chances just took a major hit. The men stumble on, but now even the terrain seems to conspire against them.
It is just nothing but tangled sticks and brush. We literally couldn't see much more than about 50 feet. It's thick. It's really thick.
Gary, come on!
I could really just feel a sinking feeling coming on me. It would take 10 times the effort to just go 5 feet.
And now, Gary has completely lost his grip on reality.
I would see camps, campfires, tents. They would just vaporize. They would just vanish. There was nothing there.
As the light fades, Dave starts to feel desperate.
Come on, keep coming!
He's convinced that Gary won't survive another night out here.
Come on, Gary, get up! Keep coming, keep coming.
Watching Gary not move as fast, being quieter, that was a real sinking feeling. Quietly, I talked to God and prayed for our survival. And then I hear car engines. And I think, no, that's not car engines. Then I hear it again. And then I hear a big roar.
And then I see lights shining through the trees.
Look! Hey! Hey!
By some miracle, Gary and Dave have stumbled onto a logging road and a car full of holidaymakers.
They come running up to us there, and it was just the most awesome thing. I was very blessed to be alive.
After 33 hours alone in the wilderness, Dave and Gary are finally rescued.
We were going home. It's remarkable that we survived the crash. It's remarkable that we were in physical condition to be able to walk out. And it's remarkable that we did not have a physical encounter with a bear.
The men were rushed to hospital in Parma, where doctors treated Gary's head injury. He was lucky not to need surgery, but it took him nearly 6 months to get over the effects of his fractured skull. An air search took 2 weeks to locate Dave's crashed plane. Despite his terrifying ordeal, Dave was back at the controls within 2 months.
I'll continue to fly. I'll continue to love aviation very much. I don't see my life without it.
In fact, Dave is renovating another aircraft to replace the one he lost on the mountain.
I'm fortunate to be able to go on as a pilot, and I'll encourage others, including Gary. I hope that he continues on to get his pilot's license.
The experience has made Dave and Gary's bond of friendship even stronger.
Me and Dave have grown really close. You don't go through an experience like that with somebody and survive and not come out of it a lot closer.
Could I have done this alone? I don't think so. I think that if it wasn't for Gary being there, that I wouldn't be here.
College classmates, Sonia and Marnie, are just getting to know each other when a mountain holiday goes tragically wrong.
Shift your weight!
Trapped on a crumbling precipice.
It was terrifying. If you fell, you would fall down hundreds of feet and die.
I thought, this is it. It's only a matter of time.
They have to stay awake just to stay alive.
Falling asleep meant dying.
Survival means sticking together. But this mountain will tear them apart.
She started to think that we could die there.
Here you go, sons.
It's 4 days before Christmas,
Cheers, mate.
and postgraduate physics students Sonia Rendell and Marnie Shepherd have left their books behind for a 3-day hike in the southern Alps of New Zealand.
They look so cute. They don't look real.
They're gonna feel pretty real once we're up there.
25-year-old city girl Sonia has just split with her boyfriend and is taking time out to clear her head.
I was heartbroken, so it was a good opportunity just to get away and start thinking about where my life was going.
Sonia had a bit of a split up just beforehand. So this hike was something I hoped that Sonia would enjoy.
At 36, Marnie's already a veteran mountaineer. This trip was her idea.
I've always loved the mountains. It brings a lot of happiness for me anyway, to feel like I'm part of nature.
The women have rarely hung out socially, until now.
Sonia and I are very different in some ways. Sonia's a lot more sociable person. She's also a bit more of a glamour person.
How are your new boots?
Oh, they're good. I really like the colours. What do you think?
I'd never hiked with Marnie before.
I don't care what they look like. Are they comfortable?
She's a very experienced climber, and I knew that I was going to be in completely safe hands.
It's going to be a challenging hike. They face 3 long days of walking and rock scrambling. They'll overnight in hiking shelters along the way. Marnie's come up with a 60-kilometer route that will take them through mountain passes, right across the Southern Alps to the west coast. Beautiful and remote, this wilderness can also be lethal. Even in the New Zealand summer, the weather can change without warning. And Marnie has heard that a storm system is heading their way.
Even though the forecast was bad, it was still supposed to be a day or so away. We were hoping to complete the trip before the weather turned bad.
Sonia's on a steep learning curve. This is her toughest hike yet, so she'll be looking to Marnie to take the lead.
What if I slip? Don't slip.
Marnie is a very tough lady, incredibly headstrong, but I really like that in her. I'd never hiked with Marnie before. I was very well aware that she's a very experienced climber.
There are some tricky bits, but I think it's a really great trip to take someone who wants to see the real mountains. Sonia and I both thought, well, yeah, we'll give it a go. The idea being that, you know, in principle, we could always turn around and come back again.
The hike starts out well, and the weather is holding. But around the next bend, a shock awaits the two friends.
I wasn't expecting that.
Deep in the shadow of the canyon pass, a gigantic wall of winter snow has survived right into the height of summer.
It was quite beautiful. It was just this massive, smooth stretch of ice that covered the base of the mountain.
But alpine expert Marnie instantly recognizes the ice is a big problem.
We're talking 4 or 5 stories high, not something you can just throw yourself up and hope to get over. It was firm snow, very steep, you would need crampons.
We won't even get 6 feet up there.
Neither of the women wants to turn back, but the only alternative is to climb around the wall of ice blocking their path.
But there's a bit of a path up there.
It looked like there was a way of climbing up over the bluffs by the snow and hopefully sidle around the ice. It was still very steep and definitely a climbing route, but I do have a lot of experience on this kind of terrain, and I knew Sonia was, you know, natural in the mountains. You know, she hadn't done climbing, you know, serious mountaineering, but I wasn't thinking it would be like that.
I reckon we can do it.
We were very excited, and I guess the adrenaline is going as well. There was no doubt in our minds that we could do the climb.
The women reach a ridge that should take them around the ice. But the plan falls apart. The terrain is impassable without ropes.
Between us and the pass that we were trying to sidle around to, there was a very steep, uncrossable avalanche gully. Completely uncrossable.
Unwilling to abandon the trip, Marnie decides that they can climb up to another ridge.
I was hoping if we climbed a little higher, we could get through.
We can't get across here, but if we nip up there, I reckon we can make it.
I was a little bit surprised. It looked like it would just be a long, long climb.
What, that ridge way up there?
But I completely trusted Marnie's judgment.
Okay. Okay.
She basically just said, you know, follow my route, so it was always her that went first.
Now you just want to watch out for the loose scree. You don't want to scuff your new boots.
What starts as a scramble quickly turns into a serious climb. And as they get higher, novice climber Sonia starts getting nervous.
There were points where you didn't have proper handholds. It was quite a surreal experience because it was a mix between adrenaline and being scared and adrenaline and being scared again.
Kick away the loose stuff and jam your toe into that bit.
To find a way around the ice, the women have to climb higher and higher. Marnie has underestimated the severity of the ascent and overestimated her friend's climbing ability.
Marnie, this is just crazy.
Sonia was beginning to get scared of the train, and with very good reason.
When I looked down, it was an incredibly long fall. It was just pure sharp rock. So if you did slip, then you were going to break some bones. That did set in panic for me. I froze on the side of the mountain.
It was a very big mistake on my part taking Sonia into that terrain. Your survival depends on you being careful about what you're doing, and if you panic, you're not being careful.
Marnie needs to calm Sonia down, fast.
Just relax and take some breaths, okay?
It was terrifying. If you fell, you would fall down hundreds of feet and die. You couldn't afford to fall.
Marnie, I can't do this. This is too hard. I'm gonna go back down.
Sonia? Sonia, you can't go back down. It's too dangerous.
I was quite certain then it was better for us to keep carrying on going uphill, because climbing up is a lot easier than going down. It's a lot safer.
We've got to keep going up, okay? Don't look down. Keep calm. Try and find a foothold.
Against her every instinct, Sonia presses on. After 4 hours of climbing, they're nearly 200 meters up a near vertical cliff face. At last, the summit is within reach. But now, they hit another problem. The rock above them is dangerously unstable.
It's a case of what looks like solid rock falling apart. If you're relying on that to hold some of your weight, well, that's a disaster.
I put my foot on the rock and it fell from underneath my foot.
Marnie, it's just crumbling.
I couldn't hold on to the rock much longer. It was very scary.
What do I do?
Shift your weight.
I was clinging on, trying to scramble my other foot or wedge it into the rock just to get one solid foothold. I knew if I were to fall further, it would be disastrous.
Help me! Sonia, look at me. I want you
Experienced climber Marnie has managed to scramble down.
Okay.
Now she has to calm Sonia and guide her back to safety.
Now get that leg and swing it round. I've got you, Sonia. I've got you.
Ready?
Yep.
Go.
Yes.
I can't do this anymore. I can't go on any further.
Sonia's safe, but the shock of the fall has drained her strength and her confidence.
We've got to keep moving.
I really needed to stop because mentally and physically I couldn't last much longer.
Come around and up. Put your hands where I put mine.
Pushing on, the women face a dilemma. The terrain above is even steeper, yet going back down is out of the question.
The rock quality was really poor. The rock you're standing on and the rock you're holding, all of it could just crumble.
Marnie realizes she can't push Sonia any further.
I want to stop. I can't go on.
She needs to find a spot where they can take a break.
I think I see something.
There was a very small, flat patch, and it was the only safe place on that entire, cliff section.
It was an absolute relief. I could just sit down and take a deep breath and get my composure.
Marnie's decision to climb the rock face almost ended in tragedy. Now Sonia is regretting putting her life in her new friend's hands.
What were you thinking, Marnie?
I knew that I had climbed parts of that mountain, which was just mad.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my fault.
I was feeling bad that I'd got Sonia into this position, but also totally focused on getting out of it.
We wait 5 minutes and then we push up to the top.
Marnie knows that the top of the ridge isn't far above them, but Sonia just can't face another grueling climb.
Emotionally, I was exhausted.
You have the realization that you've made a very, very bad mistake and bringing somebody else into a life-threatening situation. We were on a very steep face, completely rocky, and, quite exposed.
Marnie knows this tiny ledge is no place to linger. They need to complete the climb before dark, and there are only a couple of hours of daylight left. But first, she needs to convince Sonia that they can make it safely to the ridge.
There's a couple of really good handholds up there. No props. You right, Sonia?
But now she's safe. Sonia's not interested in moving.
You start here, move across. I can't go any further. I've had enough.
I was trying to reassure her that it wasn't far, but we both knew it was still going to be pretty tough, so I don't think morale was great.
We've got 2 more hours of daylight, and we can make it to the top. No. I don't want to climb any further today.
Sonia made it clear that we should stop for the night because that was enough.
Marnie agrees. They'll start the climb afresh in the morning. She's praying the threatened bad weather holds off long enough for them to reach safety.
Even though the forecast was bad, it really did look like it would hold for another, 24 hours or so. I was hoping that we would get up in the morning and it would just take us an hour or so to complete that section, and then we would be safe after that.
At 1,500 meters above sea level, even in summer, the temperature plummets at night. Soon it's only a couple of degrees above zero. And since the women planned to overnight in hikers' huts, they brought barely any survival gear.
I wasn't expecting it to be as cold as it was, and we weren't prepared in terms of, very warm clothing.
Here we go.
It was miserable.
It's bitterly cold, but Marnie and Sonia figure it's only for one night.
Keep it tucked in there.
Then, dark clouds start to roll in. This is Marnie's worst nightmare.
Once it started raining, I knew we were in trouble because it was a storm and it was going to rain heavily, that was for sure.
The bad weather, forecast for the next day, arrives early. Marnie knows that trying to climb on wet rocks is lethal. Until the rain stops, they are trapped.
No, we won't be going anywhere in this rain. How long do you reckon it will rain for? Might clear by dawn. Rocks will be dry by afternoon.
I didn't feel that she was that upset. To begin with, she may have even been slightly relieved that we could put off going anywhere.
Their flimsy waterproofs are no match for the deluge. And soon, they're soaked to the skin.
Once the rain gets down your collar and your legs are wet, morale just gets worse and worse and worse.
But their ordeal is only just beginning. A deadly rumble is growing all around them.
What was that?
Loosened by the torrential rain, massive boulders start to crash down, smashing all around Sonia and Marnie.
Oh my God!
You could hear the rocks falling on the mountain. I thought, this is it. It's only a matter of time.
They're gonna hit us!
There was really a constant stream of rocks rolling down either side of us. Some of them only a few metres away from us.
It was very scary. We just knew there was absolutely nothing we could do.
All the women can do is pray that none of the rocks will smash into them.
I just couldn't believe that we'd ended up in a situation like this.
After what seems like an eternity, the rockfall eases.
When they stopped, we were just absolutely relieved. But we just didn't sleep that night. We were so concerned about, what we were going to do in terms of the climb the next day.
By daybreak, the exhausted women are desperate to make their escape. But the rain isn't stopping.
Sonia, you'll have to stay put until the rain clears.
There was no way we could go anywhere. We had no option but to stay where we were until the weather cleared.
The crumbling rock face is now slippery as well. Any attempt to climb would be suicidal. Neither woman owns a mobile phone, so they have no way of calling for help. They decide a meal will raise their spirits.
We thought that the rain was going to pass in 1, maybe 2 days, so we thought there was no reason to ration the food. We still had a good 1.5 days worth of food left, so we ate normally.
The decision not to ration their meager food supply is highly risky. Storms in the Southern Alps can last up to a week. As night falls again, rain shrouds the mountain. And the temperature plunges towards zero.
I am so cold.
Soaking wet and chilled to the bone, the women start to shiver. And Marnie realizes this is becoming a survival situation.
It was very clear from the start hypothermia was going to be the problem.
Shivering is the body's attempt to generate heat. But if the women's core temperature keeps falling, the blood supply to their organs will eventually shut down.
People usually die after a couple of days.
As exhausted as they are, Marnie is afraid that if they fall asleep, They may go into a hypothermic coma from which they may never wake up.
All the blood goes out of your brain and you go into a coma and then you die.
Marnie told me that hypothermia was going to be a huge risk. The reality dawned that we're at the mercy of Mother Nature.
Don't let me go to sleep. No, I won't.
I was absolutely devastated.
The women make a pact to keep each other awake, no matter what.
We were the only two people that could keep each other alive.
But they haven't slept for nearly 48 hours, and their body clocks are starting to rebel.
Son.
I made an effort to just constantly talk and be annoying to keep us both awake.
Son, no napping. Yeah. I promised you luxury accommodation, eh?
But, you know, I for myself, I was very conscious that I wanted to get Sonia out of this situation. I'd got her into it and I was determined.
Another night with no sleep gives way to another day of torrential rain. They won't be getting off the mountain today.
We're sitting on sharp rocks. You're actually in physical pain from being scrunched up. So you want to move.
They've now spent 48 hours in a series of contorted positions, crushing their legs and causing a dangerous build-up of fluid.
Okay, let's get these boots off.
Our feet were swelling up and there was a real risk that tight boots would cut the circulation off in our feet.
My feet were cramping up and incredibly painful. I had to do something.
The only way to stop the agony is to remove their boots.
Oh, that's good.
It was a huge relief taking my boots off.
But Sonia's feet are in a bad way. After days of being soaked, she's at risk of developing trench foot, a fungal infection that can lead to gangrene and blood poisoning. If they get any worse, she may not be able to resume the climb. The full repercussions of Marnie's decision to leave the trail and climb this isolated mountainside are beginning to unfold. The women aren't expected back until Christmas Day, 2 days away, so nobody will be raising the alarm. And now Marnie isn't sure they can last that long.
I was very concerned that we were starting to deteriorate and at risk of falling asleep and not being able to wake up.
As Christmas Eve dawns, Sonia and Marnie have been awake for over 100 hours, and their brain chemistry is starting to play tricks on them.
Once you start to get dangerously weak, it's like, am I hallucinating or am I awake?
Hey! No napping.
Sleep deprivation can have the same effect as being drunk.
This was your idea, Marnie. You're the one losing it.
You're such a freak.
It can also cause hallucinations. And uncontrollable rages.
You were the one that said it was a good idea to go up the track in the first place. This is your fault that we were stuck on this stupid ledge. We shouldn't even have climbed it. We should have just gone.
We would have gone up, but you were sitting here and you would have moved.
The women's simmering resentments finally boil over.
I'm not meant to know this. Are you using your brain?
I was thinking what I'd done in my life to deserve punishment like this. I just wanted to go home.
Run asleep.
I was really worried that she was going to take a nap.
If Sonia falls asleep, Marnie fears she will never wake up.
We couldn't let ourselves go to sleep at all.
She's got to get tough to save her friend's life. The violence sends adrenaline coursing through the women's bodies.
The anger got your blood going, it got you fired up.
Shocked, they realized this might be the only way to ward off sleep.
There was no holds barred on what we did.
The strain of staying awake so long has pushed the women to the very edge. With Christmas just hours away, their relationship has entered uncharted territory.
I would describe Money and I being in this love-hate relationship.
You're standing on my foot. Oh, sorry, there's not a lot of room. Okay. You go this side, I'll go.
It was just constant bickering.
Ow, ow! Sorry. Watch me. Can you get out of the way? I'm trying to.
But at the same time, she was very, very supportive and constantly saying that we would get through it, it's just a matter of time.
Christmas Day. The two friends are in no mood to celebrate. They're exhausted, numb with cold, and all they have left to eat is milk powder. They've tried to fend off dehydration by drinking rainwater, but are still constantly thirsty.
We just couldn't stop thinking about wanting a drink of water. Sonia was quite upset about that.
I just felt horrible. The dehydration basically makes your whole body feel incredibly weak, and you just have this incredible thirst constantly.
But dehydration has a more sinister side. Even in the rain, if they don't drink 2 liters of water a day, their blood will thicken and their brains start to shrink, increasing exhaustion.
We were getting to be in a bad way. Underneath it all, I was scared. I was worried we weren't going to survive much longer.
There's a single glimmer of hope. Sonia's expected at her sister Nikki's house to celebrate Christmas, and she's sure her family will be wondering where she is.
I already knew that my mother would be panicking. I was sure in my mind that it's only a matter of time before we get found.
Here's to your mum.
We were just really hoping we would get rescued in the next day or two.
Sonia's no-show on Christmas morning has ruffled a few feathers at her sister's house.
Where on earth is she?
Well, I wouldn't be Sonia if she wasn't late, let's face it.
We were kind of joking that typical Sonia. We thought, well, Sonia was going to be making a large late entrance with, you know, drama and style.
Sonia's family aren't at all surprised she hasn't shown up.
As much as I love my sister, she's a right pain.
Sonia's unreliable track record has come back to haunt her. The women believe Sonia's family must be raising the alarm.
God, I've got.
Convinced that help is on the way, they decide to share in the festivities and ease their raging thirst.
Let's dig into some of this.
Marnie had a bottle of wine that she was taking as a Christmas present. And we thought, what the hell, we know we shouldn't be drinking alcohol with no water, but we were going to have a bottle of wine on Christmas Day.
Okay.
By late afternoon, Nikki's annoyance at Sonia's absence has given way to concern.
I don't know if you can help me. My sister's gone tramping and she hasn't returned.
She drives to the National Park's mountain ranger station to raise the alarm. But she's only got a sketchy idea of her sister's route.
Sonia told us that she was walking to one hut, and that's all I knew.
Eventually, the rangers established that the women never arrived at the hiking hut they were heading for.
At least 2.
5 days after their ordeal started, the women are declared missing.
It was very scary. How could 2 people vanish from a track? 1 minute they were there, the next minute they were gone.
On the frozen ledge, Sonia and Marnie wait for rescue to arrive. They know that alcohol will only worsen their thirst, but for now, all that matters is the wine's comforting warmth.
It was just gold in your mouth, basically.
The bottle of wine was a great morale booster.
It was gone pretty quick.
But gambling on the prospect of imminent rescue is a big mistake. Rescuers have only the vaguest idea where to look for the women. In this vast wilderness, Marnie and Sonia's chances of survival are slipping away.
The fact that a whole day had passed and we hadn't been rescued was just heartbreaking. If there was an air search and rescue, we would have been rescued by now. The reality dawned that we were going to be stuck for some time.
16 kilometers away down in the valley, park rangers scramble rescue helicopters and foot patrols to hunt for the women. But with a search area spanning hundreds of kilometers, the chances are 1 in a million. Back on the ledge, the women are regretting the bottle of wine. The alcohol has dehydrated them further, worsening their raging thirst. But violent winds make collecting rainwater impossible.
Even though there was torrential rain, we couldn't collect any of that water. It was always at an angle that you just couldn't get to it. The only way we could get water was actually off or sucking out of the sleeping bags.
The same sleeping bags that have been soaking up their urine.
I thought, well, this is nasty, tasted gross. That last of our worries was getting, some germs from the water in the sleeping bag. So all we had to do was grab a little bit next to us and suck on it.
On the ledge, the women remain prisoners for a 7th day. The wet rocks are as slippery as ice, making climbing impossible.
It really didn't stop raining at all. We were incredibly unlucky.
I was depressed. The weather was still incredibly bad. It was getting colder and colder.
Then, just as they're starting to give up hope, the sound they've been longing for.
Hey! Hey!
We were absolutely over the moon. We just knew that we were going to be rescued.
I'm here! Sonia! Son! Son! I'm here! Sonia! Hello! I'm here!
When the helicopters didn't spot us, I was incredibly disappointed.
1,200 meters up in the mountains, the bad weather makes them invisible to the search choppers.
The helicopters had no chance of finding us in the bad weather.
Their dreams of rescue are shattered. After more than a week on the rain-lashed ledge, the women's feet are becoming seriously infected.
Keep it moving. Get some blood into it.
We both had trench foot, which had killed off the nerves in the feet. Our feet were totally numb.
Even if the weather clears, climbing on their numb and damaged feet would be next to impossible.
It was very scary. I actually started to think that we could die there.
Best known route was driving to the head of the valley up to here and then making their way across.
Since Sonia's sister Nikki raised the alarm, rangers have spent 4 days scouring the search area, both on foot and from the air. But there's no sign of the women.
We could be looking for bodies.
The search turned into a body hunt.
That's when fear kicks in. How do you live a normal life when your sister is nowhere?
After 8 days of solid rain.
Do you hear that? What? The rain. Don't hear the rain.
The downpour finally stops. It's the answer to their prayers.
Thank God. Hang on. No, this is no good.
The rain gives way to snow, and their nightmare deepens.
It was feeling like you were sitting in a bathtub of ice cubes.
Oh, it's so cold.
The sub-zero chill brings the threat of hypothermia even closer. And by dawn, the freezing temperatures have attacked Sonia's exposed and swollen feet.
Now, Sonia had frostbite on her feet. She was very distressed. But there was really nothing I could do about it.
It was very scary. It was really your body starting to shut down.
That's when I knew that, you know, even 1 more day or 2 more days, it could be it.
Parched with thirst, Sonia can't resist eating the snow, even though she knows it could catastrophically lower her core body temperature.
I knew I shouldn't be eating snow, but I thought, what the hell, I'm going to do it anyway. I was desperate and I needed to have it.
It's only going to make it colder.
We were beyond desperate at that stage.
As Sonia and Marnie endure their 9th day without sleep, the weather veers between snow and freezing rain, and they can no longer fight the urge to shut their eyes.
I knew that falling asleep meant dying. I just really needed to let go.
It was very, very heartbreaking. You start to lose your resolve. You start thinking like, oh, maybe I could have a little bit of a nap. It's a sign that you're probably about to die yourself.
It was a shock, we could actually see some blue sky. It was the best thing that we'd ever seen.
Realizing that no rescuers are coming, Marnie and Sonia decide to take their fate into their own hands.
I don't want to wait to get caught here in another storm.
I was so incredibly weak and so incredibly tired, but we were determined that we would definitely climb out no matter what.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
If we died trying to climb out, that was better than dying in that crack.
When the rock dries, they'll climb. Trying to climb on their damaged feet is near suicidal. But if they stay put, they're convinced they'll die. Back at the ranger station, the authorities call off the search for the women's bodies. But Sonia's sister Nikki can't bring herself to leave.
Your heart aches, it breaks that your younger sister, your little sister, has gone out and it isn't going to return.
One of the helicopter pilots takes pity on Nikki. He offers to give her a ride over the wilderness that claimed Sonia, to say goodbye to her sister. The women prepare to climb. They haven't slept in 10 days, and they can barely feel their infected, frost-bitten feet.
My feet were swollen to the point where your skin was going to crack. But the only thing that we were thinking about was how we were going to climb out.
They're determined to escape their prison, or die in the attempt. Nikki's been told that Sonia must be dead. But she can't stop herself scanning the terrain for any sign of her sister.
You put your hand where I put mine.
I'll follow you.
You ready? Don't look down.
By some miracle, Nikki has stumbled across Sonia and Marnie amid hundreds of square kilometers of wilderness.
It's my sister!
It was just absolutely euphoric. We were over the moon. I think we looked at each other and we hugged each other and we thought, thank God.
They were laughing and happy and crying, and it was amazing.
We made it, Marnie. We made it.
The word relief is an understatement.
The helicopter rushes Sonia and Marnie to safety. The wrecked nerves in the women's feet take 3 painful weeks to grow back. Sonia never went climbing again. But Marnie would return to the mountains 10 months later.
I'm pretty sure I promised Sonia I wouldn't do that to anyone again. But I still love the mountains. I still love tramping. And I'm definitely more careful now about what I do with people.
The two women remain friends.
I think I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Marnie. It was definitely her strength that got both of us through it.
A retired couple are enjoying a day out in the New Mexico backcountry.
You didn't have control of anything. You were rolling.
But when a stroke of bad luck leaves them stranded in a hostile environment,
there was no human life around. We were it.
they're faced with a grueling hike back to civilization.
They dropped.
But in this unforgiving environment, a simple hike becomes a desperate fight for survival.
It was excruciating.
She didn't have a lot left in her. Just felt like I had to save her.
Go ahead. I'm not leaving you.
You're the only one that can get us out of here.
Tom and Linda Bosworth are enjoying a carefree retirement. Today they're looking forward to a day out.
You coming, honey?
A drive and a picnic in the New Mexico wilderness.
Hey, put that down. That's for lunch.
Tom and Linda have been married for 32 years. Their lifetime of shared adventures stretches back to the 70s, when they met on a skiing holiday in Aspen.
He was really nice. He was not a phony, and he was cute.
I thought she was very nice looking, number one. I thought she had a fantastic personality. That smile of hers was a knockout.
You're not ready in 5. I'm going.
Vietnam veteran Tom has spent a lifetime working in the car industry and his leisure time racing cars. He's still got the bug. He's just finished rebuilding a second-hand Jeep.
Tom refurbished the entire thing. Tom loves a thrill.
I've always loved cars ever since I can remember. I always took things apart.
It's the middle of summer, and Tom wants to test his creation off-road, out in the New Mexico backcountry. Linda's going along for the ride.
Okay, action man, I'm coming.
And I remember looking to see if there was any treat in the freezer we might like for dessert, and there wasn't. But I looked at that big water jug we had frozen, and I thought, oh, maybe I should take that. And I thought, oh no, I've got enough with me.
Oh. Let me give you a hand. That's right. Ready?
Let's go.
Well, it was a beautiful day. I thought it'd be fun to do. I thought Linda and I would really like it. This was to fall in love with the mountains in this vehicle.
Glad you came, honey.
So am I. Wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Tom and Linda make a quick pit stop for petrol en route to the mountains.
We were filling up with fuel. I called my sister.
Hi, Barb. It's Linda.
And told her what we were going to do, and she said, you're crazy.
Excited. Tom, I mean, what do you think? He's like a teenager again.
She knew we were going off-road, but she had no idea where we were going.
It doesn't occur to Linda to tell her sister exactly where they're going.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Who's that?
Sis.
Ready?
Ready when you are.
It was exciting to think this is really our exciting trip. We were thrilled to be able to do it.
Their destination is a network of rugged trails in the Burro Mountains, in the heart of the vast and remote Gila National Forest.
You're out in the mountains. It's beautiful. New Mexico really is a land of enchantment.
The couple love the great outdoors, and Tom can't wait to see how well the vehicle handles on the dirt tracks of the Saddle Rock Trail.
The whole thing was exciting for me, and I kept saying, Linda, how do you like this? It's
great.
Look at that.
I was giggling a lot because it was fun.
She was smiling and excited. From that, I was excited.
After their picnic lunch, Tom and Linda take in the isolated splendor of their surroundings.
Pretty special, isn't it?
Beautiful.
There were trees around. You get a lot of shadows from the sun. It was beautiful, just beautiful place.
They've both enjoyed bumping over the backcountry trails. Now Tom's itching to see how his rebuilt Jeep handles even tougher terrain.
Now, Linda, come here a minute.
Tom had a map. Wasn't a perfect map, but I felt very confident. I definitely encouraged him to keep going.
Okay, let's really test this baby out.
Tom's chosen a route that will take them way off the main trails, into the empty heart of the wilderness.
It was exciting. The trees were hitting us. And the terrain was, oh my gosh, we were bumping and bumping. Kind of a roller coaster ride.
I was piloting a craft, like I always do. She had total confidence in me.
Oh, that was close.
I said to Tom, thank gosh, it's you driving. And then...
The Jeep just rolled.
It was scary.
What in the world is going on?
Linda, are you okay?
I'm laying there with my elbow on the ground, looking up at my wife and feeling fear.
Linda, you okay?
Tom was anxious that I was okay, but I said quickly, I'm okay.
By some miracle, neither of them is badly hurt, but the danger isn't over.
First thought that came to my mind is, are we going to catch on fire?
Car expert Tom is worried that a stray spark from the vehicle's electrics might ignite leaking fuel or even trigger an explosion.
Quick, we gotta get out of here.
I wanted to get us both out.
Linda is badly shaken and entangled in her seatbelt.
I'll go first, and then I'll pull you out, okay?
Okay.
But Tom must get free before he can pull her out.
I began putting my feet on the dash, the seat, the steering column, and then I got out.
Okay.
Yeah, get me out.
Okay, honey.
I was anxious to get out of that vehicle.
Hang on to my arm. I'll pull you out. Stay on the side.
Don't let go of me. Don't let go.
No, I got you. Come. Got it?
Yeah. Yeah, that.
Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was very scary.
Tom and Linda have had a lucky escape. Kilometers from anywhere, the Jeep is their only way out of this fix.
Yeah. You stay there, yeah?
Once he's sure it's safe, Tom tries something new.
I thought, if I can get this back upright, we can drive out of here. I tied it to this little dumb tree, and I hooked that to the bumper, and I started ratcheting it. The vehicle was teetering a little, not very much, but a little. And I thought, gosh, if I can just get it to that point, it would fall, you know, come right back.
Tom was exerting himself and trying very hard to get that vehicle to move.
I tried to move it. It was wasted, futile, but I had to try it.
I'm sorry, honey, I can't do it. Anything?
No.
Me neither.
The Burro Mountains all around them block out any mobile phone signal.
There was a phone there with a slash through it. It was totally nothing.
Did you tell your sister we were out here?
No. I didn't tell her where we were going.
I didn't tell anybody either. So nobody knows where we are.
I guess not.
Tom and Linda's fun day out just turned deadly serious. They didn't tell anyone where they were going. And in this remote spot, many kilometers from the highway, the chances of them encountering a passing hiker are vanishingly small.
We were in a very remote place, no tracks of any human life around us. We were it. I said to Tom, we're not going to have enough water.
Very profound statement. We don't have enough water.
The 2 bottles of water Linda brought for lunch are nearly empty.
I remember that fleeting thought that I had. It came back to haunt me.
The temperature is in the 30s and rising. Tom and Linda know that if they stay put, they'll run out of water within hours.
It was a real conundrum for me. I knew the rule. You should stay with the Jeep.
In this heat, the 30-kilometer uphill hike back to the highway would be tough enough for youngsters, let alone a couple in their late 60s. Tom comes up with a plan.
The Gila River was below us somewhere. I didn't know for sure where.
If they hike downhill, they can cross the river and join the highway at a different point. Before they set off, Tom packs one last essential bit of kit.
In the back of the vehicle, I had a pistol. It was a .357 Magnum. The main reason I carried that pistol was mountain lion. Also, there was brown bear around, and I had 2 bricks of ammunition.
An hour since they left the crash site, and the mid-afternoon temperatures are soaring towards a punishing 40 Celsius.
The heat was intense. It's right in your face.
You okay back there, Linda?
Yep, you?
Fine, hon.
And that took a lot of steam out of us.
You get ahead of me now.
The terrain becomes increasingly perilous.
Keep going, honey.
We turned and started down this trail. It was very narrow. And off to the left was a drop-off.
I'm okay. Oh, that's fine.
As the brush thickens, Tom and Linda are all too aware of the risk of stepping on a rattlesnake.
Let me see.
The cut was deep and it was stinging and lots of blood was coming out.
I got something for that.
It's a nasty cut, but they can't let it slow them down. With the light fading fast, they're desperate to reach the river before nightfall. Three hours later, they hear the sound they've been praying for.
You could hear the river, and I felt that we were going to get out.
This is not good. This is not what I expected at all.
But instead of a crossing point to the highway, they face a raging torrent and unscalable cliffs. It's a dead end.
The water was high, flowing fast. There's no way just to walk across it.
It's a devastating blow. But after hours with barely any water, at least they can quench their desperate thirst.
Water was paramount. But Linda, she didn't even want me to fill the canteens with that water. She was very concerned about Giardia poisoning.
Giardia is an intestinal parasite that lives in water contaminated by animal feces. In humans, it's treatable and hardly ever fatal. But Linda is adamant.
I wasn't about to drink that nasty old water.
I just said, oh, to hell with it. I drank it.
But I wouldn't do it. That was the argument Tom and I had.
We have to drink it, Linda. It's all we got.
I'm not drinking it.
Tom knows that the river water could spell the difference between life and death.
That was very discouraging. I know she needed that water, but she was so afraid.
As dusk falls, a more immediate danger confronts Tom and Linda.
It's not looking good.
At that point, we were a little scared because animals can smell that blood.
Linda's cut leg makes them a target. Nocturnal predators like wolves and bears are starting to stir.
I was very, very scared. There were footprints, but not human footprints. We knew that the animals must come to this space because it's easy access to the water.
There are mountain lion around there, there are bear around there. If an animal sees that you're weak, a predator, it would attack.
Tom's glad he brought his handgun, but he can't stand guard all night.
I don't want to stay here, Tom.
Wanted to get the heck out of there.
All they can do is retrace their steps to the abandoned Jeep, the only shelter from predators. It means an arduous 8-kilometer climb, a major test of endurance for the exhausted elderly couple.
We really wanted to get back to that Jeep.
More than 4 hours later, totally worn out, Tom and Linda finally make it back to the crash site.
Let's get some rest.
The overturned Jeep offers them protection, but little comfort.
We were tired, but only one person could lay stretched out.
Tom is beginning to face up to the enormity of their predicament. Escape is as far away as ever, and he knows he's put his 67-year-old wife into a life-threatening situation.
I began to realize I love this woman. You have to take care of her. I was very worried about her.
Don't worry, Tom. You'll be fine.
I started feeling guilty. I purchased the vehicle. I was the one behind it, and here we were out there in the wilderness.
I'll go back to sleep, honey.
By dawn, Tom has hatched a plan. There's only one option: a 30-kilometer uphill hike back to where they left the highway. For two people in their late 60s, it's a huge challenge. They must get going before it gets too hot.
I was starting to get anxious to get going.
You all right?
Just wait here.
Linda, we've got to go. Whatever it is, just leave it.
I wrote a note. I wanted people to know that we were 67 and 68 years old, and we were out of food, we were out of water.
Linda.
I knew that we had to leave that note on that Jeep so that if some miracle happened, at least someone would get to know where we were.
Okay, we can go now.
By late morning, the temperature is already up in the 30s.
As we were walking, it was just thick hot. It's just hotter than blazes.
Tom and Linda are exhausted and desperately thirsty, making every step an enormous effort.
When I ran out of water, the reality truly hit that this is a dangerous, dangerous time.
Here. Have some of mine.
I was devastated because I was going to have to share some of Tom's Giardia water.
Linda has so far refused to drink the river water Tom collected, fearing it contains parasites.
I had a little sip to get my tongue wet, and I spit the rest of it out.
I said, Linda, don't waste that water. You're going to need that water. I was very worried about her for that.
As the temperature reaches nearly 40 Celsius, Tom and Linda are losing a staggering 10 liters of fluid a day. If they don't get water soon, they could die here.
I looked up, and here's this huge, big bird flying over us.
Buzzards, Tom.
And I thought, gosh, we got to get moving here.
That was very scary. If we don't get out of here, if we don't get water, we're going to be there at dinner.
After 4 hours of hiking, Tom and Linda are utterly exhausted.
Let's rest a while.
I knew then that we're starting to fade a little bit.
Their river water is agonizingly close to running out. Tom knows it's vital that Linda drinks what's left of the precious fluid. Tom is blaming himself for putting his wife in such a desperate situation.
Linda was innocent. She was going for the ride. And I felt guilty about that.
I'm so sorry, Linda. I'm so sorry, honey.
If Tom and Linda don't find water soon, the outcome is brutally simple.
No water meant death.
I was starting to realize that I was weakening faster.
Suddenly, amid the scrub, Tom sees something.
There was this huge, big prickly pear plant. And I said, Linda, you know what? We could eat some prickly pear here and maybe gain some liquid.
We were excited to find the prickly pear cactus.
This is great.
Linda didn't consume all that much.
But Tom cannot get enough of the prickly pear.
I just ate the whole thing.
It's a small but welcome injection of fluid.
At first, we were elated. We were both joking about how good we felt. Both of us felt extremely energized. Wow, this is great. We're moving. We were really walking fast. But then I started feeling my stomach, and I said, Linda, I have to stop. I had major diarrhea.
Tom. After the diarrhea bout, Tom did seem, if not broken, just withered. And I just felt so terrible for him. He apologized for being sick. He didn't have to. I felt terrible for him.
So sorry.
It was the most ill I've ever seen Tom.
Too exhausted and dehydrated to move, Tom has a desperate idea.
I had just gone through that diarrhea bout, and I said, Linda, can you drink your urine? And I said, we got to plan on doing that because we cannot lose liquid.
It's a drastic measure, but one they hope might just keep them alive.
The taste in your mouth is awful. But after a while, I found you just chug-a-lugged.
At that moment, I felt that it was one of the only things we could do to save ourselves. didn't feel like an animal. I just felt like a desperate person.
Tom and Linda know they should have hit the highway by now. If they've drifted off course, they could be heading even deeper into the wilderness.
Tom, look up there. Look up on the ridge.
Hey! Down here!
There were two distinct colors up there, and I realized they were shirts of two different people.
We need help!
Help! We're dying down here!
Help!
Hey!
I remember yelling, help us, we're dying.
We need help!
Help!
Help! We're dying!
Bam, bam, bam.
Help!
And then nothing.
It was very crushing because there is our lives right in front of us. We're saved if those two people would just do something, and they didn't.
It's a devastating blow. Whoever they are, the passers-by have ignored an elderly couple in trouble. This callous act could have signed their death warrant. As they push on in search of the highway, severe dehydration is now playing tricks on Tom's mind.
We were dehydrated. We were very dehydrated, and my mind was not near as sharp. We were starting to lose orientation. I could feel my logic is not as sharp and quick as it was. And I was definitely weakening.
But Linda is even weaker.
Sorry. We were so dehydrated by then. And the energy and strength level was fleeting.
Linda was so fatigued, she just collapsed.
And I had to rest and lay down.
That's it, Tom. I can't go any further today. I gotta stop.
Okay, sweetie.
As it's close to dusk, Tom decides all they can do is hunker down for a second night in the wilderness.
We were so fatigued, we just wanted to sleep.
Tom and Linda have survived another grueling night. But Tom is desperately worried about his wife. By late morning, as temperatures soar into the 30s, it's clear that Linda is in serious trouble.
I could see she was really struggling. It took a lot of strength for her to keep going.
She's had nothing to drink for more than 24 hours.
I realized that Linda had lost her gait. And she was leaning on that stick more and more.
67-year-old Linda is paying a terrible price for refusing to drink the river water.
I was feeling a terrific pain in my back. Every time I took a step, my back was just killing me.
The pain is a terrifying sign that dehydration is causing Linda's kidneys to fail. If they shut down completely, she will die.
Linda was starting to become weak. It was starting to get real scary.
Then, Tom starts to recognize the terrain.
Coming into Saddle Rock, we had passed a huge ranch.
There's got to be a ranch around here somewhere.
I could see on the map the hiking trail.
I think he must.
And I said, maybe we'll come out near that ranch.
Tom decides to head downhill, praying it's the right direction. Finding the ranch could be Linda's last chance. Then, amid the dry, colorless scrub, Tom spots a flash of vivid green.
There's green grass. You could feel moisture. You could put your hand on the ground and it was wet.
Tom knows there has to be a water source nearby.
Hey. I'm an engineer. I knew this was a wellhead, and there's got to be a way to get water here.
Oh, please, let there be water here.
Hey.
I thought this is it. We're going to have water. We're going to have water.
Something had to be running somewhere.
Please let us get to that water.
This is crazy.
The well is probably for watering livestock, but he can't find a way to the water. It's an agonizing moment. Tom knows he's just meters away from water that would save Linda's life, but he just can't reach it.
It was so close, but not there, and it was very frustrating to me.
It's 72 hours since Tom and Linda got stranded in the baking heat of the wilderness. There's no sign of the hoped-for ranch, and every step Linda takes is now pure agony. As her kidneys start to shut down, she's literally dying from dehydration.
I could hear her behind me. And I would walk, and I'd have to turn. She'd be a good distance behind me. That stick was in the ground. That's when I knew we were in real trouble.
The pain in my back was terrible. It was excruciating.
I realized that she didn't have a lot left in her.
He begged me to get up and keep walking, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore.
Let's just rest here a while.
I can't do this, Tom.
And I said, Linda, come on. We're going to make it.
I'm slowing you down.
I didn't like the sound of those words. I didn't want her to give up.
Don't be silly, Linda. You can make it.
And I said, I love you. We've had a wonderful marriage. It's been a great ride, but you have got to leave me.
No,
Tom, you gotta go on alone.
And she kept encouraging me. She says, you gotta go. You've gotta find someone or water. Go, go, go.
Two of us can't die.
Okay.
I loved that woman. I didn't want to leave her. It was very emotional for me. Very, very hard to leave. That was Linda. I had to go. There was no choice.
A few hours later, and with Linda far behind him, Tom pushes on. If he doesn't find help soon, he knows he may never see her alive again.
I don't know how much further I went.
But now Tom is in trouble too.
I dropped. When I woke up, my face was straight into the sand. My nose was just buried in the sand. It was all over my face.
Tom has slept the whole night, losing vital hours that could spell the difference between life and death for Linda.
That really scared me. I just felt like I had to save her. So I kept moving. But I couldn't walk a straight line. I felt drunk like it. I staggered. I was losing it.
After his 4-day ordeal, the 68-year-old Vietnam vet's body is finally giving up, and he's now losing control of his mind.
I've never experienced anything like that in Vietnam. Never, ever, ever. I felt very close to death. The thoughts started coming into my mind. Tom, this is your last day on Earth. And I began to realize this is it. And I dropped to my knees and I put my hands like this. And I prayed to God. God, I'm at the bottom of my life. Please help me. Please help me. And I know that you and Linda don't always see eye to eye, but please save her too. I just said it right out loud. And I heard a whop, whop, whop. And then it looked like they were going away from it. So I fired 3 shots in the air. And right up there was that young medic waving at me. a miracle. God had answered my prayer. I cannot describe the feeling that is that you're alive and they're going to save you.
The search and rescue helicopter was called out by 2 hikers who found Linda's note pinned to the upturned Jeep. Tom directs the rescue team to where he left Linda, but he has no idea if she's still alive. 10 minutes later, they find her.
And I look over, and there is Linda laying there. I looked at that medic, and he looked at me, and he did this. He did this. I'm sorry. Linda was alive.
Hospital treatment saved Linda's life, but the ordeal left a serious legacy. Dehydration destroyed most of her intestine, and she now needs an intravenous drip to survive.
This happened to me, and I've got to make the most of it because I've got a lot more life in me.
I still, to this day, feel guilty. I have to work on that all the time. I love her so much. I will always take care of her.
On Mount Everest, a climber slips into unconsciousness at 28,000 feet.
I was on the edge of death.
Unable to save him without risking their own lives, his Sherpa guides leave him for dead. But he's still alive.
Suddenly, I was in the real world, on this precipice.
Now he faces the impossible. To survive a freezing night alone, without shelter or oxygen, on the world's highest mountain.
It was so cold. There was a wind swirling around like a hurricane. I thought, well, this is when I'm actually going to die.
Mount Everest, the highest place on Earth. It's the holy grail for mountaineers and a lifelong obsession for Australian climber Lincoln Hall.
My fascination with Everest began in the 1980s. I became so obsessed with climbing that I just kept going as far with it as I could. And that took me to Everest.
In the early hours of the morning, he's going to make a summit attempt. But it won't be his first. 22 years ago, Lincoln got to within 1,500 feet of the summit before conditions became too dangerous and he was forced to abort his climb.
When I got down to the base camp, I was overwhelmed by disappointment. It was almost like a poison. I just couldn't let that happen again.
But now, aged 50, and with a wife and family, Lincoln knows that this is his last chance.
Having a family made a huge difference to Lincoln. Even though this had been his dream for a couple of decades, not coming back wasn't an option.
I just turned 50 and I was nowhere near my strength that I'd had back in my heyday. And I knew that the only way I was going to get through this was through the strength of my mind.
Okay, George, let's go, mate.
It's close to midnight, and Lincoln prepares to leave the pre-summit camp with his Sherpa guides. In front of them lie 1,800 vertical feet and an arduous 9-hour high-altitude climb.
I had a feeling that I was attempting the impossible.
And Lincoln knows that this year alone, 10 climbers have died trying to reach the summit. At a lower camp, Lincoln's close friend and expedition colleague, Mike Dillon, is monitoring his climb.
Lincoln and I had been friends for many years. She was one of the best climbers in Australia and a great friend.
Lincoln's left camp, Mike. Over.
We were expecting to hear, hopefully, good news.
Lincoln is now climbing in what's known as the death zone, an altitude starved of oxygen, where every step is a test of endurance.
Then the ambition starts to come in, and the excitement starts to come in, and the energy comes in, because this was my big chance. It was wonderful. There were stars everywhere, and it just felt like you'd already left the planet.
As dawn breaks, he reaches what's known to climbers as the second step, the biggest obstacle between Lincoln and his dream.
It was just all that joy of the technical part of climbing combined with the world's greatest mountain. And the mountains had started to take shape. We could see the ghostly shape of the summit pyramid. With the summit of Mount Everest within my grasp, the amount of effort I was going to have to put in didn't really matter, because I knew I did have that energy within me to get to the summit. Those last steps were really difficult, but I knew I would get there.
Lincoln has made it to the summit of Everest. He's on top of the world.
I could just feel this glow of excitement and of joy. It was just the most wonderful feeling. "25 years since I'd started thinking about Everest, and finally I was here. And just the immensity of the view, the distance that you could see, the curvature of the earth. It was just beautiful.
I was just walking past the communication tent when I heard his voice.
Lincoln, it's Mike, over.
I can't believe we're here.
It was fantastic because Lincoln deserved it more than anybody.
Finally.
He was perfectly calm. It sounded as though he was ringing from the office.
Thanks, guys.
Just remember, though, you're only halfway there, OK? We'll celebrate when you get back, over.
Somebody has to remind you that although it's a beautiful view, get down is a crucial thing, and get down quickly.
When you get to the summit, you're only halfway there. Reaching the summit isn't being a good mountaineer, it's coming back home every time.
Lincoln knows they must descend immediately from the death zone, as no one can survive at this altitude for long.
The death zone has earned its name because it's at a height where your body is literally dying. With the shortage of oxygen, it's very easy to let a little error slip past you, and that can lead to death.
Lincoln and his guides now face a grueling 3-hour descent to get back to the pre-summit camp.
That extra energy that you had from achieving your ambition, suddenly you don't have that ambition and you're just filled with tiredness. Suddenly, I just felt exhausted. Then I became overwhelmed with lethargy. And I passed out in the snow.
Suffering from a severe form of altitude sickness, oxygen starvation is causing blood vessels to leak fluid into Lincoln's brain.
I couldn't live in this oxygen-starved environment for very long at all.
If he doesn't get up and get down the mountain fast, he'll die.
I just don't know what happened.
Okay. To base camp.
Dorsha, this is Mike from base camp, over.
Lincoln is down.
At base camp, Lincoln's friend Mike Dillon knows this is desperate news. Lincoln is suffering from severe altitude sickness, or cerebral edema.
We started to be very worried because when you get cerebral edema at that height, it's very unlikely that you'll live.
Pressure is being put onto your brain. There's nowhere for that pressure to go, so it makes you go delirious and you die.
Is he talking? Is he making any sense? Over.
Negative.
Cerebral edema can kill people instantly, but we knew that sometimes it can take a little while.
Close to the summit of Mount Everest, it's impossible to bring Lincoln down.
No one has the physical strength to carry anyone down from that height.
Lincoln.
Helicopters can rescue you from ships, from being lost in the bush. You can be rescued from the water, but you can't be rescued from the summit of Mount Everest.
Over decades, more than 200 people have been left for dead near the summit of Everest.
Suddenly, I was back.
Lincoln.
In a sort of, I wouldn't say lucid state, but I actually realized where I was. I was on Mount Everest.
up now. He's getting up.
Good work, Dosha.
I was lucid enough to realise that I really had to get down as quickly as I could.
But the fluid, causing pressure on his brain, is now leading to a dangerous loss of physical control.
I was going incredibly slowly. I could hardly walk. I was just so weak. Everything was difficult. I would tell my legs to move and they wouldn't. And I'd force them to move and I'd take the other leg and do the same thing. It was my mind that was driving me forward.
Somehow, Lincoln manages to make it back to the second step. But this means rappelling down a sheer rock face at 28,000 feet above sea level.
That's the dangerous place. It's a make or break it point, and often it's a place where people die.
And Lincoln's mental state is getting worse.
I was in a trance. I was just incredibly confused.
Another Sherpa is at the second step.
And I wondered what he was doing there.
A climber that he was guiding to the summit has died just below them. Already confused, the news pushes Lincoln over the edge.
It was such a shock that I fell to pieces. It was me battling the Sherpas. I was really on the very edge. It's an 11,000 foot drop. That's where I wanted to jump. I was trying to jump off the face. I had gone delirious.
Dorje to base camp. Do you read me? Over.
His guide radios Lincoln's close friend, Mike Dillon, at base camp for help.
Put the radio to Lincoln's ear. I want to talk to him. Okay, Lincoln, mate, it's Mike.
Can you hear me? It's Mike.
We were his friends. We spoke his language. Even though his mind was obviously irrational, we thought that we might be able to help.
Lincoln, you got to get up.
Mike is Lincoln's only hope. The Sherpas can't carry him down. But staying with Lincoln at this altitude could kill them too. If Lincoln doesn't get up, he'll be left to die.
Mike, hear me? Get up.
Come on, mate, get up.
Suddenly I could hear an English voice.
You have to keep going, all right?
But it was Michael Dillon begging me to come down.
Lincoln, listen
to me. Come on, Lincoln.
Lincoln, you have to help the Sherpas.
To help you. Get up, mate. Come on, get up.
And that managed to get through to me, and suddenly...
We're coming down.
I was back.
He's getting up now. He's getting up.
But now Lincoln must rappel down the treacherous second step. And this time, he's on his own.
And I needed to descend that using a rope, and there was a ladder. I started going down the rope.
Lincoln!
I managed to get halfway down. And then I started hearing voices. And suddenly, I became incredibly frightened. I just panicked. I was just incredibly scared. My immediate thought was that I'm going to die.
Lincoln loses consciousness again, suspended at 28,000 feet.
And then...
Lincoln, listen to me. Your mind is not...
Hey, Dylan. Happy birthday, mate.
I was hallucinating.
Change your way, change your way.
There was sort of a silence. But suddenly, everything was wonderful. This amazing view. I forgot about everything else. I just started to feel this joy at this wonderful mountain scene with the warm colours of the late afternoon on the snow. When I realised where I was,
I'm here. We must go down.
pulsing with adrenaline, I rappelled down.
Against the odds, Lincoln makes it down.
And I just felt incredibly relieved.
Go!
The Sherpas took advantage of the fact that suddenly I was re-energized, and they kept at me.
Move! Move!
They just kept telling me to keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
But vital time has been lost. And at this altitude, every second counts.
We knew that they'd run out of oxygen by now. We knew that meant all the effort of trying to get Lincoln to come down was exhausting everyone. It was probably the key factor that was going to kill Lincoln.
As the Sherpas desperately try to push Lincoln on, disaster strikes again.
I collapsed in exhaustion. I just had no energy. And I was able to move no further. I was actually felt quite pleased to lie there.
Lincoln, keep breathing. Breathe.
He was breathing very slowly and he was in a very bad way. He's lost all heart and hope, they put it like that. I remember thinking, he's a goner.
Lincoln. Lincoln.
The Sherpas put their finger into Lincoln's eye and he didn't respond at all, so he was in a comatose state. We knew that Lincoln wouldn't live because if you've got cerebral edema, you've been without oxygen and you're that high on Everest, no one has survived.
To be realistic, we have like zero chance of getting him down. If the Sherpas stay up there, they could all die.
The Sherpas had put in superhuman efforts, but we had to realise that there was some point where someone would have to make the decision that to save their lives, we would have to tell them to leave Lincoln and head down themselves.
The Sherpas say a prayer and collect Lincoln's belongings to return to his family. Lincoln Hall is left for dead. Back at base camp, Mike Dillon has just received the news. His close friend is dead.
We were in shock. We didn't quite know what to do next. But we did know we had to tell Lincoln's wife, Barbara.
Hello?
Hi, Barbara. It's Mike. Look, I've got some bad news. Lincoln passed away about 20 minutes ago.
I just felt an incredible hollowness, as though really part of me had died as well.
I'm so sorry.
I just felt just numb. I just felt completely numb and hollow.
When it finally reached its ultimate conclusion that he's dead, then it's still a dreadful shock.
"3 hours after being left to die, Lincoln emerges from his comatose state.
I felt completely disoriented. I was exhausted, dehydrated. I'd been left for dead, and I was still there. I was still alive. I very carefully looked for my pack, which had some really useful things like a warm thermos and a headlamp and some extra clothing.
But the pack has gone. Lincoln's guides have taken all of his gear to return to his loved ones.
My immediate thought was that I'm going to die. Having been left for dead with no shelter and no oxygen, how could I possibly survive up here?
Night falls on Mount Everest. And Mike Dillon has no idea his best friend is still alive.
I had to go to Lincoln's tent and pack up all his belongings, report to the authorities that he died. We hadn't really taken in Lincoln's death, really, to be honest. Your brain can't process this kind of information.
As the night wears on, the temperature plummets to minus 25 degrees.
It was so cold. There was a wind swirling around like a hurricane.
Exposed near the summit, Lincoln is now at serious risk of hypothermia. If he falls asleep, he will drift back into a coma and quickly freeze to death.
Staying alive meant staying awake. I kept telling myself,
just stay awake.
mind was ready just to drift off into nothingness, into the warmth of imminent hypothermia. But I just couldn't let that happen. So I rocked my body in a sort of circular motion.
As the hours go by and the temperature drops further, Lincoln doubts he'll make it through the night.
My family's back home, and there's this aura of death.
As Lincoln barely clings to life, his grieving wife and sons are back in Australia.
Eventually, I fell asleep and I had a dream that I could see Lincoln walking towards me very, very clearly. And he was smiling. And it was such a lovely vision. I just woke up full of joy that he was coming back. And then the awful truth hit me. I just felt incredibly cold and numb. And I could hear, especially our oldest son, crying himself to sleep.
By the early hours, Lincoln is losing the battle to stay alive.
I was so cold. I couldn't feel a thing. And then I realised, with horror, what I wasn't feeling. What I wasn't feeling was my fingers. And I recognised the wooden feeling of frostbitten fingers. My fingers were frozen solid.
But frostbite is not the only sign that hypothermia has now taken a deadly hold.
I felt too hot, and I began undressing.
Feeling too hot is a symptom of advanced hypothermia and a sign that Lincoln is close to death.
It was the beginning of the end.
At camp,
The Lincoln Hall.
Lincoln's friends pay tribute to him.
Lincoln.
Hundreds of people have died on Everest, but we thought it was never going to happen to Lincoln.
I had an hallucination where I was wearing a really warm and comforting cloak. But that cloak was the warmth and the welcoming of my imminent death. And I thought, well, this is when I'm actually going to die. And then I had horrible, horrible recognition of the fact that I would not ever see my family again. I could not accept that. Because if I died, my family would be destroyed. Love was the overriding emotion.
so much.
I couldn't wear the cloak of death. I had to find a way out. I had to come back to my family.
It's been 12 hours since Lincoln Hall's lifeless body was left to die. Incredibly, he's still alive. But alone, near the summit of Mount Everest, he's barely clinging on to life.
The earth was beneath my feet, and I thought, that can't be right. That can't possibly be right. This huge mountain can't be moving. Therefore, I must be on a boat. I was so contained in that bizarre world of hallucinations and loneliness and cold and death. I didn't know where I was. I knew someone was there. It was all very confusing because I'd been living in a very intense world of being alone and coping with that, and suddenly there were other people who'd come from somewhere.
Leading one of the very last climbing parties of the season, Everest guide Dan Mazur has found Lincoln by chance.
That was actually the last day that there was anyone else on the mountain. Those four final climbers would have been expecting to step over my dead body.
You tell me, man. He had this really kind of wide-eyed, very gaunt look in his face. He was not in good shape, you know, and 28,000 feet, you know, the human body is very fragile.
Severely hypothermic and delirious from the swelling in his brain. It may already be too late to save Lincoln.
He kept looking at us and saying, "Oh, this is a brilliant boat ride we're on." What a brilliant weather for a cruise.
Just lie down. Lie down.
Dan recognizes the deadly symptoms of cerebral edema. He gives Lincoln oxygen to help alleviate the pressure from his brain, and chocolate to raise his blood sugar levels.
Suddenly, I was in the real world. I just didn't remember what happened.
Lincoln is pulled back from the brink of death.
Stand sir. On 7 Summit. Team. Over.
This is 7 Summit Stand, go ahead, over.
We suddenly heard a guide's voice come on the radio.
You have somebody called Lincoln Hall with your team.
Lincoln died? He died last night. Over.
He's alive.
You're kidding me.
It was pretty amazing. We were still in a state of shock. We hadn't really taken in Lincoln's death, really, to be honest. And now we had this extra news to take in that Lincoln wasn't dead.
A team of Sherpas is quickly mobilized to rescue Lincoln. But they are 4 hours away. And Lincoln has already slipped back into a delirious state.
You can slip away into unconsciousness and coma and death extremely rapidly up there.
I was hallucinating madly.
He turns on those trying to save him.
He fought us. He took off his oxygen mask, he ripped it off.
Something here.
I was trying to go back up the mountain. In fact, I was on the edge of death.
Finally, 2 Sherpas arrive from camp to try and bring him down. Already exhausted from a 4-hour ascent, Lincoln's life is now in their hands.
The Sherpas had no idea of how fragile I was. I could only get half a dozen steps. Before I had to collapse in the snow.
The Sherpas must now get Lincoln down 7,000 feet. Three hours since the Sherpas reached Lincoln, and Mike Dillon is getting anxious.
Lincoln was in a bad way. He was alive, but we didn't quite know whether he was going to ultimately survive. We thought he had a 50% chance of making it.
And as another night falls, Lincoln's progress is painfully slow. The Sherpas know that their lives are now on the line.
I was saying we have to go more slowly.
Move! Go!
And they were saying, no, you have to go fast.
They push Lincoln hard.
Keep going!
They were prepared to do anything to get me off the mountain.
I said go!
I could tell from the tone of their voices that they were tired and exhausted and they didn't want to be there.
Move! Get up!
One of them went to hit me with his ice axe. They were prepared to do anything to get me off the mountain.
10 hours since the start of the rescue, Lincoln is losing his battle with hypothermia and cerebral edema. Lincoln finally gives up.
I was able to go no further.
Leave me. Just leave me.
Barely conscious, the Sherpas push Lincoln on.
The only thing I could do was just to hold on to my commitment to find a way through this.
Get up!
I just had to be able to keep walking to stay alive. But I was going to do it. I was going to get back so I could get home.
We're close, Lincoln. We're close.
I came around a slight crest in the slope. And I thought, this is it. I'm going to survive. It was just a flood of relief. But I didn't have any energy left for jubilation.
Hello?
Hi.
Lincoln?
Lincoln's voice was so hoarse, I couldn't believe it was him.
It's okay.
She knew it was me. And that was just the most wonderful moment.
It's okay, baby. I'm okay, I'm fine. I love you too.
I came so close to destroying the family that I loved so much that I vowed that I would never let anything like this ever happen again.
At great personal risk, the Sherpas saved Lincoln's life.
I really wanted them to know that they'd saved my life and that I would be forever grateful.
Lincoln recovered, but lost the tips of his fingers and a toe to frostbite. He still rock climbs, but has no plans to attempt any more major peaks. Doctors have yet to understand how he survived so long, with so little oxygen and without shelter, in Everest's death zone. On a visit to a Hawaiian volcano, a tourist loses his way.
Made a grave error and I was really in trouble.
In this vast, unforgiving environment, there's no chance of finding help.
Guys, come on!
To make it out alive, he must figure out how to cope before his mind and body give up.
I was exhausted and injured. Fear that I may not survive this started settling in.
His only companion? A camcorder.
I want you to know I'll always be with you, always be watching over you.
This could be the last time my kids hear my voice.
I really love you guys. Bye.
41-year-old Dewey Gadke is adjusting to life after divorce. This holiday in Hawaii is one of the first he's taken without his family.
When I went over there, I really feel like my life was in a transition. I went through a painful, difficult divorce, and I was in the midst of a bunch of change. Everything felt new in many ways. I think I was taking things less seriously and becoming much more exploratory, much more curious.
Dewey's hoping that a week exploring the majestic scenery of Big Island will help him come to terms with the past and plan the future.
That is amazing.
Like every tourist, the must-see highlight of Dewey's trip to Hawaii is the spectacular Kilauea volcano. One of the most active volcanoes on the planet. It's set in 300,000 acres of barren lava fields. Devoted father Dewey badly misses his two young daughters, Trina, aged 5, and Tara, 7, who live with their mother.
Hey, Trina, Tara, it's your dad. This is the Kilauea volcano I was telling you guys about.
His kids couldn't come with him, so he's filming his holiday to share with them on his return.
Ain't she amazing? And tonight, you will see her in her full fury. More later.
But this trip to Kilauea is just a scout. Dewey plans to come back after dark when the volcano looks even more dramatic.
My friends had told me that viewing of the volcano was much better at night because you can't see the lava in the bright sunlight. I didn't expect to be out there very long, but the lady at the front desk said, well, it's very dark, you should at least buy a flashlight to take with you. So I put on jeans, good walking shoes, a t-shirt. I put my video camera in a waterproof case that I brought with me, and then I bought a flashlight, and that was my preparation for the trip.
Dewey doesn't pack a compass or bottled water for his nighttime trip. He expects to reach the volcano in a couple of hours and be back in his room soon after midnight.
I left the hotel and drove in this old road that goes into the national park, 10, 15-mile drive. It's fairly desolate. And then the road just dead ends. Way off in the distance, I could see the very, very faint glow of orange, of the actual molten lava. It was at that moment I started realizing that I had to be careful to get back to my car because there was no light on the car, there was no street lamps, nothing to identify the road. But the moon was giving off a good bit of light, so I thought I'd be okay. I was prepared for a very short hike. The only two things I was carrying was a flashlight and my video camera, and there's no cell coverage down there. So I didn't even bother to take my cell phone.
Dewey is confident he'll find his way back to the car, but he's failed to factor in the unfamiliar terrain and total lack of landmarks.
I was just skipping from mound to mound, and there was a breeze. I felt great. It was a really, really pretty night.
But after 2 hours, Dewey is still a long way from the distant glow of flowing lava.
I was like, that orange glow doesn't seem much closer than it did an hour ago. This seems quite a bit farther than they had told me. I thought about blowing it off, but I was pretty committed to actually seeing it and having the experience, so I didn't do that.
After a 3-hour hike, Dewey reaches one of Kilauea's active vents. Here, Molten lava pours spectacularly into the sea and solidifies, making Big Island a little bigger every day.
The steam and the sense of the ocean and the boiling water was just immense. To stand next to this and just realize what a small piece of this planet I am was humbling. It was phenomenal. So I took my video camera out and I started filming it, and I really wanted to get closer to it, but I kept, based on my friends telling me that it runs under the ground and there's a thin crust and all this, I kept feeling the ground as I got closer, and it got very, very hot. I was afraid it would melt my shoes, and I was afraid I could break through, and so I didn't get as close as I wanted, but it was really fascinating.
Hey girls, it's your dad. Those lights in the distance? That's the lava flows crashing. I kind of doubt you can see anything. It's sort of like the landscape of the moon. It's the roughest, hardest terrains I've ever seen. That's it right there, girls. New Earth being created. It's a beautiful thing.
I watched the volcano for probably 20, 25 minutes, and then I was like, it's got to be late, and it's going to be very late when I get back to my car, so it's time to get headed back.
But when Dewey looks for the trail he came in on, he can't find it. Undaunted, he decides to follow the coastline and then cut inland to hit the road where he'd parked his car.
That was the plan.
But just after Dewey sets out,
the moon went down, or clouds came over. Basically, it got quite a bit darker. I think I was walking in less of a straight line. Surprisingly quickly, I hit a different texture of rock. It was, and I didn't know what it was, but instead of being this smooth, crunchy black dough, it was these large, white, crumbling boulders, and incredibly hard to walk on that stuff. If my thinking had been clearer, I think I would have noticed that I've somehow moved to a different topography, a different geography. Something's changed here. But I just didn't know if this was some strange, I'd seen so many strange formations and strange things the lava had done that didn't occur to me that this was a bad sign.
3 hours later, Dewey thinks he's hugged the coast long enough. By his calculations, he should be only minutes from his car.
Okay, that's gotta be enough.
At the point I thought I've got to be past the end of the road, I turned left to walk inland, expecting to hit the road in my car. That's where things started going badly.
Dewey's taking a terrible gamble. If he misses his car in the darkened moonscape, he'll be heading deep into 300,000 acres of uninhabited volcanic fields.
There was no trail at all. I'm just walking across raw, unmarked lava flows.
After 3 hours hiking inland, there's still no sign of his car. Dewey realizes he's lost.
I'm just scared. I'm really scared.
Hungry, thirsty, and all alone, he feels a desperate urge to talk to someone, even if it's only his camcorder.
Well, it's getting late, and I'm dehydrated and lost. I had a plan to head up the coast and cut across the road. Obviously, the road's a lot further than I thought.
But he's confident that with the dawn, he'll be able to find his car.
When the sun comes up, I can see just this vast area. The lava seems to go on forever.
Dewey thought that daylight would help him regain his bearings. Instead, he's confronted with an alien, featureless landscape. With no mobile phone, he has no way to call for help.
I didn't see any signs of humanity at all. Very alone out there, very alone.
Although he doesn't know it, Dewey walked right past his car during the night. Now he's walking headlong into 300,000 acres of empty lava fields. Dewey breaks out his camcorder. Recording a video diary for his daughters at least gives him someone to talk to.
Well, I can't find the road. I've circled, I must have walked 5-6 miles of absolute hell. I just can't work out how you get to this spot without having crossed the road. I don't think I'll be hiking without a compass again.
Heading inland looking for the road, I ended up walking on some stuff that was really, really dangerous to walk on. These are crispy shells like overcooked cookies, and every time you step on them, they break. You fall into these holes of crumbly shards of glass-like rock.
A shard of volcanic rock has ripped Dewey's arm open.
I sliced a vein, and a lot of blood came out. It was really frightening.
Dewey has nothing to bandage his wound with. Instead, he clamps it with his hand and hopes the bleeding will stop.
I was exhausted and injured and been walking all night, been falling, scraped and cut. Physically, was not in good shape at that point.
Pretty dumb, huh? Well, I just want you guys to know that I'm working really hard to get back to you. Well, this is what I've been walking on all night. It's the roughest, nastiest terrain I've ever walked on. Miles and miles and miles of this stuff, far as the eye can see. Really nasty terrain.
Dewey now knows that one more accident and his situation could quickly change from bad to critical. Worse, it looks as though he's still miles from safety.
I didn't see any signs of humanity at all. Very vast, very alone out there, very alone. Shortly after noon that first day, I really started seeing my thinking go bad. I would get confused that I was seeing terrain I'd seen before. I started wondering if I was walking in circles. I don't think my mind was working that well. I can't explain it, but at least for the first several hours of the day, I remained very stubbornly, foolishly attached to this idea that the road was ahead of me.
But then, Dewey hears something.
I had a helicopter coming straight toward me.
If Dewey's hotel reported him missing, this could be a search helicopter.
Hey! Over here! Hey! Guys!
But he has only seconds to try and get noticed. A mirror attached to his camera bag may be his salvation.
Come on, guy. You can see me. Come on.
There was this grand fantasy that they would see my flickering mirror and come down and pick me up and fly me out, and we'd all go get breakfast.
Hey! Over here! Hey!
But it wasn't playing out that way. When I was out on the lava rock, I was struck by how barren of life it was. There wasn't anything anywhere. No animal life that I saw except for birds. And then something hit my leg, and I looked down and it was a wire. This was the first sign of any sign of humanity I'd seen since I'd been out there. It was like a speaker wire. I traced it back and found a metal plate with reflector, like you'd see on the back of a bicycle. My mirror's not working, and I'm not getting seen. If I use this wire and these reflectors and make a belt and wear it, it might make me a little more visible.
Dewey is bitterly regretting his decision not to bring any water from the hotel. And as the temperature soars beyond 30 Celsius, the furnace-like heat of the lava fields is making him dangerously dehydrated. He's now feeling dizzy and nauseous.
Car should be here. Road.
I don't think my mind's working that well. My priorities switched. I stopped looking for the road. I started looking for water.
Surrounded by dust and rock, it seems like a futile task. But astonishingly, over the next ridge, his luck finally changes. Dewey spots an oasis, which must mean water.
The landscape's incredibly barren, incredibly open, and then there are these little oases of very dense jungle springing up. All of this walking I'd been doing, I'd never seen even a tiny puddle, and so I started crawling into these jungles, hoping to find some water. Inside the jungle, the variety of plant life is just unbelievable. There's trees, there's grasses, there's palms, there's everything you can imagine. And they're growing so closely together, you can't even see or touch the floor. You just bend them over into this suspended net of plants and crawl on top of them.
But just as Dewey gets his first taste of water in nearly 12 hours,
Come on, guys, over here!
like the first helicopter, it doesn't appear to notice him.
Come on!
Throughout the day, several more helicopters pass overhead.
Over here!
But none of them sees him. Dewey starts to realize that they aren't search and rescue helicopters, but are carrying tourists on sightseeing trips to the volcano. Mad with thirst, he's torn between trying to attract their attention and finding life-saving water.
At that point, I started doing schizophrenic back and forth. I would crawl as fast as I could to get out where I could reflect the mirror at them. And then as soon as that didn't work and they were gone, I'd crawl back in again to try to find moisture.
Guys! Come on!
I was really operating in very much a panicked way that was just, it was burning up everything I had. Then I look down and the beads of sweat on my arm are as big as the drops I'm getting. So I'm exerting way more energy and water and moisture than I am actually getting moisture.
I flashed my mirror at probably 12 helicopters today, and not one acknowledged me. I don't think anyone's looking for me.
At that point, I started to get really afraid. I can't do two things at once. I need to find water. I'm going to make it for at least a year without a helicopter, but I'm not going to make it another day without water.
In the small oasis, plants are thriving. But Dewey can only find beads of moisture, not nearly enough to satisfy his raging thirst.
I see this very large drop of water. I'm leaning over to try to reach it, and as I do, I'm supporting myself from falling by pushing on the edge of a tree with my left hand. And I was like, something feels strange. And there's a green moss growing on the side of the tree. I tore some of it off and squeezed it. A trickle of water ran out. I did hold the water in my mouth as a test to see if there was anything acidy or burning that felt like it might be poisonous.
It looks like Dewey's in luck, but he needs to collect more than just a mouthful.
My flashlight batteries were dead. I threw them away, and I started squeezing this moss into the handle of my flashlight. It wasn't exactly, clean, delicious water, but I was pretty happy that I'd actually found it. That gave me some confidence. It improved my thinking and my sense of hope. I don't think I was completely dancing for joy yet, but I was encouraged. I actually had found a source of water. That was a life-saving moment for me.
This amazing green moss has furnished me with a flashlight full of delicious muddy water. Muddy water never tasted so good.
The small oasis has saved Dewey's life, for now. But he knows that if anyone is looking for him, his best chance of being rescued is out in the open. In fact, Dewey's hotel has raised the alarm, and an air search and rescue is now on. But spotting a tiny figure in nearly 300,000 acres of featureless terrain is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As a second night on the volcano approaches, and temperatures begin to plummet, Dewey realizes he must find somewhere to shelter.
I felt like I had to find a warmer place because I couldn't sit out in the wind and get any sleep. I found this crack that just went straight down into the earth. It wasn't even a cave, it was kind of a fissure. And I crawled down into there. But it was very frightening, incredibly crumbly. And I was really concerned that if I just bumped the wall in the wrong way, this thing could cave in on me. I was just nervous about it, but I felt like I had to be out of the wind because the wind had gotten stronger and it was getting chillier.
Dewey now faces the grim hours ahead, knowing that at any moment, his shelter could become his grave.
It was just straight down into the ground.
Exhausted and despairing, Dewey is now regretting leaving the safety and shelter of the oasis. All he can do is pray he can survive till morning. Dewey can see no way out of his predicament. Hungry, dehydrated and demoralized, his video messages are becoming increasingly desperate.
In the beginning, the camera was really a solace to me. It was comforting to actually have something to talk to.
Kids, hi. It's your dad again.
But by the third day, some real grounded fear that I may not survive this started settling in.
I'm so sorry to let you down, but I'm in real trouble here. Truth be told, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Dewey's beginning to think that he may not make it out alive. He's chronically dehydrated, and his body is close to collapse.
At this point, I'm really not walking well. My balance is off, my leg's injured. I had this sprained ankle that I'd turned, 3 or 4 times. I was really sick of turning that. I had so many cuts and blisters and things going on my feet. I felt like if I keep walking on these rocks, collapsing and falling, I'm gonna break a leg and die.
You're gonna kill yourself like this, Dewey.
Dewey needs to get water, and soon. That means finding another oasis. In temperatures approaching 40 Celsius, his body is losing over 3 liters of fluid a day. And Dewey's brain is starting to suffer the effects of serious dehydration.
I don't know that I can articulate exactly how dehydration felt. A fuzzy, unclear way of thinking. Thinking I'm walking in circles. Dry mouth. Seeing things.
But Dewey isn't seeing things. He's found water, just in time. Dewey decides to change his plan. Instead of trying to escape the volcano, he'll stay at the water source and pray that someone rescues him.
My idea was, yeah, if I can learn to survive, I can make it as long as I have to.
Dewey hasn't eaten in 37 hours. He's starving, but has no idea what's edible and what might be poisonous.
One thing I had been doing is testing some foods to see if they made me sick and see if they were edible. So if I had to stay there for a long time, I would have an idea of what I could eat to survive.
Guess that one's a no.
Starving and exhausted, Dewey desperately needs a good night's rest to regain his strength.
So I figured I'd better come up with a way to shelter myself.
Dewey's life in the city hasn't prepared him for this. So he must dig deep and develop survival skills.
I found some reeds that I could bend into a dome shape and shove them into the mud, and then pile stuff on top. That afternoon, I made a rudimentary little hut that I could crawl into. It was very, very flimsy.
Proud of his achievements, Dewey decides to tell his daughters.
Hey, Trina, Tara. You always said you wanted a vacation home, so here it is. I just built this shelter, and I'm hoping it's gonna help me survive. These leaves here, they're gonna help me collect water.
In the night, rain begins to fall. A light shower could fill his leaf collectors with life-saving water. But this isn't a shower.
The worst thing about the whole time out there was the nights. The wind cut right through my shelter, and it was just absolutely freezing. It was not well insulated. I hadn't put a door on it. Being in the wind and the rain and bugs crawling on me and not being able to move because I'd knocked down my shelter. That was the hardest thing for me. I shivered the whole night, and it wasn't a mild shiver. I shivered like deep muscle shiver.
The storm has trashed his shelter and overturned his rain catchers.
The third morning, the hunger had set in, the isolation had set in. I'd been shivering all night. I was exhausted. I was injured. I was sore. There was a lot of hopelessness.
To make matters worse, Dewey now makes a shocking discovery.
I had all these shards of pumice or lava rock or whatever it is embedded in my feet. There was some pussiness to it, and there was kind of a reddish line, and it was really sore. Just a constant swollen pressure inside of it. And that's when my idea that I can sit this out, it fell apart. I thought, well, You can sit it out unless I've got gangrene or unless I've got some infection. Felt really real. You know, it felt really right up against the edge of existence at that point.
After more than 51 hours alone, and with no one to share his ordeal, Dewey's turning to his camera more and more.
I hope you guys are proud of me. I ain't no quitter. I ain't no quitter. I got my reflector belt up in the tree. But, as you can see, it ain't doing me no good. Looks like it's just you and me.
Unknown to Dewey, search and rescue helicopters are out looking for him. In the night, local police have found his jeep. But after 3 days, scouring 300,000 acres of volcanic fields, they're starting to think he hasn't survived.
Tired. Real tired. I'm scared.
By morning, Dewey's hit rock bottom, and the infection in his foot is spreading. The pain is excruciating. Any remaining hopes Dewey had of walking off the volcano are gone.
My foot is pretty badly blistered, and I'm pussing. They gotta see me to find me.
His only hope is to make one final attempt to attract the passing tourist helicopters.
Well, I thought if I could build a large fire with a lot of smoke, might actually attract rescuers.
Dewey decides that the lava fields which have held him hostage for 5 days might give him an escape route. If he can use the red-hot lava to ignite a branch, he can start a fire and make a beacon. But to do it, Dewey must brave the volcano's toxic gases. Even brief exposure to concentrated carbon dioxide could kill him.
Rescue me.
I crawled down into one of these volcanic vents and tried to stick a long branch down into where it seemed like it was a hot area.
Light! Light, son!
After just a few minutes choking in the intense heat and smoke, Dewey realizes he's taking a suicidal risk.
There was fumes coming out of there, and I was afraid I was going to pass out.
It's a bitter blow. Tourist helicopters continue to fly by, and Dewey still has no way of attracting their attention.
I came to the conclusion the only way I'm going to be able to get a fire is if I can get a magnifying glass to amplify the sun onto some leaves. The only place I could think to get a magnifying glass was the lens inside of my video camera. The camera was always my companion, someone to talk to, my connection to the outside in a way. Talking to it every day was a solace to me. It was comforting, so I didn't want to smash it.
Before destroying the only companion he's had, Dewey decides to record one final message to his daughters.
I was thinking, you know, this could be the last time my kids hear my voice.
My name is Dewey Gackey, and this is my final will and testament.
I'm realizing how much pain I'm putting my family through, and I just want to say, guys, I'm sorry I was stupid and reckless. I was feeling for my kids if they had to grow up, you know, without me. Trina and Tara, if I don't make it back, guys, I am so sorry. I want you to know I'll always be with you, always be watching over you. It was a pretty emotional process of saying goodbye. If this is my time and place, it's a really beautiful place. But I'm going to do my best to get back to you guys. I'm not quitting. I really love you guys. Bye.
But Dewey does have one slim hope. He thinks that if he can extract the glass lens from inside his beloved video camera, he may just be able to start a fire with it.
I understood that I was taking that film out, putting it in a waterproof case and hanging it on the tree for someone else to find. For somebody to find after I was dead.
Dewey feels that his camera is the one thing that's kept him sane. Destroying it is almost more than he can bear.
But I figured I needed to. I needed to, you know, make the hard choice and try to find a way to stay alive.
To get to the lens, he has to smash the camera. The problem is, he risks smashing the lens too.
I got some big rocks and started trying to break my camera open. I couldn't get anywhere.
The lens just won't come loose.
If I hit it too hard with too big of a rock, I would have crushed the glass, and it was just a painful effort. I heard a helicopter.
But it's yet another tourist group, checking out the volcano, not looking for him.
I decided, well, they're ignoring me. There's no point in getting up and flashing my mirror. But it flew right over to me, and I was like, is it possible that they actually saw me this time? And started circling me, and it was at that moment that I totally knew they saw me.
Incredibly, one of the tourists was able to capture on camera the moment of Dewey's discovery.
Yeah, he needs help. He's waving you down.
And it was at that moment I really started crying. I was alive after 5 days. huge kind of release of all the fear and all the desperation I've been kind of keeping somewhat at bay. And it all came busting forth, and I just sat on the ground and I cried and I shook.
Nearly 90 hours after his ordeal began, Dewey was airlifted to hospital, where he was treated for his injuries and severe dehydration. 4 days later, he returned home to Austin, Texas, to be reunited with his daughters.
Absolutely the biggest thing behind my will to live was my kids, wanting to get back to them and not wanting them to have to grow up without a father.
Dewey owed his life to the young, inquisitive tourist who spotted him, Peter Frank.
He said, "Thanks a lot, you saved my life," and then he asked me for my home phone number and stuff.
And what did you say?
I said, "It's cool."
Peter has remained in touch with Dewey, Trina, and Tara ever since. An elite Navy diver goes on a day trip off the coast of New Zealand. But a lethal undercurrent drags him out into the ocean.
I'm tumbling around, not knowing what's up or what's down.
When he surfaces, he's all alone.
There's nothing out there. Nothing but more water, more emptiness.
His family assumes he's dead.
When two police officers knock on my door, I can't explain what I was feeling.
And in the depths of his despair, he'll wish he was.
I just lay there, waiting for death to come.
But to survive 4 days floating alone at sea, he'll have to battle exhaustion, hunger, and deadly predators. It's February, late summer on New Zealand's North Island. Naval Officer Rob Hewitt is at a crossroads in his life. After 20 years in the Navy, Rob is about to become a civilian and is in search of a new career.
As a 38-year-old man, I had a wife and children to look after.
Rob,
I wasn't too sure what I wanted to do.
what is it that you're so scared of?
Rangi, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm late.
I want an answer.
Dying, Rangi. Losing you. The kids. That's what I'm scared of. I gotta go.
Rob.
The mood wasn't very good that morning when he left.
Life changed for me in a way that I wasn't quite ready for. After 20 years in the Navy, you get 9 weeks leave, and you can go and decide what it is you want to try and achieve.
Seeking a new direction in life, Rob hopes to use his Navy experience and become a professional diving instructor.
Sorry, mate.
I guess one of the things that I've been trained in was never be late. And What I didn't want to show for my first dive with the group of guys that I was with was that I didn't want to be late. After 20 years in the Navy, I was never late for anything.
Let's go.
And for the first time, he's joined a civilian dive team for a crayfish hunt around the coastal island of Mana. As the boat heads to its first anchor point, Rob eats a light breakfast and looks forward to what he thinks will be the simplest dive of his life.
I had dived more places in the world than what I had in my own backyard. Here I was diving over in Singapore, Afghanistan, Australia. As I'm on the boat heading out towards our first dive spot, I'm thinking it's a beautiful day. The water is clean and clear. This is too easy. The mood on the boat was one of excitement. There was some jovial laughing and jokes going on. Then the challenges start popping up. How long can you stay under the water for? How big a crayfish can you get? Thought I'd better get in the water and show them how it's done.
For safety, the divers all swim in pairs. As Rob heads under the water with his diving buddy, he feels the familiar thrill of excitement.
I remember when growing up as a child, I used to watch that program Aquaman, Man from Atlantis, and used to dream that was me. Once I hit the water, I feel like I'm at home. Once I hit the seabed bottom, I proceed to get myself in the hunter-gathering mode. Sometimes when I'm under the water, I'd look under a rock or behind a rock, and I'd think to myself, has anyone else seen this? Has anything else passed over this bit of rock? Am I the first person in the history of this rock to actually touch it or to look at it? And that gives me a sense of strength. It also gives me a sense of achievement. I love a quietness. The only thing that I can hear is my heartbeat.
Rob has spent years underwater, successfully locating bodies, mines, and enemy frogmen. But finding crayfish proves surprisingly difficult.
So I'd spend 20 minutes under the water and I'd come back with nothing.
Last dive of the day, mate. See if you can catch a crab this time.
Yeah. And then this guy showed me his crayfish and he just shoved it in my face and said, look at this. And I'm just like any other bloke. It's a bit of a challenge. And I'm thinking, right, the next dive I was going to find the biggest crayfish that I can.
But this time, as Rob and his dive buddy descend, there's a problem. Unable to clear the air from his ears, it's too painful for Rob's body to dive.
I felt gutted. There were 8 other divers under the water somewhere.
Given his 20 years' experience as a Navy diver, Rob decides there's only one option: to dive alone.
This is it. I'm going to come back with a sack full of crayfish and just show these guys that I'm the king diver.
Rob's injured pride has clouded his professional judgment. Scuba diving is one of the most dangerous pursuits in the world. If he gets into trouble this far underwater, without a buddy, then there'll be no one to raise the alarm.
As I'm swimming through the kelp and I push it aside, I see some sea urchins or kinna, and my wife and I love this stuff.
The urchins will make a good starter, but Rob's after the main course, crayfish.
Instincts was to shoot off. Didn't care about the depth, I just shot straight after it. I start making my way through the kelp and the seaweed, looking around every nook and cranny. I quickly grabbed it and put it in my bag.
Rob's pride is restored, but in his haste to catch the crayfish, he hasn't noticed a critical change in the water around him.
I felt something different. A lot of cold water just ran over me. I turned and looked at the water and it was swirling all over the place.
Suddenly Rob's hit by a powerful rip current, a narrow channel of fast-moving water that instantly drags him away from the dive site.
I'm tumbling around, not knowing what's up or what's down.
In the unstoppable current, Rob risks drowning by losing his breathing apparatus or smashing into an underwater boulder.
I can feel myself getting deeper and deeper. And I remember thinking to myself, was this it? Was this death? As I'm tumbling around, getting disorientated, it could have been a matter of seconds, or it could have been 2 or 3 minutes. Time had no value.
The current is sucking Rob deeper and deeper. If he hits a rock, he'll be knocked unconscious and drown.
My ears are starting to pop, and I'm finding it hard to breathe. I grab the rock and I just push up. I kick as hard as I can, as fast as I can to get out of the rip. And the light was coming towards me.
Oh, thank God!
I was saved. My train of thought was that I'd only be around about 45, 50 metres on the stern of the boat. But then I turned around and I couldn't see where the boat was. I did a 360-degree turn and then I couldn't believe how far I was away from the dive boat.
In a matter of minutes, the current has pushed Rob nearly a kilometre from the boat. A proud Maori man with years of training behind him, he decides to swim back to the boat.
I don't want to be judged by my peers. Rob Hewitt, he was the guy that got rescued 3 days before he left the Navy. I'd done a lot of swim training with my dive gear on. This was my second home. I would kick as long as I needed to kick, and I would get to where I needed to get to.
But despite paddling hard, the boat doesn't seem to get any nearer.
What?
As I'm on the surface swimming towards the boat, every now and again I try and identify where the boat is. I can feel the current pushing me. I'm not making any headway.
Dragged out into deep water, Rob is now in the grip of dangerous coastal currents that surge between New Zealand's North and South Islands.
Help! Over here! Come over here, boss!
I yelled out as loud as I could.
Hey! Help! Over here! Help! Over here!
But they couldn't hear me. They couldn't see me.
Help!
Rob's diving gear keeps him afloat, but it's impossible to swim to shore. The current continues to push him further out to sea. Rob's dive companions realize that there's a man lost and alert the Coast Guard.
It seems like there's 2 to 3, 5 boats all looking. They're all looking in the wrong place.
Less than half a metre above the surface, Rob's outline is easily hidden by the swell, and the rescuers have no idea he's being washed away by a current.
I need to get rescued by anything or anyone just to get out of the water.
But as minutes turn to hours, the coastal waters suck him away from the search area, away from land, and into the deadly Tasman Sea.
I see this plane coming towards me.
Oh, yes, yes!
My heart picks up.
Down here!
I think to myself that I can see the plane can see me. I'm going to be rescued.
Down here! Down here! Come on, I'm down here!
But the plane just keeps on going past me. I couldn't understand why they couldn't see me.
Now come back!
From the air, Rob is just a speck in an unrelenting slab of grey.
Please, come back!
As the plane flies away from me and it gets smaller and smaller, my heart drops. The rescue is dwindling. I find myself 5 miles from Mana Island, and I know that I'm still getting pushed out.
As the sun begins to set, Rob faces a daunting reality. The rescue planes won't be able to find him in the dark, but the sharks that live in these waters will.
I look at the sunset. It's the most beautiful sunset that I've seen. It could be the last. I thought that I'd be rescued by now, but I still find myself out here.
As the last light of day fades, Rob prepares himself for his first night in the ocean alone. He knows he will have to draw on all his diving experience if he is to make it till morning. This will be the sternest test he's ever faced.
I don't know if I'm man enough to push through the night and survive. I don't know how to do that. I've completed night dives with my time in the Navy, but I don't know anyone that has survived out at night in the middle of nowhere.
Meanwhile, Rob's wife, Rangi, finds out he's missing.
When 2 police officers knock on your door, you think, geez, what is up? You know, something can't be good. From our conversation earlier that morning,
What is it that you're so scared of?
I had a feeling that he shouldn't have left. So it was very hard.
Alone in the sea, Rob faces the greatest challenge of his life. Make it through the night alive and pray for rescue in the morning. To try and stay warm, Rob adopts the Navy's help position by folding his limbs in tight. But floating motionless, his body heat quickly drains away.
Every little move I make, I can feel the cold water getting into places through an opening of my wetsuit, underneath the feet or in between the gloves, and coming down my neck.
Alone in the ocean, he's well aware of the threat from sharks, which hone in on weak and vulnerable prey.
I just stayed there motionless. You could hear a pin drop. Every little wave, every little crack behind me. I was trying to slow my heartbeat down because I didn't want it to make noise or vibration in the water because it might alert the shark.
Please, Lord.
All I want to know is when the sun's coming up.
Thank God. Thank you. Thank you.
Miraculously, after 18 hours alone, Rob is still alive, and his hopes of rescue soar.
When I saw the sun, I thought to myself, right, this is it. You're going to get out of this one.
Please, help me.
But as the sun got to about 10 o'clock, I'd seen no rescue effort.
The current has now taken Rob 16 kilometers from the original dive site.
I felt abandoned.
It's been 20 hours since Rob was first swept out to sea. Alone and terrified, he's desperate to talk to someone or something.
One of the things that I'd been told about being out at sea was that loneliness was going to kill you.
But Rob is not entirely alone.
Looks like it's just you and me then, huh?
I saw my crayfish that I'd caught. At this point in time, this crayfish was the closest friend that I had. I called him Tama. Even though I knew this was crazy land, you know, a crayfish can't talk back to me, but I'm having a conversation with this crayfish.
So, buddy, what's your plans for the weekend? Huh? Swimming. Swimming.
After the calm, a southerly wind begins to lash the surf.
The wind got stronger. The waves are pushing me from the left to the right, kicking me in the back and punching me in the front. My eyes are stinging, I can't see anything. And as I was wiping the water away from my face, unbeknown to myself, I was actually cutting away at my face with the Kevlar gloves that I had on.
28 hours of constant soaking has left Rob's skin loose and vulnerable to bacteria and injury.
I looked at my hand and it was translucent. The fingernails had started to come off. The pain that I felt was unbelievable.
The sea is slowly killing him, and there's nothing he can do.
I started to vomit yellowy bile, the last ingredients in my stomach.
Rob has had nothing to eat or drink since entering the water.
I thought I'd hit rock bottom. I needed to try and figure out how to stop vomiting and to put something in my stomach.
Rob's catch bag contains the seafood he caught yesterday, which could keep him alive.
I grabbed my knife and cracked open my first sea urchin. I feel my body just grabbing all of the sustenance and energy out of it. Cracked the second one open. I shoved all of the guts and the roe down my throat, eating and licking away at the shell. I looked into my bag. I saw Tama sitting there, still flapping, still alive.
Naming and talking to the crayfish has eased Rob's crippling loneliness. But the time for sentiment is over.
Sorry, Tama. Sorry, mate.
It tasted as if it was the first meal I'd ever had.
The feast has bought Rob more time. But over 20 kilometers out to sea, his chances of being rescued are increasingly unlikely. And with no fresh water to drink, Rob knows he needs a miracle if he is to survive.
And just before the sun went down, it started to rain. Down into my mouth, onto my swollen tongue, and opened up my mouth as wide as I could. The fresh water that landed on my tongue and around my lips was unbelievably great. I tried to grab and suck as much fresh water as I could. It gave me a sense of life. I had another chance.
The crayfish meat and brief rain shower are just enough to pull Rob back from the brink and fire his will to survive. Back on land, Rob's wife Rangi feels drawn to the ocean that has swallowed him up.
I walked out into the sea to be closer to Rob, basically, and I just wanted to put myself out there with him somehow, because I knew he was there somewhere, alive. Felt like a bit of a crazy woman at the time, while Rob was missing. But the water was really warm and it felt really nice and calm. But I can't explain what I was feeling.
For Rob, a second night alone in the sea now beckons.
I see a light. It could be on the mainland. I'm unsure, but I still see a light.
Rob has drifted so far north that he's within sight of another offshore island.
Help!
Kapiti.
Help!
It gives me a beacon of hope. It gives me a direction.
Come on, Rob.
This is my chance. My chance to save my life.
It's the first time the inescapable coastal currents have pushed him close to land, and he's determined to swim for it.
If I died out in the ocean, I wouldn't have watched my son play football or rugby. I wouldn't go to my daughter's birthday or even give her away at her wedding. As I got closer to the island, it seemed like a mile and a half away. I was close, I could nearly touch it, I could nearly smell it.
But just when it seems Rob will make it back to land, his strength begins to fail.
Each crawl I go forward, I can feel my bones, I can feel my body creaking. The cramp is starting to set in.
The tide, once again, turns against him. Rob's tough naval training and stubborn will to survive are no longer enough.
The wind and the waves were pushing me further and further out. The body just gave up, and I blacked out. I woke up further away. I realised then that my chance was over.
It's the final straw. 40 hours after the nightmare began, the current is now dragging him back out to sea.
There's nothing out there, nothing but more water, more emptiness. This is it. I'm spent, I'm gone. I'd tried everything. I'd swum as far as I could, ate what I could, drunk what I could. Now, I just lay there, waiting for death to come. I remember walking onto the beach. Going into a local shop. I grabbed a cold can and I could feel the cold blast just come out. Then next thing I knew, here I was back in the water.
Rob now faces a second night at sea.
Throughout the night, I was thinking how I'd live my life. What ifs? What if I hadn't gone for an extra crayfish? What if I hadn't dived on my own? I was also thinking about my children and about my wife, about how I could ask for their forgiveness.
Daybreak finally arrives, bringing with it new hope of rescue.
Help! Help! Somebody help! Please. Please, God.
But as Rob begins his third day alone in the ocean, he knows he is perilously weak. He removes his oxygen tank and buoyancy jacket. There's no air left in them. They are dead weight. His thick wetsuit still keeps him afloat, and with clear skies above, he feels a glimmer of hope returning.
The weather on the third day was beautiful. It gave me hope that I'd be rescued.
But Rob has been lulled into a false sense of security.
I see a shape, something quick just coming past. I don't know what type, but a shark's a shark. I grabbed my knife out. As I'm thrashing around in the water, I feel helpless. Is it going to end like this? A shark finally coming up to have a feed. I just stayed there motionless. 2 minutes was 5 minutes. The next minute was an hour. I was still there.
As the day goes on, it isn't sharks that threaten his life. The bright sunshine that Rob thought would bring out more rescue teams is slowly cooking him alive.
The sun was beating down throughout the whole day. I feel toasted. My face felt swollen. My tongue was swelling. I can feel that the skin is blistering. All of the cuts and the scars along my face were starting to bake. And the water, the salt water, was getting into the cuts. Here I was, thanking God for a beautiful day. But this beautiful day would bring me pain.
In normal conditions, the human body can go 3 days without water, but that's vastly reduced in the ocean. Having drunk only a few drops of rainwater, Rob is dying of dehydration. The relentless sun only makes it worse.
There was only one place for me to hide, and that was under the water.
But every roll below the surface washes salt water into open sores.
God. I could hardly breathe.
Please, God.
He's seen no sign of rescue for 3 days. And if the sharks don't kill him, lack of water certainly will. He can either wait for a slow and agonizing death, or take things into his own hands.
I feel like I just had a gutful of the torture. I just felt like it was my time just to say goodbye to everyone and everything.
Dear God, Look after my family. Look after my family. Oh. Rangi.
As I'm under the water, I can feel my heart beating, as if it's beating out of my chest. I can just feel the thump, thump, thump in my head. Oxygen is wanting to get there, but I'm not allowing it to. I just wanted to kill myself.
After 3 days of drifting miles out to sea with no sign of rescue, he decides to drown himself and bring his suffering to an end. But the sea isn't ready to let Rob go.
When I came to, I felt gutted. I couldn't even kill myself properly.
Rob now knows he's facing certain death alone and takes what comfort he can from thoughts of his loved ones.
I tried to call out names of people that I loved, just to give me some sort of connection.
Casey. I love you, son. Fire. Rangi.
Rob has now drifted over 60 kilometers. Ironically, the ocean current that pushed him north switches and drives him back towards the dive site. But approaching a third night in the water, Rob is too weak to notice.
I thought to myself, well, if I wake up in the morning, I'll wake up. If I don't, I'll be with my grandparents.
On the mainland, rescuers think Rob must be dead. But his wife, Rangi, refuses to believe he's gone and calls to her Maori ancestors with an offering.
Tangaroa hoki mai toku whaia ko. 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 Tangaroa hoki mai toku whaia ko.
I had my greenstone, which one of my grandparents had given me, and tied it with my daughter's stone that Rob had given to her. While I was doing that, I was doing a calling out to my ancestors to return him back to us.
I've given you these tonga of hours. Now give my tonga back to me.
Rangi's prayers may be too late. After 4 days, with barely any fresh water, Rob's behaviour becomes wildly irrational.
I felt claustrophobic in my wetsuit. I'd started to strip it off. I chucked my dive hood as if I'm in the garage, just tossing it on the table.
The insulating layers of rubber are the only thing preventing him from dying of hypothermia. But he no longer cares.
I then take off my dive fins. And the dive fins are the last thing that any diver would take off because they're the things that are going to keep you up when you're kicking.
Nearly 75 hours since he first dived for crayfish. Rob is unaware that the ocean current has deposited him back where he started, near Manor Island. And he's ditched all the gear that has kept him afloat and alive.
I can feel the energy going quickly, the will to live disappearing and waiting for death to come. All I can see is a white fluffy cloud just sitting there. I was sad for my children, my family. No one would have known that I at least tried to stay alive for 3 days. Tried to stay alive for them. All I'm worried about and concentrating on is that cloud. I hear this sound. And I see this thing in my peripheral vision. Is it the sound of death?
The Maori gods have answered Rangi's prayers. 75 hours after he was last seen, rescuers spot a dive hood floating near the original dive site. And close by, they finally find Rob Hewitt.
I thought that this was all hallucination. And I remember seeing a friend of mine.
Good job, mate.
And just said, just keep your eyes on me. I just want to look at you.
Rob was rushed to hospital, suffering from extreme hypothermia, chronic dehydration, sea lice and sunburn. He'd lost nearly 10 kilos in weight.
14 months later, my wife and I had a daughter called Oho Mairangi, which means the awakening.
Rob finally retired from the Navy. He now works as a diving instructor in the very waters that so nearly took his life.
I'm happy and I'm alive. And that's what really counts.
When a boat suddenly capsizes.
A boat's going down! Everybody off!
Skipper Steve Conway and 4 young crew are left stranded in the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm not dying in here!
I was terrified beyond belief.
Floating aimlessly without a life raft, they face exposure, hypothermia, and the threat of drowning.
Travis!
Steve must draw on every ounce of his experience to keep the 4 young men alive.
You've got to have a fierce will to live.
swim as hard as you can. I can't do it! I can't do it! Oh my God, what is that? Swim!
Skipper Steve Conway and the crew of the Cynthia Woods are preparing to set sail on an epic boat race.
Hey, where do you want me to put this food?
Behind the stove.
Steve is a vastly experienced sailor. A Coast Guard commander for 21 years, he has a lifelong love of the ocean.
Ross? Yeah? You got that halyard connected?
Yeah, it's all done.
When people get around the ocean, one or two things happen. They fall in love with the ocean or they fall out of love with the ocean. And I can't really explain why it happens, but for a number of us who go out on the water, there's just an affinity, a feel for it that's like nothing else.
Where do you want the clothes?
Down in the drawers.
Steve's young crew today is a team of students from Texas A&M University.
Make sure that everything's secured.
I was real confident of the boat, and the crew were experienced young men who'd been sailing for a number of years, and it was looking to be a really great race.
Hey, Steve!
Hey! Is that it?
Yeah, we're getting there.
His right-hand man on board is a young sailor he's known for 3 years, 22-year-old Travis Wright.
I'd been sailing with Steve for 3 years at that point. An excellent sailor and a very safe person, but very experienced and definitely the leading presence on the boat. He was definitely fully in command.
As Steve bids his wife goodbye, he's all too aware of the responsibility he has for his young crew.
All right, Travis, can you do the stern line?
I was designated skipper of the vessel, and as such, the skipper is ultimately responsible for everything. It's not a responsibility that you take lightly, and it's not a responsibility you can walk away from.
For over 3 months, the crew have trained together in preparation for the 630-mile race from Galveston, Texas to Veracruz, Mexico.
Almost there, a little bit more.
The feel of the wind and the sound of the wind through the rigging and the feel of the boat in the waves is just almost addictive.
They sail 6 miles out of the harbor, and boat safety officer Roger Stone counts them down to the start of the race.
What time is it now, Roger?
Okay, 20 seconds, 20 seconds.
20 seconds, gentlemen. 20 seconds.
Roger was a very experienced sailor, very experienced racer, a really great coach, just a great way of explaining to the young men and women what to do and how to do it.
We're coming up to the line.
Getting ready.
10 seconds, 10 seconds, guys. 4, 3, 2, here we go.
Here we go. All right.
They soon break away from the other boats and head out into the high seas of the Mexican Gulf.
Just keep it pointed 180 degrees due south.
Steve Guy is the least experienced sailor on board and is relishing the chance to take part in a big ocean race.
Travis was sitting next to me showing me kind of how to do things, and
Doing good.
I felt pretty good. You know, I'm in control of this boat, and it's just kind of a power rush because you're like, here I am on the open ocean doing what I love to do.
Enjoying yourself, Steve? Oh, yeah.
Everyone was ready to go, but you could also tell we were also in that competitive mood of we're wanting to do this right.
Here's a way to see how fast we're going. See? Adjust the sail and see how we go faster.
Okay.
As the race gets underway, the crew are in high spirits and excited by the challenge ahead.
Doing good.
Yeah.
For over 6 hours, the Cynthia Woods make superb progress.
Everything was going great. The sun set, the moon was up, and I realized about 2 hours into the watch that I hadn't even got wet yet. And the first wave hadn't even splashed over and splashed me, which was unheard of, to be out that long and not get splashed and get wet. So it was just an absolutely beautiful night.
Hey, Joe. Yeah? You want to do the topping lift a bit tighter? Okay.
As dusk falls on their first night at sea, 2 of the young students rig the sails for the night's racing.
Ross, you're going to have to wake him soon.
Yeah, okay.
Below deck, Travis, Roger and Steve Guy try to get some sleep before taking over for the night watch.
It wasn't my time to go on deck yet. I just decided, okay, I'll get up, I'll get something to eat, I'll go, shoot the breeze with the guys on deck and see what's up and start getting settled in. That's when it all started going downhill.
Finding water inside the cabin is not unusual, but Travis instinctively suspects something is badly wrong.
I opened up the floorboard, and it just came pouring in.
Roger! Roger! We got water! We're taking on water! Hey, Steve! Steve!
What's going on?
We're taking on water! Start the engine!
It's every sailor's worst nightmare. The boat's hull has a serious leak. Due to a previous incident, the keel, the huge balancing weight at the bottom of the boat, has cracked along its mount.
Joe, get ready to douse the sails. Okay.
Skipper Steve knows that they're in terrible trouble, and they must drop the sails to slow down. But before the guys can get the sails down,
The keel of the vessel parted completely, came off, and the boat went instantly into the water.
The boat just laid over into the water, just completely horizontal.
All of a sudden, the lights go out. The engine shuts off.
What happened? I don't know.
Up on deck, Skipper Steve is clinging to the capsized boat.
I was hanging underneath the boat because it wasn't still up out of the water at that point, thinking it was time to go.
A boat's going down! Everybody off! Unclip yourselves!
In just a matter of seconds, the boat has completely overturned. Steve and the 2 students on deck escape the sinking boat.
Come on, guys. Hey, did you see anybody? No.
But Roger, Travis, and Steve Guy are trapped inside. And seawater is flooding in.
I'm not dying in here!
Yeah, I screamed it, I'm not dying in here. This is not where I'm gonna die.
Unless they can find a way out of the cabin, they are just seconds from being dragged to the bottom of the ocean.
Emotion's telling you at that point, you're screwed. I mean, there is no way out of a situation like this.
The water level is rising rapidly. Unless they can get out, they're just seconds from being dragged down with the sinking boat.
How do we get out of here? Through the hatch!
Their only escape route is a tiny hatch, but a powerful wall of seawater is pouring through it.
Are you kidding? Come on, it's the only way!
I'm sitting there thinking to myself, how am I going to swim through here? I don't even think an Olympic swimmer could actually get through this with all the water rushing through.
Let me try. Let me try. I can't do it. I can't do it.
We couldn't even hope to match the flow. I was hoping to grab the sides of it and force my way out, but the first time I tried that, it blew me right back.
Steve Conway can do nothing but wait for the three men to emerge.
I didn't really know what was going on down below, but my biggest concern was that Roger, Steve Guy, and Travis weren't able to get out of the vessel and drown.
Gotta get out of here, man. What are we gonna do?
I was terrified beyond belief. I don't even want to see what my face looked like at that point.
Take a deep breath. Go for it. I'll push you through. It's your only chance.
As I was trying to go down the second time, Roger grabbed my legs and pushed.
Travis! Over here! Hey, Travis! Travis! What about Travis? Hey! Okay, I got you! I got you! All right. Okay. Did you see Steve? Yeah, he's behind me!
You're next. Go for it.
What about you?
I'll follow. Come on. Do it now.
Five of the 6 crew are now out of the boat, but there is still one man missing. They wait. But Roger Stone fails to appear.
Nobody knew what happened to Roger. Nobody had seen him come out the other side. We didn't know if Roger was in the boat or if Roger was floating off in a different direction.
Should we go back and get him? What do you think, Steve? No.
I would have never let anybody go back in. In the situation we're in with all the lines out and underwater, there was no real chance that somebody would be able to dive underneath, get in there.
I could have gone inside the boat with absolutely no lighting whatsoever, felt my way around and never found him, even if he was in there, because there's too many nooks and crannies in that place. And I would have had to do it all on one breath of air.
He's an experienced yachtsman. He'll be fine. Yeah. He'll stay with the boat.
The crew now have to focus on their own survival. Steve Guy has escaped the boat with no life jacket.
Travis! Travis! Go to the boat! Okay! Get the ring! We'll go! Okay.
Skipper Steve sends the crew back to the boat to get the emergency flotation ring.
All right, hold on. Yeah, okay.
It was very crucial. We already knew that Steven didn't have a life jacket. If he had the horseshoe ring, he'd have something to float with.
The guys have only moments to grab it before the boat sinks, but it's tangled in a web of matted ropes. Releasing the ring is an impossible task with their life jackets on.
Try it without your jackets! Try. No, don't take off your jackets. Do whatever you can, but keep your jackets on. Okay.
Wait.
Skipper Steve and the young student are being dragged away in the current. He knows he must take immediate action.
At this point, there's a couple of major things you try to do. The first thing you try to do is stay with the boat. The second thing you try to do is stay together. So in this case, Steve and I couldn't swim back to the boat. So I decided that it would be better for us to stay together. Also, I wasn't sure that my flotation was enough for both Steve and I.
Guys! Wait! Come here!
Skipper Steve orders the guys to abandon the flotation ring.
Need your help. Steve doesn't have a jacket. Let's stick together. Come here. Use your belts.
Steve decides their best option is to tie themselves together so that no one can drift off into the vast ocean alone.
Tie onto this. Got it? I got you.
Anything we could to make sure that Steve, Guy, was not going to come loose. Or if he did, he would be just a tug away. And then we locked arms and legs to try and preserve heat. I mean, it's probably the most awkward position you can imagine as far as 5 guys together, but it is what we had to do.
As their boat sinks in front of them, all they can do is pray for rescue. But in the dead of night, and 60 miles out at sea, nobody knows they're missing.
Our chances of getting out of this mess are less than 10% easy.
The Cynthia Woods sank in just a matter of moments. And with it, all of their emergency equipment is gone.
The only thing you've got is the people that are with you and the clothes on your back.
The crew had no time to raise the alarm, so no search party will be called out until dawn. Steve Conway knows that if his student crew are to survive the night, he will have to draw on all his years of experience as a skipper.
Until you walk back ashore, you're still the skipper. And I was very conscious and focused on making sure that everybody was okay.
We're gonna be fine. We stay together. We'll be fine.
But adrift in the vast ocean, they'll have to survive in one of the most challenging environments on Earth.
During the first night, the immediate thought process, conserve your energy. You don't know how long you're going to be in the water. You don't know when somebody will show up to rescue. About every 3 to 5 minutes, the water would blow up our nose, no matter what we did, how we turned from the wave action. And you'd gag it up, spit it out, curse for a minute, and about 3 to 5 minutes later, it'd happen again.
Try not to swallow the water. I can't help it.
Seawater contains 3 times more salt than human blood. It's so concentrated that swallowing just a mere pint can cause kidney failure and death.
You do not swallow salt water at all. You get that stuff in you, and it'll kill you.
I'm starving.
Really?
Yeah, when I get out of here, I'm gonna have the biggest feast.
We were just kind of talking, you know, saying, kind of joking around, you know, so what are you gonna do when you get rescued, you know? Oh man, my parents are gonna be mad when they find out we're here. Steve was like, well, don't get in between me and the bar because that's where I'm gonna be when I get picked up.
A beer is the first thing I'm gonna have when we get out. Joe, you still got your shoes on?
Everybody else had lost their shoes except Joseph, who had a brand new pair of Nikes.
Nothing's gonna take my shoes from me.
Steve and his men are completely alone in the vast ocean,
Hey, guys, I can see something. Is that a boat?
On the horizon, they spot something that gives them a glimmer of hope.
You know, we're 60 miles off the coast of Texas. We are outside the shipping lanes already. Our best possible chance of rescue at this point in time is going to be a fishing boat that happens to be out here.
Save your energy. They're not going to hear you. Wait, this might work.
They do everything they can to catch the boat's attention.
Hopes were really high, hoping that maybe someone on the deck would be like, oh, what's that little light flashing out there, and tell someone on the bridge what was going on. But that didn't happen.
Even if we do see somebody and trigger, you know, any of the signaling devices we all have whistles on our vests and lights and that kind of stuff. There is a very slim to none chance that they're going to see us and recognize us as people in distress.
But the boat fails to see them.
Shoot! I'll be honest. I will. I'll be honest.
As the night wears on, their thoughts turn to their missing comrade.
Where do you think Roger is? He's probably on the life raft, chugging a beer. Raj. Do you think he's okay? He'll be fine. He's an experienced yachtsman. He knows what to do.
I think all of us kind of kept a hope that he did get out. I mean, kind of deep down, there was that, well, maybe he didn't, but it was always the positive that always came out.
At this point, we weren't talking too much. You know, that kind of died off. We just kind of sat there and did our thing, stared off into space.
About 3:30 in the morning, I remember thinking we're floating along, we're all lashed together, 4 to 6 foot waves, and thinking that I really ought to be on a boat about 10 miles farther south sailing. It was almost dreamlike and surreal.
As they drift on the ocean current, Steve Guys spots something on the horizon.
Did you see that?
It's one of the many unmanned oil rigs dotted around the Mexican Gulf. And for young Steve, an obvious way out of the ordeal.
To me, there it was, and we're getting pushed down to it. It almost seemed like we were circling around it, like someone upstairs was saying, hey, look, guys, there's a platform for you. I thought it was worth trying to swim towards the platform.
You think we could swim there?
It's about 7 miles away.
How can you tell?
Well, when you're in the ocean, the line of the horizon is about 7 or 8 miles away.
And distance isn't the only problem.
So I have to realize that that structure is 100 and something feet over the water. And even if you swim to it, how do you get out of the water?
What do we do when we get there, huh? How do we get on it?
Travis was the student skipper and sort of second after me, so he was my rock that I stuck with as far as any kind of discussion about what should we do. Should we try to swim? Should we do this or that?
We'd be swimming against the wind. We use up all our energy, and for what?
It was kind of disheartening when the decision was made to just kind of drift past it.
Skipper Steve makes the decision to conserve their energy. They're now pinning all their hopes on rescuers finding them. But even staying put is no guarantee of safety. The Mexican Gulf is a shark-infested body of water.
Big sharks. Those are the ones you worry about. Tigers are probably the most risky. They get really large.
And it's not long before Steve's worst fears are realized.
And I saw a triangular fin go by. None of the other guys saw it.
Desperate to ensure the young crew stay calm, Steve keeps the sighting to himself.
I'm certainly not going to say something that's going to unnecessarily concern them. If there's something they need to know, I was sharing it with them. But they didn't need to know it, and they didn't need to know it. For me, I think there was a sense of relief as the sun rose. I remember thinking, okay, it's light, and just psychologically, I think the light was reassuring. We could see more of what was around us, less risk of something surprising us, certainly.
And with the morning light comes the hope that a search will soon be launched.
What's gonna happen is this.
I started walking the students through what would happen. We had a normal 8 o'clock call-in on our satellite radio. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I called in and said, here's where we're at, we're okay. And just did a daily check-in.
About 8 o'clock, they'll start listening for us. I figure about 8:15, they'll call the Coast Guard.
So, when do you think they'll send out a search?
Well, I figure about 10 o'clock, we'll see the first planes.
What if they don't find us? Will they stop searching?
Oh, not for a long time yet, buddy. I figure about 8 to 10 days.
This kind of a search, you just keep it up long past there's any chance of people surviving, actually.
But dawn also brings with it the intense heat of the morning sun.
The sun was out, none of us had caps on. Fairly quickly, we started to burn.
My God, it was hot as heck. It felt like being in a sauna. We were just boiling.
By midday, it's been 13 hours since the boat sank, but there's still no sign of rescue.
We should be seeing something. We should be seeing, you know, planes or hearing planes fly over, even at a distance. It was getting to the point where we were all very tired.
Steve Conway knows he must keep his crew focused. On the horizon is the oil rig, the same one they saw the previous night.
Let's swim for the rig.
Hope you'd agreed that was a dumb idea.
Well, I changed my mind. With the wind behind us, I think we can make it.
Only hours earlier, they'd rejected swimming to the rig because it was just too far away.
Huh.
Having dismissed the exact same thing, probably 12 hours ago, I clearly thought that rig was a good idea.
It gave us a focus, it gave us an objective, it gave us a sense that we were doing something beyond just floating to help ourselves.
life jackets were very much starting to chafe on us and starting to really rub parts of our skin raw. So I, at one point, stripped out of mine and gave it to Stephen.
I gotta get Steve my jacket. Oh, thank you, Travis.
The men swim for over 2 hours. But they're making almost no progress towards the rig. And the effort is draining.
It was the dumbest thing I can think of possibly doing in retrospect, because I was thinking that rig was probably about 5-10 miles away, but my perspective significantly skewed at that point. The energy expenditure of trying to swim against the waves and against the wind, you're not going to get very far for the amount of energy that you're going to put out.
Despite their desperately slow progress, the crew struggles on towards the rig. But exhaustion is not their only enemy.
Stay calm! Swim this way! You don't want to be on the wrong side of that. Come on!
We saw a Portuguese man-o-war, which is a jellyfish. Behind them will run anywhere from 20, 30, 50, 60 feet of tentacles stretched out with stingers on them.
The long, deadly tentacles are filled with venom.
As long as you stay away from them, you're fine. But you get stung by one of them and you're dead.
We saw him drifting toward us.
We knew we had to swim quickly.
Swim harder! Come on! Faster! Come on! Come on!
They finally escape the deadly jellyfish. But they've pushed themselves to the limit. Getting to the rig now is impossible. Exhausted and dehydrated, they're forced to abandon their attempt. They've now been in the water for over 14 hours, and the ordeal is starting to take a terrible physical toll.
By about 2 o'clock, it had been roughly 24 hours since I had last had any kind of food or drink, and I figured everybody else was in the same position. Fairly dehydrated from being out there in the water and sweating it all out all day.
The human body can survive 48 hours without water. But with the sun beating down and their skin exposed to salt water, the crew are succumbing rapidly to extreme dehydration.
One of the big hazards of being in saltwater is dehydration, which sounds totally backwards. You know, you're floating in the water and you're becoming dehydrated. Our fingers were just puckered up and just totally, you know, dried up.
Hey!
Finally, by mid-afternoon, the authorities have detected a signal from the sunken boat's transponder, and a full rescue attempt is underway.
The helicopter arrived late that afternoon, and we actually saw it hovering out off in the distance.
After withstanding 14 hours out in the ocean, it seems that their ordeal is about to end.
Get over here!
But the 5 men have been dragged by ocean currents, and they are now miles from the sunken boat. They can do nothing but watch helplessly as the search plays out in the distance.
We could see them the whole time. They just couldn't see us.
It builds you up and then it crushes you. oh God, there it is. You know, this could be the one, and then it's not.
They're never gonna find us.
I just kind of snapped at that point.
Shut up, Travis. Just shut up, okay? They're gonna find us. We're gonna get out of here.
And it just sent me over the edge. It's like, how can you even think like that right now? You've got 4 other people here that all they need to hear are positive thoughts, not your negative thoughts, you know?
He's right. It's pointless.
The men now believe their hope of rescue is gone. And with the second night fast approaching, they fear death will take them, one by one.
It was so late at that point that we all kind of were probably thinking the same thing. It's, you know, they haven't seen us yet. We're not doing well at all. Somebody's gonna be going pretty soon.
Come on. Come on, guys. Joe, come here. Travis, come here. Come on. Closer. Come on. In together. That's it. Good. Come on. We stay together, right?
A whole day, with no protection against the blazing sun, has pushed the crew to the edge.
The lower portion of my stomach was burned. My arms were burned, my legs were burned, and my face was burned. I wanted the burn to go away. Dear God, I don't want the burn to go away.
As the sun drops, the temperature plummets, and the fight to stay cool turns into a battle to keep warm.
It was getting to the point where we were all very tired. I think I probably blacked out for a few seconds every now and then.
Come on. Sorry, closer. Sorry. Come on. Keep warm, guys. Keep. Okay. We'll be all right.
With light fading, the rescue helicopters begin to disappear over the horizon, and Skipper Steve drops a bombshell.
Guys, we may not see another helicopter until tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding? There's no way we can last another night.
I was deathly afraid of the impact of the young men I was with dying on their families. To be in any way responsible for somebody, a parent, losing a child, I couldn't imagine.
Let me tell you about a case study that I read. A fishing boat overturned, and a very fit 22-year-old football player died. But a 68-year-old grandmother survived. How come? Afterwards, they interviewed the grandmother, and they asked, how was it your grandson, who was so much fitter, died? And she goes, I wasn't gonna give up. I wasn't going to die.
You've got to have a fierce will to live. You just got to never give up.
The will to survive is the most critical thing for us to make it through. We must never give up, okay?
Never giving up was the critical thing for our survival.
But the will to live isn't enough to protect the crew from the effects of severe hypothermia.
Your core temperature starts to fall. Once it gets below 95 degrees, down to around 90 degrees, you die. You just go to sleep. It's not especially dramatic. You just fall asleep and don't wake up.
Joe started going in and out of it because he kind of, I guess he fell asleep. And he started reaching over and started grabbing Ross's face.
Joe, hey Joe, what are you doing? Sorry.
Ross, the smallest of the group, is beginning to drift in and out of consciousness.
Ross was in the worst situation because the rest of us are fairly big guys. Ross had zero body fat, so he had no insulation like the rest of us, and it was noticeably affecting him more. He wasn't talking at this point.
Skipper Steve has done all he can to keep his crew alive. But after nearly 20 hours in the sea, he too is now fading fast.
We'd all been out in the water the same amount of time. The bigger guys would have probably lasted an hour, maybe two more. But if Steve was going, we didn't have much more time either.
The 5 sailors have now been in the ocean for over 24 hours. They've done everything they can to withstand their ordeal. But they're losing the battle to survive.
You know, in the dark, it's kind of depressing. Just this vast expanse of ocean. I felt really small, you know. Here you are, you feel like a grain of sand in the world.
They've suffered acute exposure to the sun, extreme dehydration and hypothermia, and are now just hours from death.
Nobody was saying, oh my God, they're not gonna find us, oh my God, you know, we're gonna die out here. Nobody had vocalized it. But we all kind of were probably thinking the same thing.
Steve Conway has done all he can to keep his young crew alive. But now he knows that with no sign of rescue, his quest to survive has failed.
I was scared of what the impact would be on my wife. We'd been married at that point 30 years, and we're best friends and still very, very close. We've seen other people lose spouses, and it's hard. In no heroic way at all, but just matter-of-factly, as I was floating in the water, I realized I wasn't afraid of dying.
Drifting in and out of consciousness, the 5 men can now do nothing more but await death's final call. Then, out in the darkness, comes the sight they've been dreaming of.
Then all of a sudden, every light on that helicopter came on.
The rescue search hadn't been abandoned for the night. The Coast Guard had tracked the ocean currents, which eventually led them to the missing crew.
Everyone just screamed it. I'm happy, you know, we're going home.
It all really set in that it's finally done, it's finally over. You know, we're getting out of this and we're getting out of it alive.
The 5 men were airlifted to the hospital, and they all made a complete recovery. But when the Coast Guard finally salvaged the sunken Cynthia Woods, they found the body of missing crew member Roger Stone.
Nothing we say or nothing we can do can honor Roger more than his actions of the 6th of June 2008 when he stopped, got those 2 students oriented out through the flowing water, out of the boat, ultimately at the risk and sacrifice of his own life. And so it's never appropriate to talk about this without recognizing Roger's sacrifice and the sacrifice of his wife and 2 children.
I would not have made it without Roger's help.
I do think about Roger, and when I do, it makes me want to go live my life to the fullest possible way, because life's short, and I realize that floating out there.
The only thing I decided to do different when I got back was that I was going to savor things more. Not the big things, but the little things. Over Christmas, I was holding my grandson probably for the 14,000th times, and I stopped for a minute and I thought, this is just wonderful. And my takeaway message as I hold him and have my daughters and my wife around me is life is wonderful. You just have to savor it. And that's what I'm doing different.
On their first date, 2 climbers scale one of Europe's toughest mountains. But the romantic adventure they hope will bring them together tears them apart.
This mountain has become a complete demon.
We need to move, all right?
All hell is just breaking loose around my head.
Trapped inside a violent electrical storm, they must rely on each other to survive.
It's an utterly desperate situation.
I'm thinking we're not going to survive.
Jeremy!
I'd rather be here with you than anyone else.
The Pitzpadeel Mountain. Standing at 3,300 meters, its razor-sharp ridge forms the border between the Swiss and Italian Alps.
People come from all 4 corners of the globe to do this climb and to test themselves on this mountain.
Infamous for extreme weather, it's a climb as treacherous as it is breathtaking. And even for professional mountain climbers, like Rachel Kelsey and Jeremy Colenso, it is the climb of a lifetime.
We started at 5 in the morning. Our aim was to get up and down the climb in a day.
That was fun. It was a wonderful feeling because we just moved so quickly and easily up this mountain. I was just so excited. You know, here I am doing a climb that I really want to do. And not only that, but I'm doing it with this very good-looking chap who I fancy.
Just great to be there with someone who's both a climbing partner, but also someone who you're becoming pretty fond of.
I was quite attracted to his quiet but confident nature.
Climbing.
and really liked her sense of adventure and just relaxed personality.
This romantic adventure is actually Rachel and Jeremy's first real date. The couple only got to know each other a few months ago while climbing in Great Britain.
We did a couple of local climbs together, and at this point I decided that I quite liked him.
We sort of hit it off, really, and a climbing partnership stroke friendship developed.
Then he said, "Would you like to come to Italy with me?" I was totally bowled over, taken aback. I had all these romantic visions of Italy and floating down the river on a gondola. But it very quickly became apparent that he was actually inviting me to go and do a climb. We planned and prepared meticulously. We looked at guidebooks, we got maps of the route. We worked out exactly what equipment we'd take. These little rucksacks hold about 20 litres, and in it we have just the essentials we'll need to succeed in this climb. So I have my waterproof jacket, an extra fleece, our hydration packs, the map of the route, and then we've got a couple of other things. One of them is a survival shelter and my mobile phone. And I remember tossing it up and down in my hand and thinking, shall I take this? Something just makes me think, oh, well, I'll just put it in. I can carry that extra weight.
Jeremy and Rachel are ascending the Pittsburgh mighty North Ridge. The grueling climb up and then down the mountain should take them 14 hours. Weather permitting, their plan is to be back at base camp well before nightfall.
We were making incredibly good time. We didn't feel like we were rushing. We felt like it was just going really well. Jeremy is ahead, the rope's leading down to me. And I get to this point where I pull over onto this boulder. The whole thing wobbles. My heart just leaps into my throat.
You all right?
These moments when things nearly go terribly wrong, you have to just take a few deep breaths and recollect yourself and then keep going.
If you're not scared at all on a climb, it's probably not the right challenge for you.
2 hours later, and Jeremy and Rachel have overcome the most technically challenging part of the climb. Now, over 3,000 meters up the North Ridge, the couple are only minutes from the summit.
We reach a point where there's a bit of snow. I'm feeling completely excited. We're in spitting distance of the top of this climb. The sun is out. It's just a wonderful, fresh afternoon, and it seems perfect.
But with only 30 meters to go, they face a crushing blow.
I could see that the rock had become like an icy pavement. But if you turn that pavement vertically and then try and climb it, you get an idea of what you're confronted with.
They didn't expect to face ice, so haven't brought the equipment needed to climb it safely.
We were probably 30 vertical meters from the summit, but I realized that that was the end of our climb.
That's okay, yeah? Okay, let's go.
There is a feeling of disappointment there. There definitely is. But there's no time for that. You just need to prepare with the next section and get on with it. And the next section's getting down.
But unable to reach the summit, Rachel and Jeremy can't see a massive electrical storm that's brewing in the valley beyond.
Jeremy's working with the ropes to try and sort them out for the abseil. I look out into the valley below. And I notice these clouds swirling in. At the same time, I feel a sharp drop in the temperature. And I just know inside that this is heralding a storm, and we've got to get out now.
Jeremy, I think we better stop moving.
I can hear wind, which is like, it sounds like a freight train coming at you. I realised the weather's turning.
Right. Gear up. Let's go.
Jeremy and Rachel know it's simply too dangerous to stay on the mountain.
So quickly we just get out our head torches, put them onto our helmets. We throw on our waterproofs and get ourselves prepared, basically for the worst.
They must rappel down before the storm unleashes its full fury.
And there's this huge crack of thunder and the whole sky lights up with this incredible pink lightning.
We need to move, all right?
My heart begins to pound because 90% of accidents in the mountains happen on the descent, not the ascent.
And now they must attempt the perilous descent in the midst of a raging storm.
On a good day, with clear skies, descending down this mountain is a tricky task for an experienced climber. In a storm, it's just a nightmare.
Seeing the flash and hearing the clap of thunder simultaneously, we know that the storm is right on top of us. We are surrounded by metal, and we've got every chance of being hit by a bolt of lightning.
After 3 hours, they're not even a quarter of the way down. And as the light fades, the temperature plummets to -7 Celsius.
I'm suddenly aware of this sort of static feeling in the air, like the air is charged.
Jeremy's a very calm person, but I can see in his eyes that he looks worried. And I know that if he's worried, it's a time to be worried.
I've never been so terrified in my life.
And suddenly there's a huge explosion. I'm thinking we're not going to survive. It's incredibly hard not to panic whilst all hell is just breaking loose around my head.
In the heart of the storm, lightning is striking all around them.
Every time I hear the thunder crash, I think, is that me? Is that me? I don't know exactly how many abseils we've done. All I know is that we've been what feels like hours. Jeremy's setting off in the next abseil, and I just think there's something not right here.
I abseiled past this block, and the rope catches behind the corner of the block. And I can't get the rope out.
It suddenly all clicks.
Jeremy!
This is that really wobbly boulder that we passed on the way up. his rope has slipped right around it.
Rachel realizes that pulling the rope free risks dislodging the giant boulder teetering above Jeremy's head.
And I shout to him,
Don't flick your rope! Jeremy! Don't flick your rope!
he can't hear me. The storm is so loud, he can't hear me.
Jeremy has no idea that a quarter of a ton of rock, only meters from his head, is loosening with every single tug.
I hear this huge, terrible sound as it bounces down the mountain. There's no way he could have survived it.
Rachel fears that Jeremy has been swept off the mountain.
Eventually, I opened my eyes. It was a huge rush of relief and surprise to see him there.
I look up at Rachel. She's looking down at me, and I go, that missed me by that much. If it had hit me, that would have been me. I would have been dead.
He was ashen-faced and had these huge white eyes.
And I can't believe this just happened.
And then he just put his head down and carried on abseiling.
Jeremy knows that if they are to survive, they must continue down the mountain. But the storm is intensifying.
Now I felt like our days were numbered, our minutes were numbered, and I just knew it wasn't a case of if, it was a case of when. But I had no choice but to go on.
As they press on, Jeremy and Rachel face a new challenge.
It was becoming increasingly difficult to find the features that we passed on the way up.
We pulled out our guidebook and we tried to work out where we were, and we just couldn't.
Can you see this? Here. Okay, look for that.
You're now looking at a different mountain, a different ridge to the one that you ascended.
Unable to see any landmarks, Rachel and Jeremy are lost. In this perilous terrain, choosing the wrong route could spell the difference between life and death.
We're now at a decision-making point.
What do you reckon?
I pointed down and he nodded.
All right. I hope you're right, eh?
Unable to see what lies below, they could be rappelling straight over a precipice. Jeremy insists on going first.
The last thing I remember seeing was the red hood and his head torch. And then I was alone. And it was very, very frightening.
I find myself on the lip of an overhang. As soon as I descend over the lip, I'm hanging in space. Below, there's a black, inky void.
I had no way of knowing whether this was the right way. And it was too late to call him back. I had to just wait.
I'm thinking, okay, I've tied a knot in the end of the ropes, but what if I get to the end of them and I still haven't touched down? The only way out of here is to descend.
Jeremy has only 30 meters of rope left, but the void below could be hundreds of meters. After 30 long minutes, there is still no signal from Jeremy. And knowing the dangers that surround them, Rachel fears for his life.
I had a horrible feeling that he'd been struck by lightning. Or else he was stuck with no way back up and no way down. The lightning was still just lighting up things, and I noticed these lumps above me. These were actually pitons, which had been banged in a line. Suddenly I knew exactly where we were.
The position of the pitons tells Rachel they've strayed from the main ridgeline.
Jeremy! Jeremy!
And Jeremy is now descending into a 600-meter void with just 30 meters of rope.
We must have gone 10 meters, of course, if that. And yet, the ramifications could spell the end for us.
With no sign of her climbing partner, Rachel fears that Jeremy has been killed by a boulder fall or a lightning strike.
I felt hopeless. He's heavier than me. I couldn't possibly haul him back up. And yet the only way we were going to get off this mountain was using the ropes. And if he was hanging on the ropes, there's no way I could use them. I would have had no option but to actually sever the rope.
She faces an unthinkable dilemma. Stay here, roped to a dead man, and face a slow death, or contemplate cutting the rope and escape.
I was just praying. I was absolutely praying and hoping that I wouldn't have to do it.
But down below, Jeremy is actually still alive. He's reaching the end of his rope, with nearly 600 meters of clear air still below him.
My gut feeling was that we made the wrong decision. I need to go back up the ropes.
It's a desperate blow. Jeremy has rappelled down 30 meters. He's exhausted, but his only option is to climb back up. Muscles aching, he attaches a mechanical ascending device called a Jumar and starts to haul himself up, meter by agonizing meter.
I'm doing these pull-ups whilst being battered by this 70-mile-an-hour wind. It's just horrendous.
I was really afraid. Here was the weight of his body on the rope, but I didn't know if I'd ever be talking to him again.
I can feel my biceps, my abdominal muscles, everything clenching. It's like for every 2 feet that I go up, I slide 1 foot back down the rope.
Rachel knows that time is running out. Unaware that Jeremy is climbing back up the rope, she prepares to make the toughest decision of her life.
After half an hour, I thought, I've actually got to go and deal with this.
Even if Jeremy is dead, Rachel decides she cannot cut the rope. Instead, she risks her own life by going to look for him.
I leaned back and I remember looking down and seeing this bright beam of light. It was Jeremy's head torch. I just couldn't believe it. I felt like it was the most wonderful moment of my life. And I just completely forgot about the storm and where we were, and I gave them this massive hug.
So pleased to see you.
You okay? I was just so glad to be back.
The reunion brings home what they now mean to each other. But still, 3,000 meters up a storm-lashed mountain, Rachel and Jeremy remain in grave danger. If they're to survive the freezing night, the next challenge is to find shelter. And their only hope is to reach a small ledge 20 meters away.
I'll go first, and then you follow, all right? Okay, sit back here.
We've been through hell. Now we've landed on this ledge. But it's halfway up the mountain.
Thanks to their meticulous preparations, Rachel and Jeremy have packed a lightweight survival sheet. It's now all that stands between them and the bone-chilling force of the storm.
You okay? Yeah.
As soon as you stop moving, you can feel how cold it is. By our calculations, -10. With that sort of wind, it's -25.
I'm now shivering uncontrollably. My fingers had gone completely white and were starting to freeze with frostbite.
We need to warm our hands and feet every hour, okay?
To prevent frostbite, the couple must restore blood circulation immediately.
This is gonna hurt.
Just do it.
It's an incredibly painful experience as the blood starts circulating back. The feeling is like sticking your hand into a burning flame and leaving it there.
As the night progresses, temperatures plummet to life-threatening levels. Trapped 3,000 meters up the mountain, the couple now face a battle to survive.
It was apparent how close we were to becoming severely hypothermic.
The couple know that as hypothermia takes hold, the decreased oxygen flow to the brain will cause drowsiness, then death. It's vital they stay awake.
If one of us had gone to sleep, it would have been far too tempting for the other one just to have a few minutes as well and then not wake up.
In this situation, your climbing partner is your biggest asset.
We both have to stay awake and motivate each other to keep going for as long as it takes.
After 20 hours on the mountain, Rachel and Jeremy are physically exhausted.
Hey, you need some energy. Have a drink.
They know that if they're to last the night, they must replenish lost energy.
Neither of us have drunk in hours because we've been focusing on getting through the storm. So we pull out our liquid carbohydrate packs, which are now just solid ice. And we try to warm them up. It makes no difference at all. Our bodies are too cold to defrost these in the slightest. It's a huge blow to our morale.
Jeremy and Rachel now face the longest night of their lives.
It's too frightening for me to think about what on earth is going to happen next. I reckoned we had about a 30% chance of survival.
You're 3,000 metres up, it's minus 25 outside. I mean, it's an utterly desperate situation.
I was sitting back and I felt this lump. And then suddenly something dawned on me. This lump was my mobile phone. I was overjoyed.
Turn it on.
I just thought, this is it. And then almost at that same instant, I thought, don't get excited. Because I couldn't bear the thought of just another thing going wrong.
I wasn't expecting it to work. I just figured it's too cold, that battery's going to be dead. And I didn't expect it to have any reception.
I just prayed, I just thought, please, please.
Yeah!
It was just like a golden moment. A couple of bars of battery life and then 3 bars of reception.
This connection to the outside world is an unexpected but crucial lifeline.
I guess we better call search and rescue.
Yeah. Okay.
This was our chance. If we wait, it could be too late. I couldn't get through.
It's the right number. I know it's the right number.
Try it again.
Unable to call for help, Rachel realizes that the storm must be interfering with the signal on her mobile phone.
I don't know if this will work, but let's try an SMS.
Then we decided that we were going to send a text message to one of our most reliable friends.
Try Avery. No?
Keep it simple.
We wrote, need heli rescue, Northridge, Pisbedale, Switzerland. And then we pressed the send button. And it was like sending a prayer. The last chance of someone finding out that we were there before it was too late for us.
We turned off the phone to conserve the battery power. focus is now on surviving.
While sending the message has given them hope, there is still no respite from the storm.
We were aiming for dawn, and we didn't know what dawn had to hold because, if anything, the storm just appeared to be getting worse.
Through sheer determination, Rachel and Jeremy have managed to survive the night.
It went from being black to grey outside, but daylight had no bearing on the temperature.
Each time the wind blows out, little ice crystals come and shower your body. We were becoming cocooned in ice, and literally our clothing was starting to freeze onto our body. I felt completely exhausted, you know, just shattered. Every now and again, lightning would strike. At that point, I thought, if the lightning hits us, it hits us. At least it will be quick.
There's no way we can descend. It would have been a suicide mission.
Exhausted and hypothermic, trying to rappel off the storm-lashed mountain is impossible.
Right. Let's see if we got an SMS.
I switched on the phone and we took a deep breath. And then we heard that sound. It was from Avery. He said, "I'm on the case."
Rachel's close friend, Avery Cunliffe, has received the message and contacted the emergency services.
It really gave me hope that there were now people out there who knew our situation, understood it, and were on the case.
But until the weather improves, any rescue attempt is out of the question. After 10 long hours, a break in the storm offers the climbers a glimmer of hope.
And then we hear a tiny, tiny sound over the wind.
Do you hear that?
Sort of whop, 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 and you can't tell if it's the wind or a helicopter. And then it gets louder and you become more and more definite, more and more clear that, yes, this is the helicopter.
Over here!
And I can see the helicopter, and I jump up and down with the shelter in my hand, and Jeremy stands there with his hands up. There was complete relief and elation.
We're out of here, you know, it's all over. This nightmare's going to end.
And I can see the pilot. And it's like he's so close, I can actually touch him. I'm waiting for this man or this rope to come out of the helicopter, and it doesn't happen.
We see this helicopter just being tossed about like a cork on the ocean, you know, up and down, left and right. And I just look at this and go, yeah, there's no way. It's just suicide from their point of view.
Trying to extract the couple in these weather conditions risks crashing the helicopter into the mountainside, killing Rachel and Jeremy, as well as the crew.
It's devastating. They were just so close, and yet a world apart from us. Jeremy hugged me and he said,
Hey, you know where we are, all right? They'll get to us. Don't worry, all right? They know where we are.
I had to say the right things, but I knew deep down that we were going nowhere.
As dusk falls, Rachel and Jeremy face another horrific night on the mountain. Rapidly succumbing to hypothermia, the couple risk losing consciousness and slipping into a coma.
We are very much on borrowed time now. And he squeezes me, and then I knew that I might not get another opportunity to say it, so I just said,
I'd rather be here with you than anyone else.
Me too.
It's horrible because we're not going to make another night. So we write a message to Avery.
We wanted them to know that if we were not evacuated within the next 12 hours, we would most certainly die.
It's a horrible, really horrible thing to do, to write to a friend of yours and tell them that you're not going to live. It feels like there's no time at all, and then there's a reply, and I feel sick when I see what he's writing back to me. And he says, "Shall I call your family?" It was a chance to say goodbye. But it's like something huge wells up inside me, and I just said,
No, we're not gonna do this. We've got to keep fighting, Jeremy, we've got to. I can't say goodbye.
I just couldn't do it. We've got to keep on, we've got to keep going. I just couldn't bear the pain of the thought of saying goodbye.
But despite her determination, Rachel knows this is a fight they may not win.
I close my eyes and put my hands together and I start praying. It's an incredibly humbling experience praying for your life. I was vaguely aware of it getting light, but it was almost like it didn't matter anymore because I couldn't function anyway.
Against all the odds, the couple have endured a second night. But they're now losing the will to survive.
Well, your brain's shutting down because you're freezing cold. You just want it to end.
And then it just suddenly became apparent to both of us that the wind was dying down.
Rachel realizes that the weather is improving and seizes the opportunity.
I turned the phone on and I called the rescue team. And amazingly, when I dial this number, we get straight through.
Hello.
I said, Rachel, which I knew was my voice, but I didn't know what was coming out of it. It was like being drugged.
Hello, Rachel?
And I heard this really ecstatic sound on the end of the phone, almost like someone who incredibly surprised. They couldn't believe that we were actually alive. They tell us that they're going to make a rescue attempt at 7 o'clock. But I don't want to get too excited.
Jeremy and Rachel know this rescue attempt is their last chance.
They're coming. Jeremy said it's coming up the ridgeline, and we couldn't see it yet, but we could hear the direction. And then I remember seeing this helicopter, and it looked tiny. This mountain is huge, and there was this tiny little black dot working its way towards us, and then suddenly it just became bigger and bigger, and then it was right there.
And then it hovers above me, and I can see the winchman at the door. I can see his face. I could see the cable coming towards me. That's when it sunk in that, you know, we'd made it. It's a fantastic feeling, you know, you've made it, and yeah, you're gonna have another chance.
We've done it. We've survived, and I could smile. I knew we were alive now.
After 40 hours in bitterly cold conditions, Jeremy and Rachel are airlifted to safety. Thanks to their survival efforts, the couple suffered no long-term damage, and both made full recoveries. However, their experiences on the mountain did have a lasting effect.
Those 2 days changed my life. I'd set out with someone who I thought was good-looking, a good climber, and now suddenly here was someone who I had this incredibly close connection with. Someone who, as long as I lived, would be in my mind. Someone who would stand by me and be with me every step of the way.
I just realised that this person was, you know, the person I wanted to spend the rest of my life with.
Each day I wake up and I just feel so happy to be alive and so thankful. I'm now married with 2 lovely daughters. Every day is a blessing, every day is a gift.
A young hiker, out photographing the Canadian coastline, makes a catastrophic decision.
I instantly got the feeling you get when you're going over the top of a roller coaster. I knew that I was going to be quite a mess at the bottom.
The fall leaves him with terrible injuries.
It wasn't just a little crack. Bone was definitely separated from other bone.
Stranded on a remote beach, his only hope is to drag his broken body to safety.
I had to get to help or I was going to die. There was really no two ways about it.
But when no help comes, his only chance of survival lies in overcoming one final unimaginable challenge.
By that time, pretty much figured that I wasn't going to be making it out, no matter what I did.
Give me a break.
So come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're gonna rock it all night long.
26-year-old Canadian Jordan Nicurity has a passion for the great outdoors. After finishing his degree, he worked on organic farms all over Western Canada before losing his heart to the tiny island community of Hornby off the country's North Pacific coast.
There's a real sense of community, people helping each other out, everyone knowing everyone. That's something that really appeals to me.
Hornby has one small settlement and only a scattering of residents.
There's a lot of great people there, and there's not too many people there, so those are two things that I sort of value.
And it has another major attraction, kilometre after kilometre of hiking country and a wild and windswept coastline.
There's lots of great hiking around there, huge sea cliffs, the sandstone formations are really quite unique. It's just gorgeous, really a picturesque place.
Jordan runs a small gardening business, but he grabs every chance he can to take off on a hike. Today, he's heading for a remote beach on the island's easternmost tip. He'll take some nature photographs and be back home where he lives on his own by lunchtime.
It was sunny, but it was still, the end of October, so I threw in an extra big wool sweater, made myself some tea, I threw it in my backpack. Threw my bag over my shoulder, and instead of just following the trail, I just decided to go bushwhacking. It was definitely a bit of a scramble up and over some logs and that sort of thing. All stuff I like doing.
Half an hour later, Jordan reaches the coast. 10 meters below is the famously inaccessible Mushroom Beach.
The way down to the beach is kind of treacherous. It's tricky to climb down. The steepness of the descent keeps most people away, so it's kind of nice and secluded. There's a rope that someone had tied to the base of a tree near the top to sort of help over this one bit, which is pretty close to vertical. So I just hung on to that and followed that down.
It's a tricky climb, even with the aid of the rope.
Careful now.
Jordan knows the only way off Mushroom Beach is to climb back up the cliff. But that's a problem for later. Hornby's vacation season ended weeks ago, so he has the place all to himself. The only sign of life on the beach is a makeshift wooden shelter.
It was sort of a neat thing to look at. I took quite a few pictures of it. I plopped myself down on the beach and leaned back and sort of relaxed for a few minutes. And pulled out an old 1970s National Geographic that I'd Gotten at the free store on the island and proceeded to while away the next hour or so just reading. The breeze was nice and warm, the tide was out, hear the waves crashing a little bit. It's about as peaceful as you're gonna find.
After his break, Jordan sets off to look for images that inspire him.
I started as a newspaper writer, and the photographer there taught me a few things, and I fell in love with it. There's lots of unique stuff on Hornby to keep the rolls going through the camera pretty easily.
Jordan heads north in search of the sandstone rock formations the beach is famous for.
That was part of my mission. I was going to go take some pictures of the sandstone.
After exhausting all the ground level angles, he starts looking for a high vantage point.
The cliff wall is continuous all the way around, and I spotted a ledge about halfway up that looked like it would be quite a nice perch to get some good shots of Vancouver Island on the horizon. I decided to leave my camera and see if I could make my way up it, and then if it looked like it was a decent spot, then I'd lug my bag up. It was quite a big camera bag. I had all my gear in it. I was wondering how I was going to get up there. There was no obvious route. I've always been one to sort of enjoy climbing trees and scrambling over boulders and that sort of thing. So it was pretty easy climbing. You know, I didn't have to find any handholds or footholds or anything like that.
But the higher Jordan climbs, the steeper the cliff becomes.
I made my way up quite a treacherous little section. The cliff right there, it's pretty much vertical.
He then hits another problem. To get to the ledge, Jordan has to clamber around a bulge in the rock face. Jordan thinks about giving up the climb. He knows a slip from this height could prove fatal. But he really wants that shot.
I just reached around to sort of shift my way around it. Virtually as soon as I got my fingers into this crack, this rock came off. I had my footing on the ledge, but not my balance for what seemed like an eternity. I watched this rock go down. There was a good 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi before it hit. I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's me next. I knew I couldn't keep my balance and instantly got the feeling you get in your stomach when you're going over the top of a roller coaster. The adrenaline kicked in right away. I knew that this wasn't going to be a little twist your ankle sort of fall. Below was just a bunch of jagged rocks. I knew that I was going to be quite a mess at the bottom. I was thinking I was going to have to be sponged off the cliffs pretty much. When I first started falling, time seemed to slow about as close to stopping as it could. That was sort of the most surreal part of the fall, but it didn't take long for gravity to speed it back up again. Then suddenly I was on the bottom. There I was at the bottom, staring up at the blue sky and where I had just been, up on the ledge there. And I could feel that there'd been a big impact. My head was definitely swimming. It just hurt. But I was surprised I wasn't dead. That was my first thought. I was more happy than scared at that point, just because I realized the fall was over and I still had my brains in my head.
It's a miracle he's alive. But Jordan can't believe he's escaped serious injury.
I knew I couldn't have gotten away from a fall of that height scot-free. The first thing I did was check my head. I figured I must have given it a pretty good whack. Nothing felt broken, and everything else was looking pretty good. So I was sort of enjoying these small victories.
He remains cautious.
My next fear was that I'd broken my back somewhere and wouldn't be able to move my legs.
Paralysis is his worst nightmare.
It took me about 5 minutes of laying there to get the courage up to try and wiggle my toes. When I did finally get the courage and they moved, I was ecstatic. Felt that if I was still alive, if I wasn't paralyzed, then anything else would be inconsequential. My next mission, I suppose, was to see sort of what shape I was in beyond those two basics of still being alive and still being able to move my legs. As soon as I tried to roll over, I could sort of feel the bone, them grating against each other. I immediately knew that something was, very, very broken. I I don't know if heard is the right word, you sort of feel it more, a crunch. I was sweating from the pain and from the shock, and I reached behind and just gently sort of was touching my hip. I was very aware that it wasn't just a little crack. Where once there was smooth bone, there was now a couple jagged pieces sort of grinding into each other and was pushing against the skin.
The fall has completely shattered Jordan's pelvis. It's a horrific injury that effectively separates his right leg from the rest of his body. Standing is out of the question. He tries to turn onto his stomach so he can at least crawl. Now Jordan realizes the terrible situation he's in. He's left his mobile phone in his van. He lives on his own, so no one will be looking for him. And Mushroom Beach gets almost no visitors this late in the season. Jordan is completely on his own.
I knew that the seclusion of the area was definitely not in my favor.
Jordan lives alone, so it could be days before anyone notices he's missing. His first priority? To find warmth before the chill of the North Pacific night sets in.
My mind went back to the beach and all the driftwood there. My plan was to somehow get back there and have myself a nice, cozy bonfire.
Jordan breaks down his survival plan into single, manageable tasks. First, he must crawl the 100 meters back to his backpack.
I knew I'd have to get back to my bag, which had this warm wool sweater and that last gulp of tea that I kept in the bottom of my thermos.
But first, Jordan must shift onto his front. His horrifically mangled pelvis turns this apparently simple task into a nightmare. It's a pitifully small victory, with a terrible cost in agony. And it's only a start.
I started to pull myself forward with my arms. As soon as I tried, I would just get nothing but overwhelming pain, and my body just wouldn't work.
The 100 meters feels more like 100 kilometers. Every movement grinds the edges of Jordan's broken bones together and tears at flesh, muscle, and nerves. It's all taking way too long.
I remember watching old movies where people would be in some sort of discomfort and either biting on a bullet or biting on a strap, you know. So I thought I'd try it.
Biting on the belt takes his mind off the pain, tearing at his torso.
I put a lot of pretty deep indentations into the strap with my teeth.
But the terrain constantly throws up obstacles that block his path.
There's boulders the size of cars, there's boulders the size of lazy boy recliners, there's boulders the size of one-bedroom apartments all around this area. And as I was only about 1.5 feet off the ground, I couldn't really see sort of what was beyond the next boulder.
Give me a break.
It was very, very frustrating because every inch was being bought with a lot of pain. It just became a landscape conspiring to keep me from possibly living. Sort of a prison that I had to get out of.
Although Jordan makes steady, if painful, progress, the terrain just gets tougher.
There was sort of a slot between two boulders that I couldn't get through just pulling myself sideways. I sort of had to prop myself up on my arms and swing my legs underneath.
In his bid to clear this latest obstacle, Jordan gets hopelessly stuck.
I couldn't move. I couldn't go forward. I couldn't go back. I was sort of stuck because I couldn't get my right leg to follow the rest of it. It was just sort of being dragged behind.
Help me!
Although I knew that, you know, with the wind and everything like that, that no one was going to hear me, I just started yelling for help.
Somebody help me, please!
I probably was there 15 minutes or so, and, you know, my arm strength started to give from holding myself up for that long.
He has to act, even if it means risking further damage to his shattered pelvis.
In the end, the only thing I could really do was just pitch forward onto my shoulder. And try and shelter my right side as much as possible with my left, but the leg bone's connected to the hip bone. So when I did that, that was excruciating.
It's taken 2 hours of agonizing progress to travel 40 meters. And Jordan's not even halfway to his bag. But he's totally exhausted. As he braces himself for his next effort, he makes a horrifying discovery. He didn't notice the tide coming in. Now it's just a few meters away.
I knew I was below the high tide mark, and if I couldn't make it above the high tide mark, I wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. The sound of the waves against the rocks only about 2.5 feet, below from where you are. And there's a long way to go. You have a lot of time to think about you might not get out.
Jordan makes it to higher ground and his bag.
By the time I made it back to my bag, it was dark. It took me 4 hours to get the roughly 100 yards, 75 yards back to my bag.
It's taken 4 hours to travel a distance that took less than a minute before his fall. His reward is a mouthful of hot tea and a thick wool sweater to help him get through the coming night.
The temperature was dropping quite quickly as it was getting dark. To be able to pull into this magic bag and pull out, some chance of salvation was great.
Jordan hunkers down for the night.
It's a beautiful night out. The gentle lapping of the waves and all that, it would have been quite an idyllic spot if I wasn't in the circumstances I was in.
He knows that whatever agonies he's endured today, the next stage of his journey will be much further and much harder.
I knew that I'd need strength for the next day, and to do that I'd need to sleep. But that was virtually impossible. All I could do was sort of lay on my back and fade out maybe for 10, 15 minutes at a time, and then I'd shift and just the pain would wake me up. I would wake up and wonder where I was and why I was laying on this rock ledge instead of, in my warm, cozy bed. Every time I remembered what had happened, it was definitely a feeling of dread.
Bitterly cold and in pain, his sleep is broken by terrifying flashbacks of his fall.
Every time that I would just about fall asleep, it was me falling off the cliff again. It was a very long night. I was quite happy when the sky started to lighten, because that meant I could stop killing time there and start moving again.
Jordan's not expecting anyone to find him. Nobody comes down to the beach this late in the season. All he can do is keep going, back to the pebble section of beach. He'll use the wood there to start a signal fire. But it's nearly 400 meters away, 4 times as far as he traveled the day before.
I had figured out that if I took the strap and wrapped it around my right leg, I had a pretty good handhold that I could sort of use to pull my leg along with.
The strap stops the leg from pulling on his crushed pelvis, allowing him to cover ground twice as fast and with less pain. The new technique is a revelation.
It wasn't such a struggle, and that in a way gave me hope.
What Jordan doesn't know is that he also suffered serious internal injuries in the fall. With every hour, his chances of survival are slipping away.
All these rocks are sandstone, so it was like pulling yourself over sandpaper. It didn't take long before my fingertips, I'd scraped them off, past the nerves, past where I could feel that they were hurting at all.
Just keep going.
The rocks are now destroying his legs as well.
The sandstone had worn right through the pants and right through most of my leg. I was pretty sure that I'd worn through the skin and the top muscle and the bit of nerves as well.
Every centimeter of progress he makes is tearing him apart.
Just keep going.
Unable to escape the mid-afternoon sun, Jordan is becoming severely dehydrated. The dregs of tea in his thermos are long gone. Tormented by thirst, he's surrounded by water he can't drink.
These shallow pools had formed in the sandstone. I knew most of it was salt water, but I was so thirsty. I was hoping that the salt content would be low enough that it wouldn't hurt me.
Dragging himself through the salty rock pools is torture to his open wounds, but it's the quickest route.
Throughout the day, I could feel bone sort of grinding against other bone. I knew I was getting weak in a hurry, that my situation was definitely on the downward spiral.
Jordan's worsening internal injuries are taking their toll. His head throbs and his vision blurs. But then, among the waves, he spots something.
I could see in the distance a kayaker.
26 hours after his horrific fall, rescue is at hand.
I yelled as loud as I could, tried to wave my arm.
Help me! Help me, please!
I kept watching it, and it didn't seem to be getting closer, further away.
Help me, please! Somebody! Over here!
After a little while, I realized that what it was just a rock that was just kind of jutting out of the water.
Jordan is losing the battle between his body and his mind.
No, no!
And there's worse to come. He's only halfway back to the beach when the weather suddenly turns.
I was very cold, soaked right through, and I realized that the wood on the beach would be pretty soaked as well.
Desperate to reach shelter, Jordan presses on.
With every raindrop, my chances of lighting a big signal fire on the beach shrunk.
Hour by hour, fingertip by fingertip. Finally, an incredible 30 hours after he started his grueling marathon, he reaches his destination. It's too wet to start a fire, but at least the wooden shelter he photographed yesterday offers some protection from the elements.
Thank you. Thank you.
The shelter wasn't waterproof or windproof by any stretch of the imagination, but compared to the outside, it was definitely the Ritz to me. There was no way for me to get dry. I just kept on my wet clothes and tried to keep to as small a ball as I could to sort of try and conserve my body heat. I knew that the possibility of meeting my end from exposure was becoming very real.
Jordan discovers that drinking water from the tidal pools was a mistake.
I just laid there and retched up seawater for half the night. I was just feeling so awful. That was probably the longest night of my life.
In the freezing darkness, and in the depths of despair, Jordan's thoughts turned to his parents and his brother Justin, back in Saskatchewan.
I was thinking about my family, but not so much about me seeing them again. I was thinking about how crushed and how sad I would be if the situation was reversed. How frantic and how, devastated I'd be if something like this happened to my little brother, Justin. We're pretty close. If I was sitting at home cozy and he didn't make it out.
His family are used to hearing nothing from him for days on end. By the time they discover he's missing, he could be dead.
Now I'd sort of stopped hoping that someone was going to come down and find me and realized I would have to find people as opposed to them finding me. If I was going to make it, I had to get up to the cliff.
The sheer cliff he climbed down 2 days ago to reach the beach is the only way out. It was a struggle on the way down, even when he was fully fit. Climbing up the cliff without the use of his legs is surely an impossible task.
I either had to get to help or I was going to die. There was really no two ways about it, and when your choices are put that simply, it's you don't need a lot of motivation to carry on.
You can do it.
I was at the bottom looking up from 1.5 feet off the ground. It was very daunting to look up and see the size of it.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I wasn't sure that I was going to make it.
Jordan faces a vertical climb of some 10 meters. He'll have to rely on the strength in his arms to haul his entire body weight up the rope.
Here we go.
But there is no alternative. If he doesn't attempt the climb, he will die on the beach.
1, 2, 3. Ah!
My hands were more hamburger than hands, and just with my strength, my injuries, the odds were definitely stacked. Using my hands as much as possible to brace myself. I was being so painstaking in choosing which rocks I would use for a handhold, knowing that if I made the wrong choice, that would be the end of me.
Jordan knows he can't survive another fall. His crushed pelvis means his legs are useless. All he can do is trust the strength in his arms and pray that the rope holds. He's nearly at the top when the unthinkable happens.
The rope came undone from the tree that it was attached to, and I was very lucky not to tumble back down when that gave way. Luckily, it gave me half a second to reach over and grab the nearest rock and somehow keep from falling.
Jordan realizes with horror that his arm muscles are about to give out.
My arms were just dead logs, and my grip was becoming weaker and weaker, and it was becoming apparent that something, one way or another, was going to happen pretty soon. It was the scariest point of the whole thing.
Jordan calls on the last drop of strength in his failing muscles.
I was very aware that it was do or die. I was just completely out of strength. In my arms, I couldn't feel my hands, I couldn't get my fingers to flex, and they just weren't able to keep a solid grip on any rocks.
There are now just centimeters standing between him and safety.
If I didn't get above it, I would die. There was no question. And if I fell from this wall as well, I would die, and there's no question in that. With the slickness of the rocks and the lack of feeling in my hands, it was a pretty perilous way to sort of maneuver, but that was all I could do.
If he slips now, then his grueling two-day ordeal will all have been in vain.
If I made a wrong move here, I was either going to die or be paralyzed.
He's made it.
When I found myself down top after I'd flopped myself over the top of the vertical bit, I really felt that I'd gotten past the worst of it.
But it's come at a terrible price.
I'd cuts everywhere, as broken up as I was, so near complete exhaustion that I couldn't move a muscle for probably 10 minutes. But I'd felt like I'd just climbed Everest.
Jordan's achievement is superhuman, but it's only one small step towards survival. It's taken him 2 days to cover just 500 meters. The main road is almost 3 times as far again, and he's chronically dehydrated.
1, 2, 3.
I was still in the same predicament I was in when I was at the bottom of the cliff. Very badly injured, and although physically closer to getting help, there's no sign of it anywhere.
Help!
You know, I'd call for help.
Help!
There was no sign of anyone.
Help me!
Jordan is hoping that if he can reach one of the forest trails, he might encounter a hiker.
The weather was still not exactly what you'd call ideal hiking weather, so I didn't really expect anyone to be out tramping around at that time. I was so thirsty, every cell in my body was, you know, just dying for water. You can go without food for, you know, a week or two, but 4 days without any substantial amount of water, and you're not going to be around much longer.
The rain-soaked ground chills Jordan to the core. But after nearly 100 hours without fluid, he grabs the chance to ease his parched thirst.
I was just so thirsty. I'd see a particularly tasty-looking droplet on the edge of a blade of the grass. So I was basically just crawling around, licking the grass for the water. And, you know, if you found a cobweb that would have 20 or 30 good-looking drops on it, I would pretty much just eat the cobweb. The toll from the climb up was pretty apparent, but I knew I had to keep going. So instead of looking at it as one big, long pull that I had to do, I would break it down into sections of about 10 pulls, and then I'd rest and give myself 5 or 6 seconds of rest and then go as hard as I could.
Close to collapse, Jordan drags his broken body across the forest floor for 6 punishing hours. As the light starts to fade once again, Jordan claws his way to a picnic table. In spite of his agonizing injuries, Jordan has somehow dragged his shattered body on an epic journey of nearly 2 kilometers and up a sheer cliff. But now he's exhausted all his physical and mental reserves.
I could feel that my health was getting worse. I couldn't go any further forward. Pretty much figured that I wasn't going to be making it out, no matter what I did.
Despite all his heroic efforts, Jordan Nikerti is convinced that at the age of 26, his life is ending.
There was nothing to do but lay there, wait for death, and you know, think of all the people that I wasn't going to see again.
By some miracle, Jordan survives the night. As dawn breaks, he draws on his final ounce of strength and determination. Severely dehydrated and slowly dying of his injuries, he forces himself to go on in a last desperate bid for life.
My plan on the 4th day was to get as close as I could to where people might chance upon me. I was that close to death. All I could think was just keep pulling.
The temptation to curl up and let go is overwhelming, but Jordan refuses to go quietly.
It probably took me around 2 hours to get about 20 yards, so I was only maybe going 5-6 feet at a time and then passing out for 10 or 15 minutes. The physical reality had set in, and there was really no more mind over matter to be had. There was no way I was going to get to the trailhead, or very much further for that matter, because the distance I was able to go before passing out was just getting shorter and shorter. I was actually going to die very soon.
Then he hears voices. He thinks the sound is hikers on a nearby trail.
Help me, please.
It was my first real chance of rescue.
Please help me.
I yelled as loud as I could to attract their attention.
Help. Help.
But Jordan's yells emerge as barely a whisper.
Help me, please.
The voices melt away into the trees.
It just seemed like it was just the cruelest joke. I was thinking that was my chance. That was it. The despair I felt at getting so close to being rescued, I've never felt that much bleakness in my life.
He starts to slip in and out of consciousness, dreams and reality blurring into one another. The sounds of voices return, just meters away.
I started yelling again.
Help!
I just yelled and yelled at them.
This time, Jordan can actually see hikers through the trees. But they're getting further away.
Every step they were taking my survival with them.
Please help me!
The last two people in the group were probably about 2 steps away from being out of sight behind these trees. And there was a lady in an orange rain jacket, and I could see her stop and sort of cock her head, and she obviously had heard something. She started looking around and took a few steps back in my direction and finally saw me. As soon as she saw me, I can't even describe how relieved I was. I just watched them run towards me and just thought to myself, well, I've done my part, I'm your problem now. It was beyond joy, it was beyond anything. This was a chance at life again here.
You hear me? You hear me?
Jordan's 4-day ordeal would have finished most people, but his stubborn refusal to give up saved his life.
I came as close as you can get, I think, to dying, and it looked like I was gonna make it.
Jordan was treated for a ruptured pancreas and internal hemorrhaging, injuries that could have killed him within hours. In a series of operations, surgeons fixed Jordan's shattered pelvis using 12-centimeter long titanium screws. He also needed major skin grafts to his legs and hands. Jordan recovered fully and enjoys life at home with his family. He lives every day as though it's his last.
The only guarantee that we're given is that we will die. We can't pick when or how. The only thing we can affect is what we do with the time that we're given. I see my life now as something that is not to be squandered, even in the smallest amount.